everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Welcome once again to this live analysis. स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का ये सेशन। आज कमोडिटी मार्केट और इंडियन मार्केट दोनों ही क्लोज हैं। सो मॉर्निंग सेशन कमोडिटी मार्केट का तो ऑफ ही रहेगा। इवनिंग सेशन ओपन होगा अभी 5:30 से, एज पर द इंडियन टाइम 5:30 या 5 PM से, सॉरी। एंड देन आफ्टर दैट यू कैन सी द मार्केट विल ओपन। फॉरेक्स मार्केट ओपन है। एंड अगर आप देखोगे फिलहाल के लिए गिफ्ट निफ्टी को, तो गिफ्ट निफ्टी कल तो 70-80 पॉइंट गिरा था, आज उससे भी ज़्यादा गिर गया। ऑलमोस्ट 170 पॉइंट डाउन है गिफ्ट निफ्टी। तो कल तो मुझे लग रहा है अगर रिकवरी नहीं आती है तो एक बड़ा अच्छा खासा गैप डाउन हो जाएगा। आज टैरिफ भी लग गए हैं इंडिया पे 50% टोटल। तो उसका कल जब हमारा इंडियन मार्केट ओपन होगा तो एक इम्पैक्ट होता हुआ दिखाई देगा। तो अभी के लिए इंडियन मार्केट तो क्लोज था। फॉरेक्स मार्केट ओपन है। एमसीएक्स मार्केट मॉर्निंग सेशन क्लोज है, इवनिंग सेशन अभी कुछ देर में ओपन हो जाएगा। बाकी अभी फ़िलहाल के लिए लेवल को अगर देखोगे, अभी हम थोड़ा सा गोल्ड फॉरेक्स में और बिटकॉइन को देख लेते हैं। उसके बाद जब एमसीएक्स ओपन होगा तो फिर एमसीएक्स में ट्रेड करेंगे, ठीक है। कोई क्वेश्चन कोई डाउट रहेगा तो पूछ लेना। बाकी 12:30 लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन हो चुका है। एंड उसके बाद 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होगी और 8 बजे आपका क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है आज के दिन। और कोई डेटा नहीं है। 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग। सो अभी तो मार्केट बंद ही है। गोल्ड फॉरेक्स और बिटकॉइन को देख लेते हैं। उसके अलावा तो कुछ देखें एक बार। वो भी देख लेते हैं कि अभी हमारा इंडियन मार्केट अगर ओपन होता है तो कहाँ पर होगा। अगर मैं फॉरेक्स को देखूं क्रूड ऑयल में, इफ़ यू लुक एट द क्रूड ऑयल फॉरेक्स चार्ट, तो जो हमारा इंडियन मार्केट कल क्लोज हुआ था, ठीक है, मैं आप लोगों से कल कह रहा था थोड़ा सा और नीचे आ सकता है। तो हमारा इंडियन मार्केट यहाँ पर देख पा रहे होगे 11:30 पे क्लोज हो गया था कल। तो 11:30 के बाद फिलहाल के लिए ये हमारा 11:30 की लास्ट कैंडल है, दिस वन। तो वहां से थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन दिखाई दे रहा है। अगर इसी लेवल के आसपास ओपन होता है तो एक हल्का सा गैप डाउन हो सकता है क्रूड ऑयल, अगर रिकवरी नहीं आती है तो। कितना हो सकता है? लगभग 0.60% दिखा रहा है अभी। तो उस हिसाब से अगर देखोगे तो लगभग 5520 के आसपास दिखा रहा है अभी। हो सकता है थोड़ा सा और नीचे आ जाए, इसलिए मैं कल कह रहा था यहाँ तक ये आ जाएगा शायद। तो इसी एरिया के आसपास आता है तो यहाँ से सीधा बाइंग ही कर लेंगे। तो देखते हैं, अभी तो मार्केट ओपनिंग में टाइम है। सेम मैं नेचुरल गैस को बोलूँ तो नेचुरल गैस भी कल थोड़ा बहुत एक सेलिंग दिया था, उसके बाद क्लोज हो गया था। हमारा इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होने के बाद अगर मैं चेक करूँ अभी फ़िलहाल के लिए, तो रिकवरी कुछ खास आई नहीं है। हमारा ये इंडियन मार्केट देख पा रहे होगे यहाँ पर कल क्लोज हो गया था। दिस आर इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग, ठीक है। ये इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग है। यहाँ से हल्का सा गैप अप दिखा रहा है, लगभग 0.90%, विच इज़ अराउंड एज पर द एम सी एक्स। वही डे हाई ही आएगा वापस, 0.90 इतना ही हुआ। हाँ, ठीक है। अगर ये भी थोड़ा सा इसी एरिया के आसपास एज पर द फॉरेक्स चार्ट ओपन होता है तो कल का जो हाई जहाँ से सेलिंग आई थी उसी लेवल पे ओपन होगा वापस। नेचुरल गैस तो क्रूड ऑयल हल्का सा गैप डाउन दिखा रहा है, नेचुरल गैस हल्का सा गैप अप दिखा रहा है, अगर मार्केट इसी लेवल पे ओपन होता है फॉरेक्स चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग। अभी तो मार्केट बंद है। तो अभी थोड़ा सा मैं बिटकॉइन और गोल्ड का चार्ट लगा ले रहा हूँ, ठीक है। बाकी सभी लोगों को गणेश चतुर्थी की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। हैप्पी गणेश चतुर्थी टू ऑल ऑफ यू। जो लोग बनाते हैं उनको भी, जो लोग नहीं बनाते हैं उनको भी। तो देखते हैं कुछ गोल्ड में अगर ट्रेड बनता है। फॉरेक्स का चार्ट लगा रहा हूँ मैं क्योंकि एमसीएक्स तो बंद है। और दूसरा हम लगा लेते हैं बिटकॉइन का चार्ट, ठीक है। 15 मिनट में अगर कुछ ट्रेड बनता है, जो लोग ट्रेड करते हैं अगर क्रिप्टो में या फिर गोल्ड में अगर ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, लेट्स सी कुछ पॉसिबिलिटी अगर बन रही है। हैप्पी गणेश चतुर्थी टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज एक क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है, उसके अलावा तो और कोई मेजर डेटा है नहीं। बाकी इंडिया पे टैरिफ लग गए हैं तो अभी, हाँ, मैं आपको गिफ्ट निफ्टी दिखाऊं ना, लुक एट द गिफ्ट निफ्टी। गिफ्ट निफ्टी को चेकआउट किया होगा आई होप आप लोगों ने भी। तो गिफ्ट निफ्टी इज नॉट इंडिकेटिंग अ गुड साइन। हमारा इंडियन मार्केट कल क्लोज हुआ था, ये लास्ट कैंडल है इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग की। कल तो थोड़ा बहुत लगभग 80-90 पॉइंट था, आज और गिरता जा रहा है। अभी देखोगे तो लगभग 174 पॉइंट गिर चुका है गिफ्ट निफ्टी। रिकवरी नहीं आई तो अच्छा खासा गैप डाउन देखने के लिए मिलेगा कल जब मार्केट ओपन होगा। तो गिफ्ट निफ्टी इज नॉट सजेस्टिंग गुड साइन। लेट्स सी रिकवरी आती है नहीं आती। नीचे सपोर्ट तो था निफ्टी में, निफ्टी फ्यूचर में। आज मार्केट ही क्लोज है तो कल ओपनिंग देखेंगे कहाँ पर आती है, क्योंकि वो इम्पोर्टेंट है। क्योंकि नियर बाई सपोर्ट अगर नहीं होल्ड करता है 15 मिनट में तो गिर जाएगा काफ़ी अच्छा। ठीक है, तो बिटकॉइन और गोल्ड का चार्ट लगा देता हूँ या फिर कोई और चार्ट लगाऊं, क्योंकि अभी इंडियन मार्केट तो ओपन हुआ नहीं है तो एमसीएक्स तो ट्रेड कर नहीं सकते। फॉरेक्स में भी क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में कुछ खास मोमेंटम अभी हो नहीं रहा है, एंड वहाँ पे स्प्रेड भी ज़्यादा है तो फ़ायदा नहीं है ट्रेड करके। बाकी आज वैसे जो लोग गोल्ड में और ट्रेड करते हैं या फिर सिल्वर में ट्रेड करते हैं, आज आपका एक्सपायरी भी है, ध्यान रखना। टुडे इज़ द एक्सपायरी एज वेल इन गोल्ड मिनी एंड सिल्वर। सिल्वर की और गोल्ड मिनी की एक्सपायरी भी है आज, 27 है ना, तो आज काफ़ी अच्छी एक्सपायरी भी हो सकती है वहाँ पे। ठीक है, बाकी कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह आती है, कोई ट्रेड बनता है तो मैं यहाँ पर लगा दूंगा, ठीक है, डोंट वरी। एक बिटकॉइन का चार्ट और एक गोल्ड का चार्ट, लेट्स सी कोई ट्रेड अगर बनता है। तब तक न्यूज़ देख लेते हैं, कुछ लेटेस्ट न्यूज़। यू टू propose removing US tariff this week to meet Trump demand. Wow.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
This isn't a deep dive on yesterday's news. Instead, you get the latest stories with context.
And that's something you don't get from other news podcasts. So join us for the best from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts around the world, with reporting backed by data and journalists at the center of the stories we cover.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Tom Mackenzie.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
The White House is exploring ways to exert more influence over the Fed's 12 regional banks, including how their presidents are vetted and chosen. That's according to sources who have spoken to Bloomberg. The reporting, of course, comes as Donald Trump says he's ready for a legal fight with Fed Governor Lisa Cook, adding that he's already looking for her replacement.
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision.
The US president was referring there to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who would both be expected to weigh in on any possible successor. In a statement, the Federal Reserve says it will abide by any court ruling regarding Cook, who is also fighting efforts to remove her from the central bank's board. If Trump succeeds, he could secure a dovish majority on the Fed board as he pushes for lower interest rates. Here's the view of the Fed's former vice chair, Lyle Brainard.
I think the Federal Reserve is in an incredibly difficult position here, but you have to remember this is not about an individual governor. This is really an unprecedented attack on the independence of the Federal Reserve as an institution.
Lyle Brainard was speaking as concerns grow that the US president's unprecedented and escalating attacks on the Fed run the risk of driving long-term borrowing costs higher.
The United States has imposed a 50% tariff on some Indian goods, with the levy coming into force in the past few hours. It's double the existing rate and threatens to damage the export competitiveness of the world's fastest growing major economy. President Trump says the charge is a punishment for India's ongoing purchases of Russian oil, which he says is funding Putin's war in Ukraine. But despite the move, India and Russia have pledged to increase their annual trade over the next 5 years by 50% to $100 billion. New Delhi has called the US's actions unfair, unjustified and unreasonable.
The asset manager Carmignac is warning that France's borrowing costs could spike to 100 basis points over their German peers. That's if the government collapses in 10 days' time. That would be the widest yield spread since the height of the Eurozone debt crisis in 2012. Ahead of the confidence vote on the 8th of September, opposition to French Prime Minister François Bayrou's government is growing. The leader of the far-right National Rally Party, Jordan Bardella, told France's TF1 television his party will not back Bayrou.
We will obviously be voting against the government's confidence motion and are seeking potentially a new government or new president if this one has to choose constitutional tools to get out of this crisis or hear what the majority of the French people want today.
Jordan Bardella speaking through a translator in that interview with France's TF1. 3 of the major opposition parties have indicated they will vote against the confidence motion next month, increasing the likelihood the government will be toppled. Bayrou is calling the confidence vote in an effort to consolidate support in Parliament for his budget plan, which includes €44 billion of spending cuts and tax increases.
The yield on the UK's 30-year bond is down slightly today, but still close to a 27-year high, piling pressure on Keir Starmer's government to tighten its fiscal policy. Bloomberg's Ewan Potts reports.
Long-dated gilt yields surged yesterday as markets caught up with Monday's moves in the US after the bank holiday closure. 30-year yields are now just a whisker away from 5.66%, a level they last saw in 1998. The high cost of borrowing adds yet another headwind for the Chancellor as she works out how to make the sums add up ahead of her autumn budget. And if she was hoping for some relief on interest rates, Catherine Mann, who sits on the BOE's rate-setting committee, says now is not the time. She says policy is not currently tight enough and holding rates is the appropriate thing to do. In London, I'm Ewan Potts, Bloomberg Radio.
Nigel Farage, the leader of Britain's Reform UK party, has vowed to expel tens of thousands of asylum seekers if he wins the next general election. As part of his programme dubbed Operation Restoring Justice, Farage said a reform-led government would remove Britain from the European Court of Human Rights and carry out mass deportations.
The only way we will stop the boats is by detaining and deporting absolutely anyone that comes via that route. And if we do that, the boats will stop coming within days.
The Reform UK leader added that he would scrap the country's Human Rights Act to remove legal routes of appeal and disapply the 1951 Refugee Convention for 5 years. The CEO of the Refugee Council, Enver Solomon, denounced the, quote, toxic narratives that dehumanise refugees and fuel, quote, fear and division across the country.
Elon Musk's SpaceX has successfully launched a test flight of its Starship rocket, achieving new technological milestones after a year of setbacks. Billed as the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, it successfully deployed dummy satellites for the first time and survived most of its journey back down to Earth. Let's take a listen to the moment it launched from SpaceX's Starbase in South Texas.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The rocket's super heavy booster separated as planned before splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico. Starship is at the heart of SpaceX's plans to put Starlink internet satellites into Earth's orbit and one day put humans on Mars.
Those are your top stories on the markets. The European stock 600, the benchmark is up just 0.1%. Here in the UK, the FTSE 100 has added 20 points, up 0.2 at 9,286. On Wall Street, S&P E-minis are currently flat. Nasdaq 100 futures also flat, possibly a sign that investors are holding their breath, waiting on the sidelines before the Nvidia earnings later today. And the benchmark US 10-year is currently yielding 426, yields largely unchanged in the session day. 426 is what's being yielded on the benchmark US 10-year.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
I'm Tom Mackenzie, and this is Bloomberg.
Are you looking for
ओके सो यहाँ पर देखो बिटकॉइन में ना एक जो लोग बिटकॉइन में ट्रेड करते हैं एक ट्रेड यहाँ पर प्लान करेंगे. थोड़ा सा वेट करते हैं. सपोर्ट तो इसमें नीचे है काफ़ी. यहाँ पर कोई नया सपोर्ट तो बना नहीं है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं है. 1,09,250 के आसपास. 1,09,000 से 250 के आसपास एक सपोर्ट था. वहाँ पर वो कल ही आया था शायद. आई थिंक 26 कल थे ना. कल ही आया था एक्चुअली में. तो नीचे सपोर्ट थे वही जैसा मैंने बताया. 1,09,000 से 250 के बीच में. वहाँ कल ही आया था सपोर्ट लेने. आज अभी आया नहीं है. ठीक है, बिटकॉइन में नीचे यहाँ पर कहीं सपोर्ट है। वैसे तो ये सपोर्ट टेस्ट हो गया है कल मैंने जैसा बताया, डीप लेवल से टेस्ट होके आया है ये दोनों ही सपोर्ट एरिया। बट नीचे वाला लेवल अभी भी एक बार टेस्ट होना पेंडिंग है, तो इस एरिया पे आ जाए तो यहाँ एक बाइंग अच्छी कर सकते हो। ठीक है, ये अभी ब्रेक वैसे हुआ नहीं है, बट ये टेस्ट कई कई बार हो चुका है ऊपर 1,09,200 वाला। नीचे 1,08,400 वाला अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ, तो दैट विल बी अ ग्रेट। वहाँ पर प्राइस एक बार डेफिनेटली रुकना तो चाहिए। अगर यहाँ पर नहीं रुका तो फिर प्राइस इसके नीचे एक और लेवल है वहां तक गिर जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली, विच इज़ फार बिलो दैट लेवल। तो नीचे के लेवल और भी स्ट्रांग है बिकॉज वहां पर अभी तक प्राइस आया ही नहीं है इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम ओवर हियर। तो ये लेवल भी आपका काफ़ी स्ट्रांग है। I'm एक्सपेक्टिंग ये नीचे वाले जो दो लेवल हैं इन पे इन तक आ जाए, यहाँ पर कहीं रुके तो बेस्ट रहेगा ट्रेड करने के लिए। ये लेवल भी है सपोर्ट का, इसको भी मान सकते हो सपोर्ट, बट ये टेस्ट हो गया है तो थोड़ा सा अब रिस्की है। नाउ इट इज़ अ काइंड ऑफ अ रिस्की। लेट्स सी क्या होता है, इस बार रुक जाए। वैसे तो मल्टीपल टाइम रुका हुआ है एंड डीप लेवल से बाइंग करके गया है तो थोड़ा सा वीक हो जाता है अगर यहाँ पर एक हायर हाई नहीं बना, जिसके चांसेस कमी है, क्योंकि हायर हाई बनाने के लिए इसको ऑल टाइम हाई को ब्रेक करना पड़ेगा, जो कि मुझे नहीं लगता करेगा ये अब डायरेक्टली यहीं से बाइंग लाके। बाकी रेजिस्टेंस की अगर बात करें 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, इफ यू लुक एट द रेजिस्टेंस राइट नाउ इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम, छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस 1,11,900 के आसपास है, बट वो थोड़ा सा वीक कह सकते हैं, बट है जरूर। मेजर जो एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस की अगर मैं बात करूं तो वो रेजिस्टेंस आपका 1,15,200 के अराउंड है, वो स्ट्रांग है। बीच में कोई रेजिस्टेंस दिख नहीं रहा है वैसे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर बड़ा अजीब सा फॉर्मेशन है, एक सडन ब्रेकआउट न्यूज़ की वजह से, फिर सडन ब्रेकडाउन न्यूज़ की वजह से। बीच में कोई ना कोई रेजिस्टेंस शायद पीक करा होगा, जो कि शो नहीं कर रहा है यहाँ पे, नहीं तो नॉर्मली ऐसा होता नहीं है। कहते हैं फिर भी 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे कुछ अगर क्या बता बना हो रेजिस्टेंस नियर बाय में, और इसमें वही रेजिस्टेंस दिख रहा है मुझे, तो और कोई रेजिस्टेंस नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा। 1,15,200 के आसपास, दैट इज़ द ओनली रेजिस्टेंस आई कैन सी राइट नाउ इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। पर वही 1,15,200 के आसपास ही रेजिस्टेंस है। इसके बीच में कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा वो देखेंगे। अभी मेरे को कोई और रेजिस्टेंस नज़र नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ पे, तो कांट कमेंट ऑन दिस। नीचे आए या फिर अपर लेवल पे जाता है तो, वैसे जिस तरह से नीचे डीप लेवल से बाइंग लेके गया है तो कोशिश कर सकता है एक बार ऊपर जाने का, क्योंकि नीचे आया है तो फिर नीचे सपोर्ट के ब्रेकडाउन होने के काफ़ी हाई चांसेस हैं। और नीचे सपोर्ट ही बहुत सारे हैं मार्केट के पास, तो दीज आर द लेवल्स एज अ रेजिस्टेंस एंड सपोर्ट इन बिटकॉइन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। कोई नया लेवल बनेगा तो और देखेंगे। गोल्ड की अगर बात करें 15 मिनट में, इफ़ यू लुक एट द गोल्ड चार्ट इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम, तो ये भी कल इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होने के बाद आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग से गैप उसी लेवल पे ओपन हुआ था जहाँ कल क्लोज हुआ था, वहाँ से सेल ऑफ अच्छा आया था। थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल हो रखा है काफ़ी टाइम से। कल का लो स्टिल अ सपोर्ट, कल वहाँ से बाइंग वैसे आ गई थी जो बताया था। नीचे आता है तो वही 3,360-50 के आसपास एक सपोर्ट देखेंगे।
But if growth is weak enough to inspire aggressive cars, actually generate high yields in the same way they did 12 months ago. What's your view on that?
I think it really comes down to whether the monetary policy is responding to the growth conditions. And so if we're actually seeing a weakening of economic conditions, actually bonds here look
crude oil in फॉरेक्स में क्रूड ऑयल में भी कुछ मोमेंटम नहीं हो रहा है, हल्का सा गैप डाउन ही दिखा रहा है फिलहाल के लिए ओपनिंग होते हुए। मैं फॉरेक्स का अभी यूज़ नहीं कर रहा हूँ बिकॉज वहाँ मोमेंटम कुछ खास हो नहीं रहा है, ना क्रूड ऑयल में ना नेचुरल गैस में। बट यस, अभी के लिए देखोगे तो हमारा जो कल इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज हुआ था अप्रोक्सीमेटली ऊपर हियर, वहाँ से लगभग अभी देखोगे तो 0.37 पॉइंट डाउन ही चल रहा है। तो अगर रिकवर नहीं हुआ तो हो सकता है हल्का सा गैप डाउन हो, बट कोई बहुत बड़ा गैप डाउन या गैप अप नहीं है। फॉरेक्स में भी कुछ खास नहीं है, वहाँ पे सपोर्ट है MCX के अकॉर्डिंग, जो कल लेवल लगाए थे सेम ही है, कोई चेंज नहीं हुआ है। ओपन होता है तो नीचे बाइंग बन जाएगी। अभी 5 PM पे ओपन होगा तो देखते हैं, अभी तो 1.5 घंटा है, मार्केट क्लोज था वैसे भी। तब तक सिर्फ गोल्ड और बिटकॉइन इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम।
look like a good buy. I mean, look, yields, whether you're looking at long end real yields or nominals, they're at cycle highs at a time when we've seen a clear slowing of the economy. And so, if you look at, for instance, how hedge funds are positioned right now, what you see is actually bonds are a buy, a pretty non-consensus view out there relative to what most people on the street are saying.
How does that stack up with your call on equities?
Well, I think it basically favors, bonds are basically at lows and equities are at highs at a time when growth is slowing. And typically when you see that setup, that's favorable to bonds relative to stocks. And the one area that could come out of this, which is if the Fed does get very aggressively, let's say proactively easy, you're going to see that in the dollar. We saw a lot of, pretty weak dollar response on Friday. And, at a big picture level, the dollar's down somewhat this year, but DXY has traded down into the 80s, into the 70s. And so we're a long way away from a weak dollar environment.
Bob, what happens if they don't cut in September?
Well, I think there's certainly going to be a lot of political pressure that's going to come.
But for equities?
Equities are, it really comes down to the data. I think that's the basic issue is if we see a strong labor market print, then I think equities are going to hold up here and things are going to be fine. But the real challenge, the real risk for the equity market is we see continued soft labor markets, elevated inflation, which will almost certainly come in the next CPI report, and a Fed that is a little hesitant. Now, I think it's going to be quite a pullback. It's going to be hard to see all that data and not cut, given what was indicated on Friday. But that's the risk. The bigger risk for equities is basically that you have weakening growth and you don't get that easing that's necessary.
We've all used that word curious now a few times already this morning. When he described the curious labour market, it's curious that he's putting more emphasis on the demand side of the story and perhaps less on the supply side of the story. Are you doing the same thing?
Well, I think when you think about what's going to drive stocks don't care about the tightness of the labor market. They care about growth. And to the extent that growth is slowing because there's a supply constraint in labor and that's reducing incomes in aggregate in the economy, that's weak for growth and should be weak for stocks. And we've already seen, GDP final sales, nominal final sales was, 2 or 3% in the last quarter. That's very weak relative to the potential, the typical potential of the economy. And so, if you're focused on monetary policy, typically the tightness matters. But if you're focused on stocks and bonds, it's going to come down to what's happening with growth. And so that curiosity isn't really all that relevant to what's going to transpire for stock and bond pricing.
Well, it's good to see you, as always. Thanks for dropping by, sir. Thank you very much. Bob Elliott there of Unlimited Funds. Finally balanced on the Federal Reserve going through the rest of this year. But September, it looks like the Fed chair opened the door wide open for rate cuts.
And what happens if he doesn't, given the fact that he did open that door? Pretty much everyone's expecting him to walk through it. I love what Bob had to say, though. Potentially this is a collective speech, input from other members. And maybe, Jonathan, that is the Fed chair trying to keep the heat off the FOMC right now, but not sure that's going to work with President Donald Trump.
That's the latest on the Federal Reserve. Let's get you the latest stories worldwide with your Bloomberg brief. ECB President Christine Lagarde warning against political interference in central banking. Lagarde saying if monetary policy independence is undermined, quote, it becomes dysfunctional and starts doing things that it shouldn't do. Elsewhere, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney visited Kyiv on Ukraine's Independence Day, pledging support. Speaking alongside President Zelensky, Carney said peace with Russia must come through strength and and did not rule out providing Canadian peacekeepers. And finally, Keurig Dr Pepper agreeing to buy Dutch coffee and tea company JDE for $18 billion. Once the deal is completed, Keurig plans to split the coffee business from other beverage operations. Their stock is negative by 3.4%. Up next on the programme, piling the pressure on the Fed.
President Trump, you're going to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, over her mortgage
I'll fire her
fraud?
if she doesn't resign. What she did was bad, so I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
That conversation up next with George Pollack of Signum, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Snapped a 5-day slide in Friday's session. Equities, the biggest one-day gain since May. Pulling back this Monday morning by about 0.25% on the S&P. No drama here on the Nasdaq 100, down by about 1/3. If you check out the bond market, 2-year, 10-year and 30-year bond yields this morning, higher across the curve after a big rally in Friday's session. We unwind some of that. Check out the very long end of the curve. Yields higher on a 30-year this morning by about 3 or 4 basis points. The 30-year, 4.91. That's the one to watch through the next few weeks. The front end's going to be super anchored by whatever the Fed chair sets us up for relative to the data over the next few weeks. Of course, Anne-Marie went through the data. Payrolls the first week of September, CPI the week after that. Do we see a repeat of last year where they cut rates at the front end and rates at the long end continue to climb by about 100 basis points? That's the bond market set up this morning, under surveillance this morning, piling the pressure on the Federal Reserve.
President Trump, you're going to fire Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, over her mortgage
I'll fire her
fraud?
if she doesn't resign. What she did was bad, so I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
It's the latest this morning. President Donald Trump threatening to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook if she doesn't resign over mortgage fraud allegations. Governor Cook has not been formally charged with any crimes. Joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, good morning.
John, good morning. Well, this really marks the latest escalation by the White House. And I think it's fair to say that it was a little surprising that we didn't hear from President Trump comment directly on the message from Fed Chair Jerome Powell on Friday, but instead escalated this threat to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook if she does not resign over allegations of mortgage occupancy fraud. And we did have the FHFA Director Bill Pulte on Bloomberg Television last week, who told us that this is part of a broader crackdown when it comes to the issue of mortgage fraud. But it's, of course, raising big questions here in Washington, one, over the motivation, but also over any potential legal ramifications, because there is a very high legal bar to remove a Fed official. And we actually saw that protection bolstered by the Supreme Court earlier this year. Now, you mentioned it, but it bears repeating. There have been no formal charges brought against Cook, and she herself responded last week saying that she will not be bullied into leaving her position and that she is gathering the accurate information to answer any sort of legitimate questions. But I don't need to tell you, John, that a potential opening would pave the way for 4 out of 7 of the Fed board seats to be filled by Trump appointees. But that doesn't necessarily mean that President Trump would even get his way when it comes to monetary policy. And we really did hear that sentiment echoed by current and former Fed officials alike. John, I caught up with former Kansas City Fed President Esther George last week, who said that as more pressure comes to bear, that does cloud the public's view, but that ultimately that's not going to cloud the view of the decision makers at the table.
Tyler, what's been the reaction in Washington to the president once again going after a member of the Fed?
Well, it depends who you ask, Anne-Marie. Of course, Republicans have really stood by President Trump's efforts here, saying that he has his fair right to voice his opinion when it comes to the future of monetary policy, and that he's trying to do what's best in his view when it comes to the economy. But we do know that many of those Senate Republicans on the banking committee, for example, have voiced concerns that ultimately, at the end of the day, they do want to see a central bank that is independent and able to make its own decisions. So Republicans, for the most part in Washington, have really been walking that tightrope so that they can be in favor of the president's view, but that they're still making sure that the Fed is data dependent.
Tyler Kendall with the latest. Tyler, thank you. More from Tyler in the next hour. George Pollack of Signum writing the following: Cook is likely not inclined to resign as her term goes until 2038 and would rather have the legal fight determine what for cause actually is. George joins us now for more. George, why is this different to what we saw play out with the former Dallas Fed president Robert Kaplan when he decided this became a distraction over his financial disclosures and he resigned, as did Eric Rosengren for different reasons later on? George, I just wonder why we see this as slightly different.
So at Signum, we see this as slightly different because Governor Cook would understand that if she were to resign and take the hit of resignation, that would give the president an opening to a majority on the Fed Board of Governors. And for the Governor Cook, she views this as completely false and not an accurate allegation, and from Bill Pulte basically misunderstanding what occurred, and she wants to push back. And with her term going through the 2030s, she doesn't want to give up that term, potentially impact her party, potentially impact the Fed's independence, and give the president, while not a clear ability to impact the FOMC, at least take a step forward towards massively changing the Fed, its independence, and how the FOMC votes.
George, at Signum, do you view this as an issue of Fed independence, or is there actual accountability that needs to be brought to the Fed? Has there been poor oversight at the Fed?
I think that's a really fair question. We've seen the nominee for Kugler's remaining term, Stephen Moran, lay out that point. I think one big issue that a lot of people will have with his action against Cook is it's the Trump administration making this argument. And while if the allegations are proven, we understand why the president would feel inclined to fire her, it's difficult for a lot of people from the policy and politics side to understand the Trump administration claiming some sense of propriety or concern about the morals and ethics of government officials while continuing to take certain actions that have raised questions.
George, where is this fight going next? What happens next? Does this end up just in courts?
Well, that's the issue. So we've never actually had a Fed governor fired for cause. So while we have the standard laid out that includes malfeasance or inability or incompetence, the test, it's never been tested. And that's kind of why we think the president will go forward with the firing of Lisa Cook, because either way, either the court backs her or it backs the president, but at the very least, he will be given a roadmap on which to operate and which to understand where the for cause protections apply.
George, I just want to push the legal proceedings to one side because they haven't officially started just yet. And as we've said repeatedly on this programme, and I think you and I have talked about it too, it's difficult to engage with a legal process that hasn't even started just yet. But what's curious to me is some of the language that people are using when they talk about this story. They talk about things about they don't want the president to make a decision to replace Governor Lisa Cook with someone that he wants, and that somehow Lisa Cook herself would be concerned about that. George, as we engage in that conversation, aren't we just accepting that some of these individuals are politically biased themselves?
I think what we're accepting is kind of like a parallel to the Supreme Court, where they preserve their independence, where they maintain their independence, but at the same time, many people in American politics and policy have interpreted it widely as they wear the jerseys of their team, be it Republican or Democratic. And I think as we've seen politics and policies impact theoretically independent institutions like the Supreme Court, and now under President Trump, like the Fed, I think we're just seeing more of a public willingness to discuss the fact that there are politics that are considered in the Fed, and that the Fed doesn't ignore politics. And I know Dr. Sarah Binder at Brookings has laid this out, that the Fed isn't so much an independent institution, but it's more so an interdependent institution, and it depends on protection from institutions like Congress. So we've kind of seen that a transition towards that becoming the more dominant theory.
When it comes to what's next in terms of the Senate getting back in session in September, do you think we're going to see Steve Myron get a vote before the next Fed meeting?
We do. At Signum, we actually think he's going to get a vote before the next Fed meeting, even though that does require the Senate to act quickly, which it's not typically inclined to do. The parallel I have is from the Supreme Court nomination after Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, where they were able to confirm Barrett in 30 days, in 30 calendar days. And that was for the Supreme Court. Myron has already been confirmed for a Senate position, for a Senate confirmable position. He's already served in an economic capacity, and it's for a short-term appointment. It's only for 4 months. Neither the president nor the Senate Republicans will want to have him miss any FOMC meeting that he can sit on. And it's our belief that the president is going to make this into a litmus test and with Chairman Tim Scott generally inclined to go along with the president, we think that making it a litmus test will lead to success and will lead him to sit on the FOMC come the middle of September.
George, do you have any thinking now? Has it changed at all about who do you think Trump's going to pick to be the next Fed chair?
So in our conversations, we've always come around to, the two Kevins. We've seen the conversations about David Malpass. We've seen the reports about a more expanded list of targets from people who are not so much Fed experienced. But we still think in the end, while those names are out there and they're out there for positive reasons and they could bring the independent and disruptive thinking the president seems to want to bring to the Fed, we still think it's more along the lines of people like the two Kevins, more so than out of the box names that we've seen discussed in the past couple of weeks.
George, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Enjoyed the analysis. George Pollock there of Signum on the Federal Reserve. If this was about sports and if this was about performance alone, like who's in the best form right now? The individual in the best form on the FOMC right now is Governor Waller.
Absolutely.
And you nailed it at the top of the programme. The very fact that the chairman's come out a number of months after Governor Waller has and basically echoed everything that Governor Waller's been saying that predated non-farm payrolls after that news conference with Chairman Powell. That tells you the guy who's best positioned to run this central bank at the moment is an individual already on it. It's Governor Waller.
Absolutely. And you could take Bob Elliott's point of view saying maybe Powell was leaning on to some of the input from the doves in the committee, those two dissenters, including Governor Waller at the last Fed meeting. But really, it was almost like Governor Waller wrote that speech. All of these talking points that he has been making for months, Powell has finally come out and said it, which is why many people think he's really the guy that at the end of the day, the president is going to tap. But what's interesting there, George said, he goes back to basically the originals, the OGs we've been talking about for months.
The Kevins.
No one really is talking about this 11-person list that the Treasury Secretary's put out. Even the president himself, Trump, said, it's really just 2 or 3 people, and I'm going to decide on those.
Equities in a moment. If you're just joining us, welcome to the programme. We are negative. We are just off all-time highs. We're down about 0.25% on the S&P 500. Big week coming up for earnings. In just a moment, we'll catch up with Frank Lee of HSBC, raising its price target on NVIDIA going into earnings this week. Plus, we'll catch up with Danny Berger. We'll get you some morning movers with Keurig Dr. Pepper sliding in the pre-market. That stock is down 3.4%. From New York City this morning. Good morning. Equities negative by 0.3% on the S&P 500, pulling back from the best day since May on Friday, and the gains we added to the S&P 500 very, very close to all-time highs on the S&P going into the weekend. Coming out the other side, just a little bit of weakness. Check out the bond market. Just want to focus on the difference between 2s and 30s. The distance between the two, the longest, the widest, going back to 2022 in Friday's session, but that gap is opening up again. We're up by 4 basis points this morning on 30s, 491.21. Just want to note that on the open on Friday, we opened up at 491.93. So that predates Chairman Powell, that 491.93, and we're basically back to those levels. And it's this discussion about what happens at the long end that I think we're all gripped on in fixed income at the moment. Do we see a repeat of what we saw last year? And this could be a massive problem for the Federal Reserve. And a massive problem for the White House too. This White House wants lower rates, but what they ultimately want is lower borrowing costs and lower mortgage rates. And at the moment, there's going to be a big question about whether they get that or not.
This is the biggest conundrum facing them right now. They want the Fed to cut. And part of the reasoning is they say American families, businesses, they want lower rates. They want to get on the mortgages. They want to get on the housing ladder. But what did we see a year ago? The Fed cut rates and mortgages actually went up. And this is an issue, is what if this happens yet again? This doesn't solve the problem that they're looking for.
Just seeing bond yields bleed a little bit higher at the longer end of the curve. Want to finish on foreign exchange, check out euro dollar, and just check out the difference between the two central banks right now, the ECB side versus the Federal Reserve. On Friday, Chairman Powell leaving the door wide open to reduce interest rates on September 17th. The Bundesbank president sitting down with Lisa and TK, basically saying the bar for another rate cut from this ECB still super high. Some euro strength on Friday, just a touch of weakness this morning, down by about 1/3 of 1%, still around 117, 116. 86. As we count you down to the opening bow, that's the price action. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Let's cross over to Danny Berger for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Merger Monday in full swing. Keurig Dr. Pepper will be buying the Amsterdam-listed JDE Peet's. Usually the choir falls when this happens, so not unusual to see shares down about 3.4%. After it's done, Keurig Dr. Pepper will split its coffee and its beverage business into two separate listed entities 7 years after they merge. All of this really just underscoring the difficult environment for beverage companies with changing consumer preferences and some differences in commodity prices. Next, some Washington action affecting single names this morning. After the bell yesterday, we learned that the U.S. government would indeed be buying a 9.9% stake in Intel for $8.9 billion. That funding would be coming from the CHIPS Act. Those shares up 2.4%. The government won't have any voting rights or any other governance rights, but Bernstein analysts underscoring that, sure, Intel needs money, but more than that, it needs customers. Now, the last thing moving on Washington, D.C. action, Wayfair this morning, one of the poorest performers in the pre-market of a certain size, down 5%. Trump, again, after the bell yesterday, announcing that the U.S. would be launching an investigation into furniture being imported into the U.S. He said after that investigation, about 50 days, they would look at sectoral tariffs. So again, Wayfair shares and some of the other furniture makers falling in the pre-market trade, John.
Danny, thank you. Appreciate the update. More from Danny in the next hour. On our radar this morning, one of our top stories worldwide, Fed Chair Jay Powell leaving the door wide open for a rate cut at the central bank's September meeting. Powell highlighting risk to employment and impacts of tariffs on inflation that could warrant adjusting policy. Elsewhere, Vice President J.D. Vance expressing confidence the U.S. can broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Vance saying we've seen significant concessions from both sides in the last 2 weeks.
I think everyone knows what the concessions are on Ukraine's side. The interesting part was really what J.D. Vance, the vice president, was talking about concessions on the Russian side. He said they conceded in the recognition that Ukraine will have to have territorial integrity after the war, that they're not going to be able to install a puppet regime in Kyiv. And then, of course, what they view as a major concession from Moscow was the fact that there will be this security guarantee. You had Mark Rutte go to Kyiv on Friday. They are trying to work out what a security guarantee could look like, this assurances for Ukraine. The issue is, Jonathan, how many times have we been here with this country? Minsk, there was a memorandum in the 90s because of this, and yet again, we still had an invasion. And this is what is going to make it so complicated. But this administration still tries to narrow that gap.
In the 90s, it was Budapest, right?
Yes.
Let's just build on that a little bit, because I imagine that's going to make Ukraine very nervous. And I'm not sure how many people are aware of what was actually agreed in the 90s and how eerily similar some of the language being used now is of that time.
Well, this is the issue. They gave up their nuclear weapons basically, it was the United States said, we will come support you. There will be the security guarantee. And to give up their nuclear weapons, they were supposed to have already territorial integrity. That has not been the case. And that has not been the case for years. I know we've been following this for more than 3 years, but obviously Crimea was a decade ago. We are looking at Putin continuing to infringe on their territory, which is why this is so complicated for the Ukrainians to really digest and swallow.
That's the latest on Russia, Ukraine. Wanted to turn to the chip sector. President Donald Trump sealing a deal with Intel to give the government a 10% stake in the chip maker. Intel saying the government will be a passive owner with no board seat or other governance or information rights. Now, is there anything passive about this White House? This White House is incredibly active.
They are incredibly active. This is just another gambit when it comes to an interventionist approach, when it comes to corporate America. Scott Lincecum of Cato Institute comes on this program a lot. He wrote something, an opinion piece in the Washington Post yesterday, and he said the most immediate risk that Intel's decision will increasingly be driven by political rather than commercial considerations. When the U.S. government is its largest shareholder, they're going to face constant pressure to align corporate decisions with the goals of whatever political party is in power. And this is why so many people are pushing back and concerned, not just with this deal, but the fact that the President of the United States said more to come.
What a move in this sector. Intel higher by more than 2%. Let's stick with tech. Investors looking ahead to Nvidia earnings on Wednesday, hoping the results will ease fears of a bubble. Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie joins us now from London with more. Good morning, Tom. What are we looking for later this week?
Yeah, earnings from Nvidia, of course, dropping late on Wednesday, as you say. Expectations from analysts looking at this stock, they expect to see earnings increasing about 48% year on year from the previous quarter. Of course, on earnings, on revenues, I should say, of around $46 billion US for the quarter. That would be a 54% increase. The question, of course, for many watching this stock is what executives, of course, Jen Huang and the team say about the China piece of this story. The earnings from the big tech companies, the mega cap tech companies, suggest that the spend continues, as you know, John. So it's less about that part of it, really, and it's more about what they have to say in terms of how they're adjusting to the China story, whether or not they are, in fact, designing a new chip for the Chinese market, and if they're any closer to getting that signed off by the Trump administration, and if indeed they think China even wants that chip at this point. Worth remembering as well, as we build up for the results, in terms of the last 2 years, there's been just one miss in terms of the last 8 quarters out of NVIDIA. That was the second quarter 2025. So in terms, second quarter, in fact, I said 2022, in terms of the history of this stock, 7 times out of the last 8 quarters, you've had a beat, just one miss. Expectations, of course, will be high for this stock. It's trading not near its 5-year multiples, but it's at around 34 times forward PE. It's not looking too rich for some, but will the expectations be a little bit too stretched? I think the China story is going to be key.
Investors have been spoiled, that's for sure. Tom, thank you, sir. Tom McKenzie out of London this morning. Let's build on some of this. Frank Lee of HSBC maintaining a hold rating on shares of NVIDIA, raising the price target to 200 ahead of earnings. Frank joins us now for more. Frank, good morning, sir. Let's just talk about what you're bullish on going into the print. What are you hopeful about?
Yeah. So I think going into the print, the fundamentals, the long-term story is still very solid. I think the CapEx spend, as your previous guys just alluded to, still very, very strong. But I agree in terms of, I think, this week's earnings, a lot's going to be on whether they can actually surprise the market, especially the China piece. I think that has, there's a lot of uncertainty in China. I think, so far what we've seen is, a very much a U.S.-focused response is they can't go into China. Now they got the license of H20 to come in. But I think what we've seen in the last couple of weeks is that the China government now is actually reassessing whether or not they're putting pressure on the Chinese customers, perhaps hold off on buying the NVIDIA chips. So I think a big part of the guide for this week is going to be on how much of that guide will include a China piece and how much will not include a China piece.
Well, following what Beijing is telling its firms, the information reported that NVIDIA is asking its component suppliers to halt production related to the H20. So, Frank, does that just say to you that basically the H20 is done when it comes to its shipments to China?
That's a good question, Emery. I think, it's and certainly in the last week or two, we started to see the supply chain talk about, the shipments are being halted on an H20. I think what's difficult to assess, though, is this more of a temporary or is there something longer term? I mean, it could be part of, a strategy behind the overall trade deal, which hasn't been finalized. We do know that there is a B30 chip, a Blackwell chip that NVIDIA is potentially looking to reintroduced to the China market, but that again will also need U.S. government approval as well. So I think net there's a lot of uncertainties for this earnings, especially on the China side. I don't think we have a clear enough assessment to make a bet of whether H20 is dead altogether. But certainly in the near term, there's going to be some volatility, and this is I think a surprise to the overall market.
What about on the U.S. government interventionist side? We, of course, know that the president struck a deal with AMD and NVIDIA that any of these licenses that they get to sell these chips to China means they're going to have to give 15% of profit back to the U.S. government.
Yeah, so again, that's also pretty unprecedented to see this. So I think we don't know if that response perhaps is another trigger for the China government to reassess, in terms of pressure on their own suppliers, their own customers to perhaps hold off. So I think that's one of the difficulties around the NVIDIA narrative is that the China piece has really dominated headlines, but it's also very difficult to actually predict what's going to happen. So we do think that if you take a longer term narrative, the CSP the CapEx spend into 2026 is probably going to be much more important for NVIDIA longer term. But we can't escape, I think, the near-term narrative around China.
Frank, can we just introduce the Intel story into this conversation as well? I just wonder how your thoughts are developing at the moment on this matter. As they look to build out foundry capacity domestically in line with the objectives of the White House, how far along are we going to be? A year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, before the White House turns around and says, NVIDIA, you've got to use it?
Yeah, so I think, look, the market's obviously reacting very positively to this news of the U.S. government directly invested in Intel. It is a confidence booster, but ultimately, I think Intel itself has to execute on its foundry business, which it so far has not. So I think that's going to be the challenge: is that you can have government pressure to to basically use Intel, but Intel needs to deliver first on its own execution to prove to its customers that they can produce the chips in its own fabs. And so far, they haven't really done that yet. So I think this is something we need to watch very carefully over the next couple of quarters to see what that execution is about.
In the meantime, Frank, just how at risk is their revenue in China? What are the Chinese thinking about what's happening stateside?
I think for Intel, it's, they do have some exposure, but that's not where the contention is. Intel doesn't really have very much. They're not very strong in the AI space, especially when it comes to these these GPUs. So I think the majority of Intel's business today are basic traditional CPUs that go into PCs and traditional servers. So I think that's less of a concern right now. So I think for Intel, its biggest problem is they need to get back on its own execution.
Frank, do you think the Chinese government or the authorities there will be comfortable with the fact that the US has taken a stake in Intel?
I think it's something that, I think if you look at where Intel's strategies for U.S. market, I don't think there's very much the Chinese government can respond to it. I think, this is something that, if you think about the majority of the foundry business today, though, is still dominated by TSMC. So Intel's presence in foundry is still very small today. So I don't think it impacts existing businesses. But yes, there is going to be a potential perception issue. But as far as day to day, I don't think there's a big impact right now.
That's one to watch. Frank, appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Looking ahead to earnings from NVIDIA. Frank, leader of HSBC, and how contentious the future might be for this sector.
Absolutely. Wall Street Journal editorial board was pretty scathing on the U.S. government in terms of this. And they talked about the government's support will ease the imperative of Intel become more competitive. And they're saying that basically this is one of the reasons why China's state-owned Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation has struggled. And they're saying in the name of competing with China, the U.S. is imitating its model of state-run business. Quote, Washington is becoming Chinatown.
Intel higher in the pre-market. Equities a little bit softer. We're down by 0.25% on the S&P 500. That's the price action. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. President Donald Trump saying the U.S. is conducting a, quote, major tariff investigation on furniture coming into the United States. Trump says the investigation will end in 50 days and imported furniture will be taxed at a rate that is yet to be determined. Elsewhere, SpaceX postponing the test flight of its massive Starship rocket just before liftoff due to a ground systems issue yesterday. The delay follows
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
This isn't a deep dive on yesterday's news. Instead, you get the latest stories with context.
And that's something you don't get from other news podcasts. So join us for the best from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts around the world, with reporting backed by data and journalists at the center of the stories we cover.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Lisa Mateo.
Lisa, we begin with the latest developments in President Donald Trump's efforts to exert more control over the Federal Reserve. Bloomberg News has learned the Trump administration is reviewing options for exerting more influence on the Fed's 12 regional banks that would potentially extend its reach beyond personnel appointments in Washington. This comes as the president tries to oust Fed Governor Lisa Cook on allegations of mortgage fraud. If he does, it would give him an opportunity to secure a majority on the 7-person Fed Board of Governors. In comments heard right here on Bloomberg Radio, President Trump defended his decision to get rid of Cook at a White House cabinet meeting.
She seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was.
That was President Trump speaking at a White House cabinet meeting. Now, Fed Governor Lisa Cook's lawyer is vowing to file a lawsuit over the president's maneuver to oust her for cause from the Fed Board of Governors.
Well, former Fed Vice Chair Lyle Brainerd is suggesting there's a real risk of multiple Fed district bank presidents getting removed from office next year as a result of politically charged maneuvering by President Trump. Brainerd tells Bloomberg she views the president's attacks on Cook in the context of his broader pressure on the central bank.
Well, I think the Federal Reserve is in an incredibly difficult position here, but you have to remember this is not about an individual governor. This is really an unprecedented attack on the independence of the Federal Reserve as an institution.
Former Fed Vice Chair Lyle Brainerd warned that any political push to revamp the FOMC would run the risk of stoking inflation and longer-term interest rates.
Turning to markets now, Lisa, it is the event investors have been waiting for all week. After the closing bell, NVIDIA reports its latest quarterly earnings, and we get a preview from Bloomberg's Tom Busby.
NVIDIA's Q2 results expected to show the boom in AI demand continues, CapEx continues to grow, and NVIDIA continues to thrive, with its cutting-edge Blackwell chips now in full production and selling well. One worry for the company, though, is China because of U.S. restrictions on which chips it's allowed to sell there, and Beijing urging companies there not to use the older, less powerful chips that NVIDIA does export. Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King speaking to Bloomberg TV on Tuesday about this problem.
What is the U.S. government going to do next? What is the Chinese government going to do next? What products will be allowed to be shipped there? And the unfortunate problem is we don't know.
Bloomberg consensus, though, calls for revenue of $46.23 billion on adjusted earnings per share of $1.01. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thanks, Tom. And as we await the NVIDIA results, some other stocks making news this morning. Bloomberg News has learned the Justice Department is widening its probe of United Health. Now, sources say the DOJ's criminal division is digging into the company's prescription management services, as well as how it reimburses its own doctors. The previously unreported areas of the probe show the scrutiny is broader than was known and goes beyond an inquiry into possible Medicare fraud. Shares of United Health are down about a 0.1% in early trading.
Well, meantime, Lisa, shares of Cracker Barrel are up nearly 7%. The restaurant chain's decided to scrap plans for a new logo. Cracker Barrel faced a backlash on social media since changing its vintage logo by removing a man who was leaning against a barrel from the picture while making the lettering more modern. President Trump weighed in yesterday as well. He posted on social media that Cracker Barrel should restore its old logo and apologize. The change to the more modern logo did lead to a big drop in Cracker Barrel's share price. Now the company says, quote, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have," end quote.
In other news, Nathan, SpaceX celebrating a successful test flight of Starship.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go, as heard live on Bloomberg. The vehicle had lifted off from SpaceX's South Texas launch facility called Starbase. Its Super Heavy booster successfully separated from the Starship spacecraft as planned and then splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico. Advertised as the largest, most powerful rocket ever built, Starship, it's the centerpiece of the company's plans to send huge batches of its Starlink internet satellites into Earth's orbit and carry humans to the moon and eventually to Mars.
And in case you missed it, Lisa, Taylor Swift and her football boyfriend Travis Kelce had a big announcement.
Are you ready for it?
Fans were. The couple announced in a 5-part Instagram post they are engaged. The news has let the games begin on online betting markets. Prediction website Kalshi says gamblers have already made about $80,000 worth of bets on when the wedding's going to be. And Polymarket bettors are gambling on when the couple might have their first baby and if the singer is going to headline next year's Super Bowl halftime show. Travis Kelce is making some news of his own. Besides popping the question, he's teamed up with American Eagle in a co-branded collection. Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update. For that, we bring in Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Nathan. In Major League Baseball, the Mets beat the Phillies on a Brandon Nimmo walk-off single 6-5, while the Yankees knock off the Nationals 5-1. Elsewhere, the Red Sox shut out the Orioles 5-0. Blue Jays fall to the Twins 7-5. Brewers slip past the Diamondbacks 9-8. The Tigers lose to the A's 7-6, while the Dodgers double up the Reds 6-3. The Texas Rangers getting some bad news as Nathan Eovaldi will miss the rest of the regular season due to a rotator cuff strain. On the season, the righty is 11-3 with a 1.73 ERA. At the U.S. Open, two-time Grand Slam winner Coco Gauff struggles to get past Ayla Tomljanovic in 3 sets in the first round. Meanwhile, both Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova advance in straight sets. In the men's draw, top seed Jannik Sinner, Alexander Zverev, Alex de Minaur, and Tommy Paul all move on to the second round. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, Dan. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
The forces shaping markets and the economy are often hiding behind a blur of numbers.
So that's why we created The Big Take from Bloomberg Podcasts, to give you the context you need to make sense of it all.
Every day, in just 15 minutes, we dive into one global business story that matters.
You'll hear from Bloomberg journalists like Matt Levine.
A lot of this meme stock stuff is, I think, embarrassing to the SEC.
Amanda Mull, who writes our Business Week buying power column.
Very few companies who go viral are totally prepared for what that means.
And Zoe Tillman, senior legal reporter.
Courts are not supposed to decide elections. Courts are not really supposed to play a big role in choosing our elected leaders. It's for the voters to decide.
Follow the Big Take podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen. The forces shaping markets and the economy are often hiding behind a blur of numbers.
So that's why we created The Big Take from Bloomberg Podcasts, to give you the context you need to make sense of it all.
Every day, in just 15 minutes, we dive into one global business story that matters.
You'll hear from Bloomberg journalists like Matt Levine.
A lot of this meme stock stuff is, I think, embarrassing to the SEC.
Amanda Mull, who writes our Business Week buying power column.
Very few companies who go viral are totally prepared for what that means.
And Zoe Tillman, senior legal reporter.
Courts are not supposed to decide elections. Courts are not really supposed to play a big role in choosing our elected leaders. It's for the voters to decide.
Follow the Big Take podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
This isn't a deep dive on yesterday's news. Instead, you get the latest stories with context.
And that's something you don't get from other news podcasts. So join us for the best from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts around the world, with reporting backed by data and journalists at the center of the stories we cover.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Lisa Mateo.
Lisa, we begin with the latest developments in President Donald Trump's efforts to exert more control over the Federal Reserve. Bloomberg News has learned the Trump administration's reviewing options for exerting more influence on the Fed's 12 regional banks that would potentially extend its reach beyond personnel appointments in Washington. This comes as the president tries to oust Fed Governor Lisa Cook on allegations of mortgage fraud. If he does, it would give him an opportunity to secure a majority on the 7-person Fed Board of Governors. In comments heard right here on Bloomberg Radio, President Trump defended his decision to get rid of Cook at a White House cabinet meeting.
She seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, and especially that infraction because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was.
That was President Trump speaking at a White House cabinet meeting. Now, Fed Governor Lisa Cook's lawyer is vowing to file a lawsuit over the president's maneuver to oust her for cause from the Fed Board of Governors.
Well, former Fed Vice Chair Lyle Brainerd is suggesting there's a real risk of multiple Fed district bank presidents getting removed from office next year as a result of politically charged maneuvering by President Trump. Brainerd tells Bloomberg she views the president's attacks on Cook in the context of his broader pressure on the central bank.
Well, I think the Federal Reserve is in an incredibly difficult position here, but you have to remember this is not about an individual governor. This is really an unprecedented attack on the independence of the Federal Reserve as an institution.
Former Fed Vice Chair Lyle Brainerd warned that any political push to revamp the FOMC would run the risk of stoking inflation and longer-term interest rates.
Turning to markets now, Lisa, it is the event investors have been waiting for all week. After the closing bell, NVIDIA reports its latest quarterly earnings. And we get a preview from Bloomberg's Tom Busby.
NVIDIA's Q2 results expected to show the boom in AI demand continues, CapEx continues to grow, and NVIDIA continues to thrive, with its cutting-edge Blackwell chips now in full production and selling well. One worry for the company, though, is China because of U.S. restrictions on which chips it's allowed to sell there, and Beijing urging companies there not to use the older, less powerful chips that NVIDIA does export. Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King speaking to Bloomberg TV on Tuesday about this problem.
What is the U.S. government going to do next? What is the Chinese government going to do next? What products will be allowed to be shipped there? And the unfortunate problem is we don't know.
Bloomberg consensus, though, calls for revenue of $46.23 billion on adjusted earnings per share of $1.01. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thanks, Tom. And as we await the NVIDIA results, some other stocks making news this morning. Bloomberg News has learned the Justice Department is widening its probe of United Health. Now, sources say the DOJ's criminal division is digging into the company's prescription management services, as well as how it reimburses its own doctors. The previously unreported areas of the probe show the scrutiny is broader than was known and goes beyond an inquiry into possible Medicare fraud. Shares of United Health are down about a 0.1% in early trading.
Well, meantime, Lisa, shares of Cracker Barrel are up nearly 7%. The restaurant chain's decided to scrap plans for a new logo. Cracker Barrel faced a backlash on social media since changing its vintage logo by removing a man who was leaning against a barrel from the picture while making the lettering more modern. President Trump weighed in yesterday as well. He posted on social media that Cracker Barrel should restore its old logo and apologize. The change to the more modern logo did lead to a big drop in Cracker Barrel's share price. Now the company says, quote, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have," end quote.
In other news, Nathan, SpaceX celebrating a successful test flight of Starship.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go. As heard live on Bloomberg, the vehicle had lifted off from SpaceX's South Texas launch facility called Starbase. Its Super Heavy booster successfully separated from the Starship spacecraft as planned and then splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico. Advertised as the largest, most powerful rocket ever built, Starship, it's the centerpiece of the company's plans to send huge batches of its Starlink internet satellites into Earth's orbit and carry humans to the moon and eventually to Mars.
And in case you missed it, Lisa, Taylor Swift and her football boyfriend Travis Kelce had a big announcement.
Are you ready for it?
Fans were. The couple announced in a 5-part Instagram post they are engaged. The news has let the games begin on online betting markets. Prediction website Kalshi says gamblers have already made about $80,000 worth of bets on when the wedding's going to be. And Polymarket bettors are gambling on when the couple might have their first baby and if the singer is going to headline next year's Super Bowl halftime show. Travis Kelce is making some news of his own. Besides popping the question, he's teamed up with American Eagle in a co-branded collection. Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update. For that, we bring in Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Nathan. In Major League Baseball, the Mets beat the Phillies on a Brandon Nimmo walk-off single 6-5, while the Yankees knock off the Nationals 5-1. Elsewhere, the Red Sox shut out the Orioles 5-0. Blue Jays fall to the Twins 7-5. Brewers slip past the Diamondbacks 9-8. The Tigers lose to the A's 7-6, while the Dodgers double up the Reds 6-3. The Texas Rangers getting some bad news as Nathan Eovaldi will miss the rest of the regular season due to a rotator cuff strain. On the season, the righty is 11-3 with a 1.73 ERA. At the U.S. Open, two-time Grand Slam winner Coco Gauff struggles to get past Ayla Tomljanovic in 3 sets in the first round. Meanwhile, both Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova advance in straight sets. In the men's draw, top seed Jannik Sinner, Alexander Zverev, Alex de Minaur, and Tommy Paul all move on to the second round. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, Dan. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
In our new podcast, Everybody's Business, we talk about the business news that concerns everybody.
From Bloomberg Business Week, I'm Stacey Vanek Smith.
And I'm Max Chafkin.
Each week, we unpack what is happening on Main Street and Wall Street, all the streets. WrestleMania has taken over the U.S. economy.
Poetry that executives write on LinkedIn.
A little actual magic in our underrated story of the
single
week.
greatest marketing campaign the music business has ever seen.
I decided to ask people how they felt about the penny going away. Listen to Everybody's Business wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you looking for a new podcast about
Hey guys, Indian market MCX open होने वाला है 2 मिनट है बस फॉरेक्स में देखोगे अगर नेचुरल गैस को तो हमारा जो मार्केट कल क्लोज हुआ था इंडियन मार्केट की अगर मैं बात करूं तो हमारे इंडियन मार्केट की जो क्लोजिंग आई थी मार्केट वहीं पर ओपन हो रहा है ऑलमोस्ट ठीक है तो नेचुरल गैस ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट ओपनिंग दिखा रहा है कल जहां हमारा इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज हुआ था नेचुरल गैस में उसी एरिया पर ओपन हो रहा है तो ये कल नेचुरल गैस की क्लोजिंग थी यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था वहीं पर कहीं ओपन हो रहा है मार्केट फिलहाल के लिए नीचे आ जाए तो बढ़िया रहेगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग क्योंकि अब दोबारा सेल नहीं करेंगे ऊपर से 2 बार सेल कर चुके हैं कल ही कोई रेजिस्टेंस वहां पर वो एग्जैक्टली है भी नहीं अब तो या तो परसों के ऊपर लेवल पे आए 246 48 पे या फिर नीचे आ जाए क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखो अगर इफ यू लुक एट द क्रूड ऑयल एज वेल तो फॉरेक्स में देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल को तो फ्लैट ही ओपन हो रहा है ये भी शायद हमारा मार्केट जो क्लोज हुआ था कल MCX में वहां से थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन है ज़्यादा नहीं फ्लैट ही मान के चलो कोई बहुत ज़्यादा गैप अप या गैप डाउन नहीं है ठीक है तो कल ये लेवल था एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था एंड देन उसके बाद मार्केट वहीं पर रुक गया था थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन हो रहा है इस लेवल के आसपास तो ये भी सपोर्ट ही था मैंने बताया था कल थोड़ा नीचे वाले सपोर्ट से हम प्लान कर रहे थे, बट ठीक है, ये भी लेवल ठीक ही है, दोनों जगह से बाई कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखना, इतना ही कहूँगा मैं। ठीक है, हो गया मार्केट ओपन इन 5 PM, यस, फ्लैट ओपन। क्रूड ऑयल ऑलमोस्ट, नेचुरल गैस भी फ्लैट ओपन है। ठीक है, 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है, 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट और 8 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। फोरकास्ट देखोगे लास्ट टाइम -6 था, इस बार -1.7, मतलब लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग अगर डेटा ज़्यादा आता है, पर -1.7 से कुछ भी ज़्यादा डेटा आता है, तो इट इज़ बेयरिश फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। तो फोरकास्ट देखोगे, जितना फोरकास्ट था उससे कम है, तो कम ही अगर आता है, सॉरी, जितना फोरकास्ट किया था उससे ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट है, तो अगर ज़्यादा आता है तो इट इज़ बेयरिश। तो फोरकास्ट क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का बेयरिश है प्राइस के लिए। अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है तो प्राइस और गिरेगा। लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है या फिर नहीं। बाकी एक्सपायरी भी है आज सिल्वर ऑप्शन की और गोल्ड मिनी ऑप्शन की, तो ध्यान रखना, गोल्ड मिनी ऑप्शन और सिल्वर मिनी का ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी है आज के दिन। ओके, गैप अप ओपनिंग दिखा रहा है नेचुरल गैस, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है नेचुरल गैस, यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हो। एक सेकेंड, इसको एक बार थोड़ा सा कॉल रेट भी कर लेते हैं। फॉरेक्स में तो फ्लैट ओपनिंग दिखा रहा था, यहाँ काफ़ी बड़ा गैप अप हो रहा है। इंडियन मार्केट फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग चला ही नहीं है, बिल्कुल ही अलग ही मोमेंटम में है। ठीक है, अच्छा है, गैप अप हो गया है सीधा, वेल एंड गुड। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। में ये सपोर्ट जोन ही है, यहाँ पर भी एक छोटा वाला जो कल एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे। ओके, ये है नीचे, यहाँ पर देखते हैं। ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक नेचुरल गैस में भी एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, यहाँ से भी 2 बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है, तीसरी बार आया है। थोड़ा बुलिस है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लग रहा है, थोड़ा नहीं काफ़ी ज़्यादा बुलिस। अब बीच में इतना बड़ा गैप अप हुआ है तो नीचे सपोर्ट भी कोई एग्जैक्टली बनेगा नहीं है, वही लेवल हमें कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा एज अ सपोर्ट, जो कल का लेवल कंसिडर किया हुआ है। इसको भी अब रिमूव ही कर देते हैं, जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। ये लेवल सपोर्ट की तरह काम कर जाएगा मोस्टली, क्योंकि यहाँ पर और कोई लेवल है नहीं, और सीधा गैप अप हुआ है एमसीएक्स में, तो दैट लेवल अगेन एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट। बस अब ये देखते हैं कि ये नीचे इसको जाएगा ट्रेड करना या नहीं। तो यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड नीचे, ये सपोर्ट कंसिडर करते हैं इस एरिया के आसपास। गैप अप नहीं होता तो ये इजीली हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते थे कि मार्केट सीधा ही बीच में कोई नया सपोर्ट नहीं बनाता, बट ये गैप अप हुआ है तो ये सपोर्ट कहलाएगा।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. President Trump's push to exert more control over the Federal Reserve might not end with his bid to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Bloomberg News has learned the Trump administration's looking at ways it can influence how the Fed's 12 regional bank presidents are vetted. Those positions are filled by the bank's private sector boards and the Fed Board of Governors and are not Senate confirmed. President Trump says he's already thinking of replacements for Cook.
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision.
President Trump spoke at a cabinet meeting heard live on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta has more on what replacing Cook could mean.
There's a lot of concern about how he can actually do that. Remember, there are 7 members of the Federal Reserve Board, but there are other voting members as well. And there's a clear question here of just how much authority he actually has in terms of firing as opposed to replacing, as opposed to influencing policy. And we've had kind of touch points of this throughout history with various presidents, but never to this extent, and never an outright question of to what extent some of the replacements of the Federal Reserve come at the discretion of the president.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta. Now, Governor Cook has promised to sue over the president's effort to oust her for alleged mortgage fraud. CNBC reports that suit could be filed today. There's a lot happening on the trade front this morning. Japan plans to send its top trade negotiator back to Washington tomorrow. It would be Ryosei Akazawa's 10th visit to the U.S. since the start of trade talks. Japan wants the U.S. to cut tariffs on cars and car parts to 15% and to end stacking of previous duties onto the 15% universal rate. Now, both sides struck a trade deal last month, but the U.S. has yet to deliver on its promises. And Bloomberg News has learned the European Union plans to fast-track legislation by the end of the week that would remove all tariffs on U.S. industrial goods. The bill would also give preferential rates to certain seafood and agricultural products. President Trump has demanded those changes in exchange for lower tariffs on European cars. Higher tariffs on India's goods are in effect as of 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. The 50% rate doubles a previous 25% duty as a punishment for India's purchases of Russian oil. Bloomberg's Shruti Srivastava reports the tariffs cover about 55% of shipments to India's largest export market, the U.S.
It also, impacts some of the labor-intensive sectors which provide, a huge number of jobs in India. Sectors like footwear and leather, gems and jewelry, textiles. These are all labor-intensive sectors. And with such high tariffs, exporters are already seeing buyers putting orders on hold.
Bloomberg Shruti Srivastava reports goods like electronics and pharmaceuticals are exempt for now. That means Apple's massive factory investments in India will not be slapped with higher tariffs. Today, U.S. and Israeli officials plan to meet in Washington to discuss the aftermath of the war in Gaza. White House Special Envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News this week that President Trump would chair the meeting, though it's not on his official schedule. It comes as ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas show little sign of movement, and with outrage building over Israel's strikes this week on a southern Gaza hospital that killed 20 people, including journalists. The Israeli military has said it will investigate the hospital attack. For investors this morning, it seems all eyes are on earnings and the big report coming after the closing bell today from NVIDIA. Bloomberg Intelligence tech analyst Robert Lee says anticipation is once again high.
For us to avoid the inevitable profit taking, which is something we typically see post results with NVIDIA, the company really needs to either deliver a major surprise in reported numbers or guidance, simply put. The H20, which is the specific chip that President Trump more recently allowed the company to continue exporting into China. I think a lot of the discussion and the debate is clearly going to be about that.
Robert Lee with Bloomberg Intelligence, and ahead of the earnings, NVIDIA shares are up nearly 1% pre-market. This morning, we got earnings results from Kohl's. The department store chain now says its comparable sales will be down no more than 5% this year. It's better than a previous estimate of a 6% decline. Kohl's shares pre-market are surging nearly 19%. We also heard from J.M. Smucker, the maker of PB&J, reported lower sales of its coffee, dog snack, and baked goods brands. J.M. Smucker shares pre-market are down 5%. The broader market not doing a whole lot. S&P, Dow, and NASDAQ futures all little change to the upside ahead of NVIDIA's earnings after the close. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
तो यहाँ पर ये नेचुरल गैस में एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड रहेगा, एरिया ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है यहाँ पर। तीसरी बार आ रहा है यहाँ पर प्राइस। पहली बार एक सेलिंग आई थी, दूसरी बार एक और सेलिंग आई थी, लोअर लो बना है सेकंड टाइम, तो थर्ड टाइम थोड़े बहुत सेलर यहाँ पर बचे होंगे डेफिनेटली। मैं उससे ज़्यादा क्या ही रखें उसमें। ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के ऊपर ही निकलता आ रहा है। वाओ, ज्यादा ही बुलिश हो गया नेचुरल गैस। लुक एट द कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो, दिस वन एज वेल। लास्ट कैंडल तो नॉर्मली थी। डायरेक्टली ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है। करंट कैंडल ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली एंट्री नहीं कर सकते। ऐसा लग रहा था ब्रेक कर देगा नीचे, बट नहीं। ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के ऊपर ही निकल रहा है। एग्जैक्टली ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है। 248.5, 248.5। ठीक है, देखो नीचे आना है तो नीचे क्लोज करना पड़ेगा। अपनी या तो लो ब्रेक करे या फिर वापस 248.5 के नीचे क्लोज करे, तभी एंट्री करेंगे। सडनली ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे। न्यूज़ का होता नहीं, कोई न्यूज़ ऐसा कोई डेटा तो नहीं आया है। क्या होता ब्रेकआउट ही कर रहा हो सच में रेजिस्टेंस एरिया का। लेट्स सी, अभी एंट्री बनी नहीं है, देखते हैं। क्योंकि अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हो गया यहाँ पर सस्टेन कर जाता है 249 250.5 के ऊपर, तो फिर थोड़ा ऊपर ही चला जाएगा। Sure. नॉर्मली इस तरह की कैंडल तभी बनती है या तो कोई न्यूज आ जाए या फिर मार्केट अननेसेसरी ब्रेकआउट करने या फिर वहां पर जो ऐसे लगे हैं उनको हिट करने की कोशिश करे। अदरवाइज ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनने का कोई सवाल नहीं उठता। तो कोई न्यूज़ तो है नहीं ऐसी सडनली। तो मोस्टली या तो ब्रेकआउट की कोशिश है या फिर एसएलएट करने की कोशिश है। तो एंट्री का वेट करना। ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, या तो अपना लो ब्रेक करके नीचे आ जाए वापस क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे सेम कैंडल। ना भी आए तो भी चलेगा, कोई इशू नहीं है। नेक्स्ट कैंडल आ जाए इस तरह से इस लेवल के नीचे, अपने लेवल के नीचे, एंट्री बन जाएगी। अगर ब्रेकआउट हो गया, दो कैंडल कंजिक्यूटिवली क्लोज जाती हैं अपर लेवल पे, तो फिर हम अवॉइड ही करेंगे। फिर वो ब्रेकआउट ही माना जाएगा। अभी भी ब्रेकआउट हुआ नहीं है। ऊपर ब्रेकआउट होता है तो फिर सीधा वही 254 255 के अराउंड नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस वही है। ठीक है, वो थोड़ा सा इसके ऊपर ही है, वो भी लगा देते हैं। क्योंकि अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज जाती है लेवल के ऊपर और ये एंट्री नहीं बनती है, तो फिर सीधा नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस तक जाना ही है उसको। दैट इज द नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस जोन। लेट्स सी, 9 मिनट है, कैंडल क्लोज आती है नहीं आती है, देखते हैं। थर्टी सेम ही है वो लेवल। जैसे ही है, इसमें नहीं हुआ, स्ट्रांग है। वॉल्यूम देखोगे अभी बैलेंस ही है सेलिंग और बाइंग साइड पे। मार्केट कैंडल ऊपर जरूर जा रही है लेकिन सेलिंग और बाइंग का वॉल्यूम सेम ही है। नहीं चलेगा, कोई सही है। को लूप पे नहीं कर सकते, सेल्फ इशू क्रिएट कर देगा। गॉट इट। अपर सर्किट वो क्लोज हो गया ऑलरेडी। 6 मिनट में देखते हैं। एक्सपेक्टेड रेंज ये है, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं। ठीक है। अभी 5:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन हुआ है, बिल्कुल हुआ है। 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग भी है। फाइव थर्टी की कैंडल पे 5:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन होता है, तो उसमें लग रहा है उसी का वॉल्यूम आया है। अगर ये क्लोज हो गई इस लेवल के ऊपर तो एंट्री होगी नहीं इसमें, इस लेवल पे याद रखना। फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस है वहीं से मार्क कर लेंगे। ज़्यादा ही वॉल्यूम आ गया लगता है। नेक्स्ट कैंडल भी कहीं ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने। 4 मिनट है, लगता तो नहीं नीचे आएगा वापस। 248.5 के नीचे नहीं आया तो याद रखना एंट्री मत लेना, ऊपर वाले लेवल से री एंट्री कर लेंगे। क्लोजिंग का वेट कर लेते हैं। हाँ ठीक है, अपर लेवल है। 255 करो। ठीक है। वहाँ पर हो सकता है कॉल्स आउट हो सकती है। फ्यूचर भी सेल कर सकते हैं। हाँ मिनिमम इतना चलेगा, कोई सा नहीं है। भी देखोगे बिल्कुल ही वहीं का वहीं स्टक हो गया है। नीचे वहां पर भी नहीं है। एक बार चेक करता है। ये 50 सेकेंड से मुश्किल है, नीचे नहीं आएगा शायद। 248.5 के नीचे नहीं आता है तो ब्रेकआउट माना जाएगा, ठीक है, एंट्री नहीं मानी जाएगी। करना ही मत। ऊपर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, वहां से ट्राई करेंगे। रिमेंबर सेम चीज वहां पर भी अप्लाई होगी, वहां पर भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने कैंडल। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली 530 की कैंडल थी इसलिए ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है। अब तो नॉर्मल कैंडल बननी चाहिए। अगर हाँ फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी तो डायरेक्ट एंट्री मत करना। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्ट एंट्री बनती नहीं है, बिकॉज टारगेट भी ये रखेंगे नीचे। फिर पहला ये ब्रेकआउट हो गया है तो फर्स्ट ये, इसके नीचे आएगा तो सेकंड वन, दिस वन। 10 सेकंड, ठीक है। पूरा जोन ही रेजिस्टेंस का है, ध्यान रखना। 2.5 टू 2 पॉइंट इज इनफ एसएल, इससे बड़ा एसएल नहीं। ठीक है, हो गई। कैंडल नहीं आई नीचे, देखो 248.5 के नीचे नहीं आई तो वी कांट कंसीडर दिस एज अ रेजिस्टेंस। ओपन इक्वल टू लो थी 248.5 to 48.5। अगेन वी हैव टू एंटर ऑन दिस लेवल, बट ये टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा रखा हुआ है तो इसको थोड़ा सा डायरेक्टली मत जाना उतने बड़े टारगेट के लिए, क्योंकि ये लेवल अब ब्रेकआउट मान लिया गया है तो इसको एज अ फर्स्ट टारगेट मानेंगे, विच इज अराउंड 248.5। सेम 48 ठीक है। ऑप्शन सॉर्ट कर सकते हैं। हाँ, ठीक है, बढ़िया। ये पहला है, ये दूसरा। ठीक है, ये पहला मानेंगे और इसके नीचे आएगा तो वो सेकंड टारगेट, क्योंकि अब ये ब्रेकआउट हो गया है तो दिस लेवल आल्सो एक्ट लाइक एज सपोर्ट। देखना पड़ेगा काम करता है नहीं करता, बट नहीं, उसको भी होल्ड कर लेंगे, कोई इशू नहीं, चलेगा। वॉल्यूम चेक कर लो। ठीक है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं है, नॉर्मल कैंडल में कन्वर्ट हो गई, हुई ओपन ये भी थी ओपन इक्वल टू लो, बट नाउ कन्वर्टेड इन नॉर्मल कैंडल, अपना ओपन इक्वल टू लो ब्रेक कर चुका है। नहीं ऐसा भी जरूरी तो नहीं है। ठीक है, वो एक सपोर्ट जोन है, तो प्राइस जब फॉल करता है उस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे, तो ये जो लिक्विडिटी एरिया है यहाँ पर प्राइस नहीं होल्ड करना चाहिए, किया तो समझो फिर वो नीचे सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो जाता है। ये स्टैंडर्ड रूल है, जैसे यहाँ पर हुआ है। यहाँ आया बाइंग हो गई, फिर आया बाइंग हुई, यहाँ पर अगर डायरेक्ट आया प्राइस ऊपर गया, अब प्राइस ने कहाँ सपोर्ट लिया है, ओवर हियर, तो वेरी लेस चांसेस कि अब नीचे आके होल्ड करेगा। सेम कहानी यहाँ पर है, ठीक है, यहाँ पर आया बाइंग एक बार, सेकेंड टाइम, ये भी है थर्ड टाइम, तो अब जैसे भैया जैसे कि अगर यहाँ फिर से आता है तो ये ब्रेक हो जाएगा। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक कर दो फटाफट से। नेक्स्ट मंथ में भी है प्रीमियम, अच्छा है। हाँ वो स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन में आता है। ठीक है, सेम जैसे यहाँ पर हुआ है, बाइंग हुई, बाइंग आई, फिर नीचे आया प्राइस, यहीं से आ गया। तो उन लोगों ने क्या किया, यहाँ से अपने पहले ऐसे यहाँ थे, बाइंग उठाई, अब यहीं से बाइंग कर ली है, इसका मतलब तो यहाँ आ गए, तो प्राइस यहाँ पर आएगा तो उड़ा देगा, तो ये वीक हो चुका है इस केस में। कॉटन ठीक है, चलें यहाँ से आई, कोई से नहीं, फिर से यहाँ से आई, अब प्राइस यहीं से सेलिंग करके मार्केट एक नया लो बना दिया, इसका मतलब अब नहीं सेल करेंगे इस पर, जितनी सेलिंग आनी यहीं से ले आएंगे लास्ट। सिक्स पी एम होने वाला है, कोई डेटा तो नहीं है 6 PM पे, 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा सीधा। क्रूड को ये क्रूड ऑयल आएगा नीचे तो देखेंगे, नहीं आ रहा तो अभी थोड़ा वेट ही करते हैं क्रूड ऑयल में भी। जल्दी नहीं आया तो फिर थोड़ा सा कहीं बॉटम यही ना बना दे। इसको भी रिमूव कर दो। हो सकता है कोई रिटेस्ट हो। वही जितनी देर लगेगा उतना फिर। ये इतना स्मॉल सा यही है लेवल। वाह। यहाँ पर एक ये प्लान हो सकता है, क्या करा। ओके देखो यहाँ पर क्रूड ऑयल में भी ना एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान कर सकते हैं। इसमें थोड़ा सा ऑप्शन मत ट्राई करना, बीच में ले रहे हैं, कुछ है तो नहीं करने के लायक, रुकना पड़ जाएगा नहीं तो काफ़ी देर तक। 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन हो जाएगा, तो अगर एक थोड़ा सा ट्राई कर रहे हो कम रिस्क के साथ, ये एक ट्रेड प्लान कर सकते हो। ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना इस ट्रेड में, ठीक है। मिडल ऑफ द लेवल लगा रहा हूँ, ऐसी स्ट्रेटजी के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं है, बट वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा लग रहा है सेलिंग का। तो एक अगर छोटा सा प्लान करना चाह रहे हो तो ये एक प्लान कर सकते हो। अगेन रिस्क ज़्यादा मत लेना इस क्रूड ऑयल के सेलिंग वाली ट्रेड में, ठीक है। डोंट टेक द हाई रिस्क। छोटा सा एसएल है 15 पॉइंट का, नॉट मोर देन दैट, क्योंकि बीच में कुछ हो नहीं रहा है बिल्कुल ही। इस एरिया पे कल अटका था, वहीं अटका हुआ है, बट थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा लग रहा है कि वॉल्यूम जा सकता है। बाकी या तो एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे ही आ जाए प्राइस, वो भी नहीं आ रहा है। तो थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पे है ट्रेड। अगर प्लान कर रहे हो छोटा सा रिस्क लेके, नहीं लेना है रिस्क तो अवॉइड कर सकते हो, ठीक है, बट थोड़ा सा रिस्की जरूर रहेगा ये ट्रेड, क्योंकि एग्जैक्टली कोई किसी लेवल पे नहीं बना रहा हूँ, मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल है, तो वहाँ पर थोड़ा रिस्क इन्वॉल्व जरूर रहता है। कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्ट एंट्री मत करना सेलिंग में। अगेन जो लोग नहीं लेना चाहते हैं रिस्क, अवॉइड भी कर सकते हैं, जरूरी नहीं है लेना ही है। जो थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हैं उनके लिए बस। बाकी देखते हैं, आ तो जाएगा किसी ना किसी लेवल पे, ठीक है। थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पर इसलिए लिख दे रहा हूँ यहाँ पर। वो नीचे वाले देखते हैं एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे कहाँ पर आता है ना। यहीं से सपोर्ट दे रहा है, इसका मतलब फिर वो अगर नीचे आएगा तो ब्रेक हो जाएगा। करेक्ट, ये नीचे आएगा तो ब्रेक कर देंगे इजीली। ये ऐसा फिर होना नहीं चाहिए, इसमें जो इस तरह के मोमेंटम फिर वो कैच ही नहीं हो सकते, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। तो यहीं पर आके रुकना चाहिए था उसको, बट अभी यहाँ आएगा तो ब्रेक हो जाएगा इसे, और ये ब्रेक होगा तो फिर नीचे वाले लेवल पे जब पहुँच जाएगा। ओह, ये तो यहीं ब्रेक हो गया था आई थिंक। तो बेस्ट हो ये कि डायरेक्टली आ जाए ना 1 2 3 जैसे यहाँ पर बना है। आने पे एंट्री इजीली बन जाती है, बट जहाँ पर डायरेक्टली आया वो ब्रेक भी इजीली हो जाता है। तो मोल प्रॉन है वो लेवल जहाँ पर डायरेक्टली ना आया है। करेक्ट। मैं पहली बार में सारी सेलिंग इन लोगों ने ऑब्जर्व कर ली, फिर ये लोअर लो बनाया, लोअर हाई, तो ब्रेकआउट करने चला गया। गॉट इट। हाँ इसीलिए शायद वो है मोस्टली। एसआर जेट क्या है? सेलर रेजिस्टेंस जोन, सेलर का रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। लॉन्ग सपोर्ट, सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रिटेस्ट किया, ब्रेकआउट हुआ, फिर से रिटेस्ट कर दिया। अजीब है, ना रिटेस्ट कर रखा है इन लोगों ने। क्रूड ऑयल का ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना गाइस, थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पे है, कोई एग्जैक्ट लेवल नहीं है इसलिए लगाया हुआ है, तो वही लोग लें जो थोड़ा सा रिस्क ले सकते हैं। बाकी एंट्री करने से पहले थोड़ा सा कैंडल का भी ध्यान रखें, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्ट एंट्री ना करें, ठीक है। जैसे अभी एक कैंडल देख रहे होगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है, रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे एंट्री नहीं करते हैं। 5584 ओपन है, लो 5584 है, अपना लो ब्रेक करे या वापस लेवल के नीचे ही क्लोजिंग दे, अगर लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज हो गया तो वो ब्रेकआउट ही माना जाता है फिर, जैसा नेचुरल गैस में लोअर एंड पे हुआ था। डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है यहाँ पर लेवल को मार्क करना। ऐसे ही कि वो डायरेक्टली एंट्री देते हैं हमें। क्या 2 बार एक ही लेवल पे काफ़ी है, 2 बार से ज़्यादा तो वैसे रिस्की हो जा रहे हैं लेवल आजकल। और अब कैसे एंट्री कर सकते हैं, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। ये तो स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है अभी लेवल। नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट नीचे कहाँ तक आ सकता है, समझा नहीं मैं। सपोर्ट कहाँ तक आ सकता है मतलब नीचे प्राइस कहाँ तक जा सकता है, आप ये क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो शायद। नहीं, आज एक क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है 8 बजे, उसके अलावा और कोई डेटा नहीं है। नीचे देखो, अभी यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस और था, उसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, तो एक लेवल ये है हमारे पास। ये पहला टारगेट है, यहाँ तक गिर सकता है। बाकी जब तक ऊपर ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता प्राइस 258 के ऊपर, तब तक ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस रहेगा ही रहेगा। भले ही वो प्राइस उस लेवल पे साइडवेज चला जाए, फिर कुछ भी हो। हाँ, अगर प्राइस कहीं 245 246 के नीचे सस्टेन कर गया तो वापस कल के हाई तक पहुंच जाएगा, इस एरिया तक। नहीं लिया तो वापस ऊपर जाएगा, तो वापस री एंट्री कर सकते हैं। ऐसा होता होगा कि डायरेक्टली अगर फॉल कर रहा है तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वहां पर रुक सकता है। कोई लॉजिक भी तो नहीं है। इसका क्या है, इसमें तो ओके, सो वो सेम ही रहेगा। 6:30 हो चुका है, आधा घंटा और यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग में, ओनली 30 मिनट लेफ्ट। वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है, रिस्की ट्रेड ध्यान रखना, इसमें एसएल जाएगा तो होल्ड मत करना, ठीक है? इस रिस्की ट्रेड को अवॉइड करना, ये नहीं कि अननेसेसरी एसएल जाए और बैठे रहो, वैसी रिस्की ट्रेड है, उसमें और ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते। नहीं है, क्लियर है। वो वॉलेटाइल हो जाएगा ऑलरेडी ना। उसको नीचे ही है, बस वॉलेटिलिटी क्रिएट कर रहा है, नथिंग एल्स। उसका हाई और दोनों का हाई सेम है। ये एग्जैक्ट लेवल पर ही तो है। यहाँ पर भी कहीं पर हुआ होगा डेफिनेटली, ये है। ये रेजिस्टेंस है इसका क्या ब्रेकआउट हुआ है तो ये रीटेस्ट बन जाता है ना ऑटोमेटिकली। करेक्ट। तो सी वो भी तो होल्ड कर रहा है। लेट्स सी। ओके सो यस दिस इज द लेवल perfectly fine. काफ़ी लिक्विडिटी है अभी की बस सेलिंग आई है ना बिकॉज हैवी सेलिंग रेजिस्टेंस एरिया अभी भी है। सीधा लास्ट दिन के बाद करना होना चाहिए लास्ट जो इट मीन्स अभी आया नहीं है एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे। दिस इज ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट हो गया इसका ऑलरेडी। डोंट नो होल्ड इस पर होगा नहीं। ठीक है, वॉल्यूम देख लेंगे। दोनों में सेम ही आता है। नेचुरल गैस बुक और होल्ड। नेचुरल गैस में कौन सा बुक करना है भाई? रेजिस्टेंस पे आने वाला है, सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनेगा तो यहाँ पर सेलिंग का ट्रेड लेंगे एक। ओके 10 मिनट बचे गाइस, ध्यान रखना यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है। ये कैंडल के बाद नेक्स्ट कैंडल सीधा यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल रहेगी। ओके ये है, यस ओके ओवर हियर। हाँ ठीक है, तो कल ऑलरेडी निकल गया। इसमें अच्छा टारगेट मिल गया था ऑलरेडी, या इसको कह सकते हैं। नेचुरल गैस कुछ ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो गया आज, वाह। ऑलमोस्ट 8% अप है। गैप अप देन कंटिन्यूसली मूविंग अप, साइड डाउन भी नहीं आ रहा है। डबल अपर सर्किट पे ना चला जाए, इक्वल है। यूएस मार्केट में फिर से थोड़ी सी वॉलेटाइल कैंडल बन सकती है, दोनों ही जगह, क्रूड में भी नेचुरल गैस में भी। तो कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने बस, बिकॉज अगर फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना तो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर देगा दोनों ही जगह, क्रूड में भी नेचुरल गैस में। चलो क्रूड ऑयल में फिर भी थोड़ा रिस्की ट्रेड है। नेचुरल गैस में ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन गई नेक्स्ट कैंडल, नॉट गुड। थोड़ा और वेट करेंगे। ओके सेम ही लेवल होगा। या तो शॉर्टिंग का ही ट्रेड। 4 मिनट और है, 4 मिनट। हाँ दोनों सेम ही रहते हैं। वॉल्यूम पे यूएस मार्केट के बाद। श्योर। ओके 4 मिनट रह गए हैं यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में। यहाँ पर याद रखना नेक्स्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने, ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस में अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी तो एंट्री मत करना उसमें वापस से। और जिन लोगों ने करी है अपना ऐसे थोड़ा कॉस्ट पर रख लेना बिफोर यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग। 7:15 की 15 मिनट की कैंडल देखते हैं, अगर वापस ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी तो अवॉइड ही करेंगे वापस से, या निकाल देना उस ट्रेड को, सेलिंग वाले को। वी डोंट नीड ये ओपन इक्वल टू लो बने और रेजिस्टेंस को फिर से ब्रेक कर दे। तो नेचुरल गैस में ये सेलिंग का ट्रेड यहाँ पर है, ध्यान रखना। ओपन इक्वल टू, ये कैंडल तो नॉर्मली है, ये ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं है, इसका ओपन इक्वल टू लो सेम नहीं है, डिफरेंस है 0.1 का। तो नॉर्मल कैंडल ही कंसिडर करेंगे। नेक्स्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी तो फिर वो ब्रेकआउट के लिए ना चला जाए, जैसे यहाँ पर गया था इस एरिया पे। 2 मिनट लेफ्ट, ठीक है। जिन लोगों ने सेल किया अपना एसएल भी थोड़ा स्ट्रिक्ट रख लेना बिफोर यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी कुछ खास हो नहीं रहा, अगर ये नहीं आता है इस कैंडल पे नीचे और इसमें भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना दिया तो फिर इस रिस्क की ट्रेड वैसी रिस्की है, इसमें भी फिर हम थोड़ा सा कोशिश करेंगे कि और ऊपर आने दें और फिर वहां से सेल करें, ठीक है। तो अगर ये कैंडल नेक्स्ट कैंडल क्रूड ऑयल में भी अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनती है तो ये रिस्क की ट्रेड में भी दोबारा एंट्री मत करना। फिर कोशिश करेंगे कि प्राइस थोड़ा ऊपर ही आ जाए और फिर यहाँ से ऐसे सेलिंग दे अराउंड 5620 के आसपास। तो हाई बना के आ जाए तो नीचे वेल एंड गुड, बिकॉज दैट केस वो सीधा ही नीचे आ जाएगा। तब तक ये ऊपर जाके फिर नीचे आ सकता है लिक्विडिटी लेने के लिए। फोर्टी सेकेंड्स, ओके। नेचुरल गैस को सॉर्ट कर सकते हैं, वेट कर लो अब तो। अगर किया हुआ है तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो, यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है 30 सेकंड में। कल की क्लोजिंग के ऊपर ओपन हुआ है क्रूड, तो ऊपर जाने की संभावना है क्या? देखो अगर इसको आना है तो यहीं से सीधा गिर जाना चाहिए। अगर ये नहीं गिरता है ना इस कैंडल पे, जो कि नहीं गिर रहा है, और नेक्स्ट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना दी तो थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर जाके गिर सकता है। बाकी अभी के लिए तो यार मुझे कल का हाई इन द सेंस ऑफ 5650 के ऊपर जाता हुआ तो नहीं दिख रहा है ये फिलहाल के लिए। और एक तो बिल्कुल ही कल साइडवेज चला गया था, आज उसी साइडवेज मोमेंटम में ही चल रहा है अभी भी। ठीक है, क्रूडल मूव ही नहीं कर रहा, क्रूड ऑयल मूव ही नहीं कर रहा है। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में देखो एक लेवल यहाँ पर मैंने, लेवल क्या है वो बीच का बीच में ट्रेड बना रखा है, इस पर दोबारा एंट्री मत करना अब क्रूड ऑयल में, ठीक है, इस ट्रेड में दोबारा एंट्री मत करना, थोड़ा ये वैसी रिस्की है, इसको प्राइस को ना थोड़ा और ऊपर आने दो। जिस तरह से कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है, वॉल्यूम भी इंक्रीज नहीं हो रहा। थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हुआ था जब ये प्राइस ऊपर जा रहा था सेलिंग का, बट फिर से वो वॉल्यूम इक्वल हो गया बाइंग और सेलिंग दोनों साइड पे। फिर से सेल मत करना इसको, और ऊपर जाने दो। ठीक है, इस रिस्की ट्रेड में दोबारा एंट्री मत करना, लेट इट गो। ठीक है, कोई नहीं, थोड़ा और ऊपर आने देता है। ठीक है, थोड़ा और ऊपर आता है ना, फिर ट्राई करेंगे इसमें, अगर करेंगे तो दोबारा मत एंट्री करना क्रूड ऑयल में, वो रिस्की ट्रेड में, भले ये नीचे आना स्टार्ट क्यों ना कर दे। नॉट इंटरेस्टेड ना, इसमें वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा इंक्रीज होता हुआ मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा। यहाँ पर जरूर इंक्रीज हुआ था जब ये प्राइस यहाँ से स्लोली स्टडी ऊपर जा रहा था, सेलिंग का प्राइस इंक्रीज, सेलिंग वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज हो रहा था और बाइंग का वॉल्यूम डिक्रीज हो रहा था। फिर जैसे ये रेड कलर की कैंडल बनी नीचे, वापस वॉल्यूम देखोगे तो वॉल्यूम वापस इक्वल हो गया, जबकि सेलिंग का वॉल्यूम स्टिल बढ़ना ही चाहिए यहाँ पर लॉजिकली तो। या तो फिर नीचे आ जाने दो। बाकी 8 बजे इन्वेंट्री भी है, याद रखना क्रूड ऑयल की आज। नहीं आया मोमेंटम आधे आधे घंटे में नेक्स्ट, तो फिर शायद मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली इन्वेंट्री के बाद ही आएगा। बाकी फोरकास्ट देखोगे इन्वेंट्री का, तो लास्ट टाइम -6 थी, इस बार -1.7 है, लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है तो मार्केट को और गिरना ही चाहिए क्रूड ऑयल को, अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आया तो। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस की नॉर्मली कैंडल है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं है, बट क्रूड ऑयल में मत करना, क्रूड ऑयल में गिर जाना चाहिए था लॉजिकली तो। अभी तक वॉल्यूम नहीं इंक्रीज हो रहा है तो अवॉइड ही करेंगे। थोड़ा और ऊपर आ जाए तो बेटर है, कल के लेवल के आसपास वहाँ वापस सेल करना पसंद करेंगे, वो फिर भी थोड़ा ठीक लेवल है। एक गैप अप में कैसे होगा कंसिडर। वॉल्यूम चार्ट से देख सकते हो वॉल्यूम बायर और सेलर का। कैंडल चार्ट से मत देखना, उसमें नीचे जो बार आते हैं उसमें, क्योंकि सिर्फ रेड कलर की कैंडल होगी तो आपको रेड दिखाएगा, ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल होगी तो ग्रीन दिखाएगा, उसमें आपको नॉर्मल नहीं दिखाएगा पूरी कैंडल पे वॉल्यूम कितना है, अगर वॉल्यूम चेक कर रहे हो तो। यस, आज मार्केट मॉर्निंग पे क्लोज था, इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज था, एमसीएक्स भी क्लोज था, अभी इवनिंग पे ओपन हुआ है। लेट्स सी, ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं, इनफ है। फोरकास्ट कितना है? 5.7। Oil future pickup ahead of US inventory data. यूएस मार्केट को भी देखोगे, यूएस मार्केट भी तीनों ही इंडाइसेस यूएस के, डाउ जोन्स, तो यूएस में भी मार्केट ओपन होने के बाद, ओके श्योर, उनको देख लेते हैं। ओके, कोई इशू नहीं है। मोमेंटम ठीक ठाक है, पूरा दिन साइडवेज थे, अभी ओपन होते ही एक अच्छा मूव कर रहा है मार्केट। US 30 भी ओपन होते ही मोमेंटम में चला गया, साथ ही साथ डाउ जोन्स के अलावा नैस्डैक को देखोगे तो नैस्डैक भी सेम मोमेंटम में ही थोड़ा बहुत ओपन होते ही, बट डाउ जोन्स ज़्यादा ही मोमेंटम में है। थे दोनों साइडवेज काफ़ी टाइम से, लाइक लेट्स सी डाउ जोन्स भी मोमेंटम, डाउ जोन्स के और नैस्डैक भी मोमेंटम करता है नहीं करता, ये सारा गेन रिपीट कर देता है। ओके ठीक है, में ध्यान रखना मोमेंटम नहीं आया तो फिर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो इन्वेंट्री का ही वेट करना चाहिए, अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेना। 50 पॉइंट की रेंज ही है, 8 बजे इन्वेंट्री भी है। क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर, बाकी नेचुरल गैस सुपर बुलिश होके बैठा हुआ है, रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड ही नहीं कर रहा, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आ रही है बट फिर वापस ऊपर। ऑलरेडी मोर देन 6% अप है आज, गैप अप हुआ उसके बाद कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश। ये रेजिस्टेंस भी ब्रेक किया तो पता नहीं फिर कहाँ जाएगा। लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, लेट्स सी होल्ड करता है नहीं। सेलिंग आनी है, थोड़ी जल्दी आ जानी चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर अगर रुका तो कंसोलिडेशन में चला जाएगा, देन ब्रेकआउट। तो सेलिंग आनी है तो थोड़ी फास्ट ही आनी चाहिए। अच्छा ये यहाँ पर से है ना, आई थिंक यही है। लेट्स सी, सिल्वर का व्यू सॉर्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? एमसीएक्स या फॉरेक्स प्लीज, सिल्वर और गोल्ड में ये भी लिख दिया करो। आज सिल्वर की एक्सपायरी भी है, इसलिए सिल्वर ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी है, साथ में गोल्ड मिनी की भी एक्सपायरी है। तो फॉरेक्स देखो या फिर एमसीएक्स? नॉर्मली फॉरेक्स ही चेक करते हैं। एक बार ये भी लिख दिया करो, जो लोग पूछते हैं ना गोल्ड और सिल्वर में, तो प्लीज मेंशन एम6 के चार्ट में पूछ रहे हो या फिर फॉरेक्स के चार्ट में। ये सेम यहाँ पर बना हुआ है, देखो यहाँ पर, लुक एट दिस, ये नेचुरल गैस पे है ओवर हियर। एमसीएक्स में देख लेते हैं, एमसीएक्स फ्यूचर को एक बार। सिल्वर ही देखना है ना, नॉट सिल्वर मिनी। 15 मिनट सिल्वर फ्यूचर ओपन होने के बाद सेलिंग कंटिन्यू है। नहीं कोई डेटा तो नहीं है। यह देखो थोड़ा सा नीचे और आ तो सकता है, बट अभी सेल करोगे तो ऑलमोस्ट एसएल और टारगेट बड़ा बराबर ही हो जाएगा, 1:1। नीचे 1,14,300 के आसपास सपोर्ट है। सपोर्ट क्या, रिटेस्ट है। एक रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हो गया था परसों न्यूज़ की वजह से। तो अब अभी सेल करोगे 1:1 में चला जाओगे, ऑलरेडी सेलिंग में हो तो ट्रेल कर लो, अदरवाइज रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बेसिस पे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है। थोड़ा सा पहले सेल कर सकते थे अगर करना चाह रहे थे तो। ठीक है, अभी करोगे तो नीचे आने को आ सकता है थोड़ा बहुत, बट वही है, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड फंस गए तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। ठीक है, बेटर है नीचे आने के बाद बाई कर लो, वो ज़्यादा सेफ है। नीचे आपके पास 1,14,200 से 300 के बीच में एक सपोर्ट है, वहाँ वहाँ बाई कर लेना, वो ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा। यहाँ पर अभी सेल करने में एसएल कहाँ रखोगे, प्रॉब्लम वही है। नीचे आने का तो आ सकता है, ऐसा नहीं है नहीं आ सकता। फिर भी देख लेते हैं, अगर क्या पता ऊपर जाए तो सेलिंग के लिए अगर प्लान कर ही रहे हो। 1 सेकेंड। वापस अगर सेलिंग का प्लान कर रहे हो ना तो प्राइस को हल्का सा पुल बैक देना दो। 1 लाख कितना है, 1,15,000। ठीक है, हल्का सा पुल बैक देने दो। 1,15,300 से 400 के बीच में वहां सेल कर सकते हो। एटलीस्ट एक एसएल मिल जाएगा आपको। क्रूड ऑयल फुल साइडवेज इन्वेंट्री पर मोमेंटम आएगा और बड़ा, मुझे भी ऐसा ही लग रहा है। अभी वॉल्यूम भी चला गया उसमें, सडनली कोई कैंडल बन जाए तो अलग बात है, अदरवाइज ठीक है। सिल्वर फ्यूचर में ध्यान रखना। यहाँ पर हुआ है, सेम लेवल पे है ना। नहीं, उसमें होल्ड कर सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो वैसे भी सेम ही जाएगा। बाकी एक्सपायरी है, ध्यान रखना। जो लोग सिल्वर में और गोल्ड में नहीं के ऑप्शन में ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, आज एक्सपायरी है। मंथली एक्सपायरी होती नहीं यहाँ पर, 3 महीने में एक बार होती है। तो मोमेंटम कहीं ऑप्शन के प्रीमियम में फंस मत जाना अननेसेसरी रिस्क लेके। तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना जो लोग ट्रेड कर रहे हैं ऑप्शंस को। उसमें कहाँ तक जाएगा कुछ आइडिया? पहले एक बार गोल्ड में देख लेते हैं, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली गोल्ड में भी ठीक है। नहीं है, क्रूड ऑयल में वॉल्यूम ही नहीं आ रहा है, रहने दो अभी। एक वो रिस्की ट्रेड लगाया था, वो भी नहीं चल पाया, लेट इट गो। कुछ बनेगा सेटअप तो देखेंगे, अननेसेसरी रिस्क नहीं। वापस ऊपर आ जाए तो वहाँ और इन्वेंट्री में कुछ यू नो अननेसेसरी मोमेंटम ना हो, तो यहाँ वापस कल के जहाँ पर लेवल पे सेल किया था वहाँ वापस एक सेलिंग बन जाएगी, वो फिर से अच्छा ही लेवल है। तो लेट्स सी, वहीं आ जाए तो बेटर रहेगा। अच्छा, ये पहले कैंडल में तो नहीं है। तो ये किसको वैसे लेते हैं, लेके इसी को लेते हैं या फिर फर्स्ट कैंडल के लोगों? लगता है फर्स्ट कैंडल के लोग को ही लेना पड़ेगा। फर्स्ट कैंडल के लोगों लाइक दिस। नहीं नहीं नहीं, फर्स्ट कैंडल का लो नहीं, ये कंसिडर होता है। अभी भी नीचे वाला लेवल हिट हुआ नहीं है एग्जैक्टली ना, तो मुझे लग रहा है एक बार आएगा तो जरूर इन्वेंट्री में आ जाए। ये ऊपर एक कल का जो हाई का एरिया है वो पूरा रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है अभी भी 5655। तो यहाँ से वापस एक ट्राई करना, याद रखना इन्वेंट्री के वक्त अगर आता है प्राइस यहाँ पर तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने, नहीं तो नॉर्मल कैंडल पे तो एंट्री कर ही लेना। बाकी नीचे आता है तो यहाँ देखते हैं इस एरिया के आसपास, टच नहीं किया है तो आई होप होल्ड करने की कोशिश तो करें। ओके तो फिर ये भी यहाँ पर भी नहीं आया ना इस लेवल पे, यहाँ पर भी एक पेंडिंग है इसका मतलब लेवल लोअर एंड के आसपास। सो वहाँ पर भी लेवल टच नहीं कर रहा, आई डोंट नो व्हाई। थोड़ा हाई लेवल पे आके एक बार और इन्वेंट्री में कुछ खास अगर नहीं होता है तो बढ़िया रहेगा। लेट्स वॉच फॉर दोस लेवल्स। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखो, अगर 5655 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हो गया तो इसका भी ब्रेकआउट माना जाएगा। जब तक उसके ऊपर नहीं जाता है तो ये रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रांग ही है। ये लेवल मुझे लगता है अगर नीचे एक बार आके यहाँ टेस्ट कर लेता तो बेटर था एग्जैक्टली क्योंकि नीचे का लेवल ब्रेक होता है तो फिर और गिर सकता है। ऑल डिपेंड अपॉन इन्वेंट्री आई थिंक नाउ, फोरकास्ट तो बेरिश ही है। लेट्स होप कितना और मूव करता है। नीचे कहाँ तक जाएगा? एक सेकेंड, ये क्या हुआ? इसके नीचे आने के चांसेस भी कम ही लग रहे हैं। अरे यार, बाइंग के लिए या सेलिंग के लिए? SRZ means seller resistance zone. SRZ का मतलब ये रेजिस्टेंस पे आया ही नहीं कल। गैप अप ब्रेकआउट हो तो रीटेस्ट कर लिया। कौन सा एरिया? 44। नेचुरल गैस तो रुकने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा, फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के बैठ गया कैंडल। जल्दी जल्दी आ जाए तो नीचे वेल एंड गुड ही है। भाई साइड में चला जाएगा लग रहा है। मीन वैल्यू डाल दो यहाँ पे अप्रोक्सीमेटली। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, कम ऑन। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है आधे घंटे के बाद, ध्यान रखना।
Point down the road say, oh, we're not getting a competitive return on those assets in AI will be an issue, but I don't think it's an issue over the near term. A lot of emotionalism in NVIDIA because it's so widely owned, so the stock could move easily, 10% either way, no matter what the numbers are. But I think that it still should be one of the outperformers certainly over the next few years. Today, there's so much hope and enthusiasm in. Who knows how the market will react today? But the fundamentals for AI are still very strong.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about positioning, Margie, because you say this is a widely owned stock. There has been some hay made from the fact that you take a look at institutions and they're underweight, at least relative to the S&P 500 when it comes to NVIDIA. I've heard that used as a bullish case for the stock going forward. I wonder how you see that.
Well, that's true that most funds don't own a statistically equal weighting. However, most investors have other internal rules for what percent they might own in a portfolio. So a large institutional investor might say, well, I don't care how great it is. Our limit is, say, 3% of our holdings or 4% or 5%. So I think a lot of investors simply underweight for that reason rather than feeling that they'd like to invest more if the stock pulled back or something like that. I think, and so much of it, too, is owned by short-term traders, so we have a lot of this short-term volatility, not from a long investor side, but rather from people looking for very short-term moves. And you can't really, sometimes it's pretty hard to tell the two apart.
Margie, you obviously you're managing an equity portfolio now, but you became famous as a bond fund manager, and you're always paying attention to how yields reconcile with stock valuations. And now we're looking at the 2-year yield considerably below the Fed funds rate. Does that encourage you to hold high multiple stocks? How does that story play along? We're looking at a chart, by the way, here with NVIDIA, the S&P, I should say, just running higher as the 2-year yield, hits the lowest level since May.
Yeah, well, I think that clearly the market wants and expect short-term rates should go lower because from 2 years to 7 years, everything on the Treasury curve is trading below the Fed funds rate. So I think it would be very appropriate. But really, when you look at equities, if you say, well, the earnings yield of Standard & Poor's is, call it roughly, say, 4.5%, more or less in line with Treasuries. But what's more important is what's happening to the profit margins and earnings growth on the equity side. And corporate profit margins have stayed very, very high, near the historic peak, which says that even though we have inflation, people concerned about inflation depressing margins, it just hasn't happened yet. And maybe that's why we see inflation above what people are expecting, simply because companies have pricing power, maintain their margins. And to me, that's more important as to when the Fed will lower short rates. Clearly, that's important at the margin. That will help a couple sectors like housing. But we think the main bulk of corporate earnings are positioned to continue more or less in that 10 to 12% level they've been over the last few quarters, even with very muted economic growth.
Well, I want to focus this conversation on, of course, what's going on in the bond market and monetary policy back on the big tech giants, which, especially in the case of NVIDIA, it feels like all these tech companies are just spending money on each other. We were having this conversation also with Kim Forrest, and she said NVIDIA is entirely divorced from what's going on the monetary policy front. Is that an argument that you agree with? I mean, whether or not the Fed cuts rates by 24 basis points, is that going to affect the profit margins of a company such as NVIDIA?
No, and I don't think that cutting short rates, although I think it would be good for the economy, has much of an effect in the whole tech sector, because really it's been driven by secular growth. Now it's AI, but there's still other parts of the economy that are increasingly using more technology, industrials, aerospace, defense, things like that. So we don't think that the tech sector is dependent. You're not looking at the tech sector as a PE, relating that to where interest rates are, but rather what's their growth rate, can they maintain the margins, what's the outlook. So I think that more importantly is the secular growth still there for technology? It looks like from what companies reported in the second quarter, the answer is yes. And it looks like we're still on that sustainable trend. A cut in rates would be nice, but it certainly isn't going to be what's going to be driving earnings on the tech side.
Do we hold it? I mean, I think a lot of people were surprised at how well second quarter earnings did. If you look at the EA function on the Bloomberg terminal, you'll see 10% growth for the S&P. Do we stay in that range? Is that sustainable, Margie?
Well, I think it is, because we've seen that for the last number of quarters where corporate earnings have come in 9, 10, 12% for the quarter, even though the economic growth has been much more moderate, 0.5% to 1.5%. And I think that's why you've seen the market divide into the slow growers who haven't had much positive movement, and so much money go to the fast-growing sector like technology, because in a slow growth market, that's where you want to be. But as I said, I look at profit margins, and companies seem to be able to maintain them. They seem to be able to have pricing power, which is very important for maintaining those margins. So we think that is going to continue. And I see no reason why we shouldn't see another quarter, third quarter that we are about to start finishing here, would be really the same type of thing, 8, 10, 12% corporate earnings, maybe a little bit more widespread, because we're starting to see more parts of the economy participate in a better economy. So you have to say the outlook for stocks looks pretty good, even if the Fed is sort of lagging on cutting short rates, which the market would like to see.
All right, Margie, that's a good place to leave it. Great to preview some of the action with you. That is Allspring Global Senior Portfolio Manager Margie Patel. Meanwhile, we are just almost 40 minutes into the session. Let's take a look at some of the individual movers on our radar. Database software company MongoDB soaring after raising its full-year forecast, also reporting strong results. So a beat and a raise quarter. That's good for, what, a 32% jump in shares.
I'm never going to get over the name. I will never, ever get over it.
Nor should you.
It is hilarious.
It's
All right,
pretty funny.
Williams-Sonoma also boosting its outlook. It had strong results across all of its brands that kept concerns of increased tariffs on imported furniture at bay, because Williams-Sonoma isn't just the kitchen stuff. They own
West Elm.
And what's the other one? Not Crate and Barrel.
Pottery Barn. Yeah.
Pottery Barn. So a couple of furniture stores in their portfolio, but the shares are off 1%. Maybe it was buy the rumor, sell the
Maybe
news
something
kind of
like that. Let's talk about Canada Goose, though, because having a great day, the company's controlling shareholder has reportedly received take-private bids. CNBC reporting that these bids value the company at about $1.35 billion. That is roughly where this surge that you're seeing takes its market cap to, up about 16% right now.
You've never owned a Canada Goose coat, which
No.
I would say I'm surprised because they're so popular, but you tend to eschew the fads, don't you?
Yeah, I just don't really buy clothes, so I tend to miss all the trends that way.
It's also like $1,000.
Yeah.
For the
I'm not going to do that.
For a black
I have to spend that on horses.
down coat. Coming up, from Travis Kelce to Bad Bunny, whatever that is, retailers are tapping star power to help fuel sales. That's next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
For over 147 years, Grim has embraced doing business with compassion, always committed to giving back to society. We empower people and strengthen communities for a better future.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you've built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Pressure on the inflation side of our mandate. That's where our miss has been bigger, and it's been lasting for longer. We haven't hit on inflation in 4.5 years. What I hear from people is that the pain of inflation is really biting. And so we have to balance those two sides of our mandates when we think about setting correct policy. And we have to look at, if we're missing, by how much and for how long do we expect those misses to last?
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney. And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
season is here.
Whoa. Earnings from a gazillion companies.
It's a little bit overwhelming here, the number of earnings.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Big tech earnings are delivering.
Pfizer, Caterpillar, Marriott,
Lyft, DoorDash, Airbnb. Earnings just keep on outperforming.
With the smartest insights.
We are very bullish on our overall roadmap capability.
It has been the most volatile earnings season in about 15 years.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Let's get now to high interest. Look what's making headlines around the world. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is calling for Fed Chair Jerome Powell to conduct an internal review of the central bank and saying mortgage fraud allegations about Fed board member Lisa Cook should be included in the probe. Meanwhile, Bloomberg opinion columnist and former New York Fed President Bill Dudley penned a column outlining his concerns about Fed independence. He writes, quote, markets are too complacent. Even if Trump stands only a small chance of taking control of the Fed, the effort itself is disruptive and the consequences of success would be dire. The Trump administration is reviewing options for exerting more influence over the Federal Reserve's 12 regional banks. The administration's goal is to scrutinize how regional presidents are vetted and chosen. As they are not Senate confirmed, the move would mark another step in Trump's ongoing campaign to influence monetary policy. Deal-making during the typically slow summer months has crossed the $1 trillion mark after a flurry of mergers and acquisitions. This month, there's no such thing as a merger. That's the highest tally since the record-breaking summer of 2021 when the pandemic sparked a deals boom. Some of the biggest deals so far: Union Pacific's agreement to buy Norfolk Southern and Palo Alto's planned purchase of CyberArk. There's always a buyer, there's always a seller. There's never a merger of equals. On the back of the buzzy American Eagle campaign with Sydney Sweeney, the retailer has nabbed Travis Kelce as its newest face. The drop is well-timed following Kelce's blockbuster engagement to pop sensation and billionaire and really once-in-a-century talent Taylor Swift.
Look at that ring. That is a rock.
Shares of American Eagle are spiking, but I mean, I guess it's really the engagement, it's the wedding that we want to talk about more than this 2.3% move. What do you think, Katie, as a lifelong fan?
I'm really happy for her. I'm not like a parasocial Swiftie, but I was certainly feeling genuine happiness when I saw the news yesterday. Congratulations, Taylor Swift. I know you're watching right now. There she is. Look at how happy they are. Looking forward to some of the photo ops there.
Good beard.
Let's get back to American Eagle, though, and basically the retail landscape in general, because Kohl's, Abercrombie, and PVH, the company behind brands like Calvin Klein, all out with results this morning. Mary Ross Gilbert, senior retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us now. I won't ask you about the engagement, though I do want to keep talking about it. Let's talk about Kohl's, though, because Kohl's having a great morning. They were out with results. It looked like a beat and raise quarter, and this was needed good news for this company.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Katie. It's needed good news for Kohl's. You know, they're not out of the woods yet, right? Because their comp sales are still negative, and they're tracking against negative comp sales for the last 3 years for every quarter. And that means even going forward. But green shoots on the conference call. One, interim CEO Michael Bender came across very well, talking about the initiatives that, you know, some of the big initiatives, bringing back the private brands and the strength in sales that they're seeing there. And that's part of the margin improvement that you're seeing, better than expected. And as a result, their raise. Now, they ended the quarter with July comp sales flat and traffic up in the stores. Online did lead sales. So we're seeing some very encouraging signs there. And what we think is that not only with Kohl's, but some of these other retail brands are doing a good job in managing expectations with their guidance. And so we think it's the same for Kohl's for the second half. And we think they're already have a great start to the third quarter. And we think that the guidance that they put out, which still looks pretty weak with comp sales for the full year to be down, you know, 4 to 5%, that there's a good chance that they can, blow through that. And I think that the stock reaction that you're seeing is part of it is the short covering, right? They had been the number of shares borrowed had been as much as 49% of shares outstanding. Now it's down around a third, but it's still, about 5 days to cover. So, I think that's some of the reaction. What is interesting with this coals news, however, is that Bloomberg News yesterday reported an article that they were having discussions with some vendors about extending some of their terms, which is usually like a red flag. That never came up on the conference call this morning.
I'm looking through, MODL is like one of my favorite functions on the Bloomberg terminal. I'm looking through for Abercrombie and Fitch because, speaking of expectations, they raised their sales forecast, but tariffs are eating into margins. And this is a company, let's see, cash flow from operations, it looks like it's coming down. So, are they eating into their margins by not raising prices here?
No, I think if you look at Abercrombie and Fitch, actually, for the third quarter, they did guide down for margins, as a result of tariffs. And they did tell us that the net impact of tariffs it's going to be about $90 million for the full year. But I think what's really going on is, one, when you look at what happened in the quarter, the decline in comp sales at Abercrombie were more than expected. And that was because they had some carryover inventory, so that means that their average price points were lower. They're hoping, they're indicating that, look, their inventory is in a better position for the brand. They've got great initiatives, just like you talked about the Travis Kelce and American Eagle. They're going to be announcing some, new campaigns and some collabs too. So that will be coming up, and they're very excited about how that brand can turn around. Hollister, meanwhile, is on fire with their comp sales up 19% and also a strong start for the third quarter. So I think with the tariff, as we get through the fourth quarter, I think margins should be okay, not impacted too badly because of tariffs and everything else. They've got tailwinds with regard to freight and that type of thing. So I think we'll see an improvement there. I would say that the tariff fear is turning out to be less of a hit than the fear that investors had earlier.
Well, Mary Ross, you brought up brand campaigns. That's exactly where I want to go. The topic of celebrity tie-ups for some of these companies. You think about American Eagle with Sydney Sweeney really causing a lot of discussion on social media, if you want to call it that. The president also weighing in on that. Then you think about Gap, for example, coming out with their own denim campaign. I'm sure on a certain level, all news is good news, but how do you think about that as an analyst covering these companies, how this sort of conversation factors into the bottom line?
I think it does factor into the bottom line, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought up the Gap campaign with Cat's Eye. When you look at that campaign, that came out last week. Within days, they had 2 or 3 million views. It's now over 6 million views on that campaign. And if you look about their prior campaigns, which were also incredible campaigns, they didn't have that level of views. And I think what that's saying is that Gap is now back in the center of Gen Z and millennial minds, and actually across the age spectrum. So I think that when you look at the prospects for these brands and what they're doing, you just brought up PVH. They were out with numbers, same thing, beat and raise. And they have the new Hilfiger Racing Club bringing in Claudia Schiffer and Nicholas Hoult in there with their campaign. So it creates a lot of excitement. It's across social media, and that's really resonating with consumers. So I think these are very, very smart moves. Now, it also starts with the product. You've got to have great product, but we're also seeing that too, a real improvement in quality across most of these brands, and also great fashion and styles. And even Kohl's said, Denim is doing really well for them, as it is for everyone, and it's the fashion denim. So that means the baggier fits, the loose, and the low slung.
Good jeans are important. Mary Ross Gilbert of Bloomberg Intelligence, thanks so much for joining us, talking about the earnings that were and those still to come in retail. Now, still ahead, the countdown to tech chip maker NVIDIA earnings. Wall Street is conflicted about what to expect, particularly regarding revenue in China. That's really, I think, the big question mark. We'll talk more about it. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech Asia.
How does Samsung think about competition? Because you have also so many Chinese makers coming out with foldables, with good cameras.
You know, rather than focusing on competition, I think we have been focusing on our consumers. I think healthy competition with other companies, I think will bring more innovations and then bring more benefits to consumers.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech Asia every month.
Up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller, the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Let's get a check on the stock market right now using the Move screen, which, as you know, is the most dynamic way of looking at really any index on the Bloomberg terminal. While I'm doing this, Katie, go ahead and check for me if this is an all-time high. Okay. 64.76. So we continue to trade higher and higher, and the breadth is good. 332 over 168. You can see the S&P just climbs into, well, maybe into the close, which is when NVIDIA reports earnings. NVIDIA not on the winning side. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Berkshire, Amazon, ServiceNow, all up here. NVIDIA is the biggest point deduction, but it's only taking off at a loss of about 0.25%, 1.2 points. So not doing a lot. Everyone's waiting for the 4 o'clock earnings.
There you go. It looks like the intraday record high is 64.81. The record closing high is 64.68. So we'll see if these levels hold. Coming up, we're going to be talking about jewelry. Don't go anywhere. This is Open Interest.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
In France, when we do something, it often ends up iconic. This radio antenna, for example, iconic. Or a gift to a friend? Iconic. A little something for breakfast? Iconic. When we aim high, when we go deep, when we make hearts beat faster, and when we make them beat again, when we search for something, and when we find it, when we triumph, even when we stumble. Iconic. When we get people moving, when we get the world moving. Iconic. Why? Because we do things our way. Stylish, bold, exploring, innovating, carrying our history and values into the future. Make it iconic. Choose France.
Short term, but over the long run, you can't afford to be lucky. And to successfully identify opportunities, you need 4 key things. You need to have a long-term strategy. You need to put a process around it. You need to surround yourself with the talent to pick the right opportunities. And you need to have the guts to make bold decisions when opportunities arise. And as a long-term investor going into portfolio construction, whether you're a sovereign wealth fund or a pension fund, you need to know where you're going, reverse engineer it, and you'll have a return of capital on average that you need to achieve. But that's where the main problem is, because investors sometimes tend to focus on chasing returns, but not looking at risk. So you have to assign a specific risk profile to your investment. And the perception is the more risk you take, the more likelihood of a greater return. But that can be deceiving. You can't avoid risk when investing. You need to understand it and know how to manage it.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question. I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in Vienna, and this is Bloomberg.
You know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste.
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
That 50% tariff has kicked in with President Trump following through with his threat to secondary sanctions on India over the country's continued purchase of Russian oil. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall. And Tyler, it's interesting to me that India seems to be caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Because obviously they don't want these massive tariffs. They're crushing to the Indian economy. On the other hand, they can't stop buying Russian oil, can they? They're, I wouldn't say addicted, but they need it.
Right, exactly. And we know that the discount on Russian oil has helped to fuel supplies in the growing economy, as well as keep domestic prices low for India. So our analysts at Bloomberg Economics have said that when India does the risk-reward calculation, there really is no confirmation that the U.S. would even give in to any trade concessions if they were to halt imports of Russian oil. So at this point, they're going to keep importing them. Another interesting factor here is that our analysts also say that this divide here when it comes to these stalled trade negotiations with India is likely to push the country closer to its fellow BRIC nations, including, of course, Russia, as we're talking about these imports, but also China, as we know that the Indian Prime Minister Modi is set to meet in China with Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of a security summit there just next week. So it is clear that they are trying to balance shifting alliances, perhaps, but also at the same time, India has been a really critical geopolitical alliance to the U.S. to counter China in that region. But at this point, Matt and Katie, it doesn't seem that enough concessions were really put on the table to help get this over the finish line. 50% tariffs, of course, doubling the 25% tariff that's been in place since August 7th, with that additional 25% tariff over their imports of Russian energy supplies.
Well, what does the dialogue between the two countries look like? Because you think about where we are right now, it's the 27th. We knew that a U.S. trade team was scheduled to arrive in India for a 6th round of trade talks between the 25th and the 29th.
Right, exactly. And that trip has appeared to be deferred, and we haven't even gotten an update at this point on when it's going to be rescheduled, not really marking a too positive development here as we try to wait to see if there are any sort of progress that can be made to bring those tariffs down. And we have to keep in mind, this marks a pretty stunning reversal for the country since it was long prioritized in these trade talks. In fact, you had the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in an interview this morning saying he himself was surprised by how these discussions have progressed. Keep in mind, Indian Prime Minister Modi was one of the first foreign leaders to visit the U.S. after President Trump's inauguration. They offered concessions pretty early on, including slashing tariffs on a range of U.S. goods, everything from luxury items to motorcycles. But if we've gleaned anything from these negotiations over the past few months, it's clear that the White House wants more than just to see tariff barriers dropped. And our reporting has indicated that perhaps some of India's more protectionist policies, particularly around market access for U.S. agricultural as well as dairy products, really does seem to have stalled these negotiations. And at this point, we haven't gotten an update on where those stand.
Absolutely, Tyler. Really appreciate your reporting on this fluid situation. That is Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, Tyler Kendall. Meanwhile, let's take a closer look at the impact of these tariffs on the jewelry business. India processes around 90% of the world's cut and polished diamonds by volume. Ankur Daga is the CEO and co-founder of Angara. Angara is a jewelry manufacturer and e-tailer with a large footprint in India, and specifically your major manufacturing facility is in India. So talk to us a little bit about how you're approaching and plan to navigate these levels.
Yeah, just for some context, so we manufacture out of Thailand, Los Angeles, and India. So India is one of three. The 50% tariffs is truly profound. It's something that we do
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The White House is not letting up on pressure on the Federal Reserve. Fed Governor Lisa Cook has promised to sue over President Trump's move to fire her for alleged mortgage fraud. CNBC says that case could be filed today. At the White House, economic advisor Kevin Hassett says the president has the authority to fire Cook for cause.
If I were her in her circumstance, I would take leave right now. I think it's the honorable thing to do.
National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett spoke to reporters at the White House this morning. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the allegations should be part of his call for an internal review at the Fed.
I've encouraged Chair Powell to do this on an internal basis before there is an external review. And this is the kind of thing that needs to be addressed.
Treasury Secretary Scott.
यहाँ पर ना हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करना नेचुरल गैस में क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव आई है क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस 3 में से 2 इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव है प्राइस के लिए और 1 इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव है प्राइस के लिए मतलब 3 इन्वेंट्री आती है क्रूड ऑयल की 3 में से 2 की वजह से प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए और 1 की वजह से नीचे जाना चाहिए देख पा रहे होगे जो क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री है -1.7 एक्सपेक्टेड थी -2.4 आई है तो जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था उससे कम आई है और कम आई है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव है ईआई का डेटा नेगेटिव है तो 3 में से 2 इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव 1 इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ऊपर अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस है वहाँ से सेलिंग का दोबारा प्लान कर लो क्रूड ऑयल ओवरऑल इन्वेंट्री इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस बट ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है तो देखना पड़ेगा मार्केट होल्ड करता है नहीं करता है नेचुरल गैस में भी यहाँ पर हाफ प्रॉफिट जरूर बुक कर लेना ठीक है ये मैंने थोड़ा बड़ा टारगेट रखा है 12 पॉइंट का तो बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी को ट्रेल कर सकते हो इसमें है नहीं क्या आया नहीं देख पा रहे हो ठीक है यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का दोबारा प्लान कर सकते हैं क्रूड ऑयल में सेम परसों वाले लेवल पे पहुंच गया तो एक वापस सेलिंग का प्लान सेम लेवल से इसमें और कुछ है भी नहीं अभी करने के लिए ठीक है टारगेट नीचे तक यहीं तक रहेगा इसमें भी क्रूड ऑयल में इवन दो इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव आई है बट ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि 5655 के लेवल को ब्रेक करेगा तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग दिस ट्रेड ऑन सेलिंग साइड क्रूड ऑयल में स्टिल ठीक है नीचे टारगेट ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ लेट्स होप मार्केट ये लेवल देता है तो क्रूड नेचुरल गैस में हाफ प्रॉफिट जरूर बुक कर लेना ट्रेल मत करना ट्रेल करना विथ हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक पूरी क्वांटिटी मत ट्रेल करना
Scott Bessent appeared on Fox Business this morning, and now there are signs the Trump administration may be looking to extend its influence on the Fed beyond its Board of Governors. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has that from the White House.
Well, a person familiar tells us that the White House is saying that this wouldn't necessarily be about trying to make the central bank more dovish, but rather about heightening scrutiny over the vetting process of regional bank presidents, considering that they don't go through with Senate confirmation. And it's putting heightened attention on what's a once in every 5-year exercise, which just happens to be happening this February when the Fed Board of Governors will look to authorize the current roster of Federal Reserve regional bank presidents.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reporting from the White House. The man who has become the face of President Trump's immigration crackdown now plans to seek asylum in the U.S. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyers made that announcement this morning to a federal judge. Abrego Garcia turned himself in to immigration authorities in Baltimore on Monday. He was mistakenly deported to his native El Salvador back in March, returned to the U.S. in June to face human smuggling charges. The Trump administration has said Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member. He denies that. The administration says it intends to deport Abrego Garcia to Uganda. The Trump administration's extending its control over Washington, D.C. to the rails. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says his department is reclaiming management of Union Station from Amtrak.
Union Station is frankly owned by DOT. We are going to take DOT from our partners back under DOT control, and we are going to make the investments to make sure that this station isn't dirty, that we don't have homelessness.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy made that announcement at Union Station this morning. Last week, President Trump said he would ask Congress for $2 billion to beautify D.C. Semaphore reports there is no concrete proposal on that on Capitol Hill. We're monitoring reports of a shooting this morning at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz posted on X that he has been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. He writes, quote, "I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school." The city of Minneapolis posted on X, there is an active police situation at the Annunciation Church, but it says there is no active threat to the community at this time and that the shooter has been contained. On Wall Street, investors are focused on the big earnings story of the week. AI chip giant NVIDIA reports after the closing bell. Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst Mandeep Singh says much of the focus will be on NVIDIA's sales in China after the company reported an $8 billion write-down there last quarter.
If NVIDIA is able to sell back to China, whether it's the new Blackwell B30s or some other version, then that means there's upside to 3Q. And that is where, the bogey that at least the consensus numbers are there. Probably, I would say it should be 2 to 3 billion higher than what the consensus is for next quarter, which is around 53 billion.
Mandeep Singh with Bloomberg Intelligence. And ahead of those earnings, NVIDIA shares are down about 0.3%. Kohl's shares are soaring. The department store chain boosted its full-year sales outlook this morning. Mary Ross Gilbert covers retail for Bloomberg Intelligence.
They're not out of the woods yet, right? Because their comp sales are still negative, and they're tracking against negative comp sales for the last 3 years for every quarter. And that means even going forward.
Still, Mary Ross Gilbert with Bloomberg Intelligence says it is a sign consumer spending has not yet run out of steam, and right now Kohl's shares are up 20%. The broader market starting to show some green as well as investors wait for those NVIDIA earnings. The S&P 500 is up 0.2%. So is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. The NASDAQ Composite is higher by about 0.1%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
That she falsified mortgage documents. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern asked the president about the legal battle ahead.
Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her lawyer, has said
that they're going to be filing a lawsuit challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight?
She seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was.
Joining me now is our chief Asia correspondent, Rosalind Matheson. So super timely question from Anne-Marie to President Trump regarding the future of Lisa Cook. How is this all going to play out? How is this legal battle likely to play out between President Trump, the Trump administration, and Lisa Cook and her lawyers?
Well, as you were hearing from her lawyers, they plan to file a lawsuit against this. And what that's going to look like initially is probably an injunction just to call a halt to efforts to fire her while this litigation plays out. It's worth noting, of course, that no charges have actually been filed against her, although there is the hint of a DOJ investigation. She denies any wrongdoing in these allegations that have been made against her about her mortgages. But this could play out, for quite a while in the legal sphere, and potentially with ramifications beyond just her own case, especially if it gets to the Supreme Court. And the idea of what is the view of the Supreme Court with institutions in the US and the ability to fire people for cause, and what does cause look like, and what are the protections for some people who are appointed to these institutions. So obviously very important for her own case, but possibly very important for many other officials in the US administration. And so we could see a bit of a protracted legal case going on here. As we heard, Donald Trump says he'll abide by the court decision, but he's prepared to continue either way. The Fed itself saying also they'll abide by any legal decision. But interestingly, in their statement yesterday, noting that long tenures at the Fed, the appointment process is designed to ensure, in a way, Fed independence, that they can make their decisions based purely on the economic circumstances for the best of the US people. So a bit of a nudge there from the Fed in their statement. The question is, does an injunction come as soon as today? And then how many weeks or months are we looking at for the legal process?
Yeah. And then also another Bloomberg story that we have up this morning about the president also looking to exercise potentially further influence over the selection of the regional presidents as well. So it's creeping. But let's also go back to one of the big stories today as well, which is that those 50% higher tariff rates have now been applied to India. How much of a blow is this going to constitute for the Indian economy, Roz?
Well, India is a largely domestic consumption story for its economy, but the US is its biggest export market. And obviously, this is going to be a blow to many labor-intensive sectors, particularly of the economy, including jewelry, for example, textiles. Some sectors are protected, like chips for so on, but it will hit some of those labor-intensive parts of the market. And so we could see an impact on India's economy from there. But also there are lots of knock-on effects from this. Even if this issue is resolved fairly soon, although it doesn't seem that it's going to happen immediately, even if it does get resolved, tariffs come back down. If you're a company who's been looking to shift your production, say, from China elsewhere, maybe to India, do you now reconsider? If you're a factory already operating in India looking to ramp up production, do you now slow those plans down? So there could be a lot of knock-on effects on the Indian economy that, about business decisions, locations, expansion, and so on that will come out of this. And there's also the really big knock-on effect, which is on the US-India relationship. I mean, obviously, this has been a blow to the Indian leader Narendra Modi. His status at home. Does he recalibrate his relationships away from the US? And that could be a very long-standing change for India that goes beyond any kind of impact on the economy in the short term.
Yeah, well, we're going to unpack all of this later with a guest on our show. For now, our chief Asia correspondent, Rosalind Matheson, thank you so much. Well, on to the other big event of today. NVIDIA is set to deliver a highly anticipated earnings report today, giving an update on the artificial intelligence spending boom. Analysts estimate that the biggest buyers of AI hardware are still investing heavily in new gear. However, dimming the excitement is confusion over how much business NVIDIA will be actually able to do in China. So let's bring in Robert Lee from Bloomberg Intelligence in Hong Kong. Just looking at NVIDIA pre-market, it seemed to open up marginally higher, up 0.5%. I guess the calm before the storm, because the earnings report hits later today. What's on slate? What are you watching out for? And how much of a driver do you think NVIDIA's commentary around China is going to be?
Okay, well, I think you said it in your prelude, a highly anticipated set of results, but probably we say that every quarterly results for NVIDIA. Yet again, the stock is trading very close to an all-time high. And as you said, in the pre-market, it's sort of trading up. So I think that indicates a very high level of expectation baked in. Some significant expectations out there in the market. So for us to avoid the inevitable profit taking, which is something we typically see post results with NVIDIA, the company really needs to either deliver a major surprise in reported numbers or guidance, simply put. But as you said again in your prelude, the H20, which is the specific chip that President Trump more recently allowed the company to continue exporting into China. I think a lot of the discussion and the debate is clearly going to be about that.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of focus on that H20 chip, margins as well. But look, let's broaden it out a little bit. Last week, the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, started to warn that maybe AI is entering into bubble territory. It feels as though there are some out there turning a bit more cautious on valuations at this juncture. Have we reached peak AI euphoria?
Right. Well, I would say there have been a number of external factors that have driven sentiment in NASDAQ and the US markets recently, and the main one being, expectations on Fed rate cuts. So not necessarily driven by any, additional positivity on the fundamental outlook. And contrary to that, as you mentioned, Sam Altman has made statements about the sector being in potential bubble territory. I think many people would potentially agree with that. And there was also an MIT report out of the States, I think about a week ago, which again, based on a survey of US companies they'd done, only I think 5% were making any real return on their investment in AI. 95% were making no return whatsoever. And this is a point that we have come back to again and again at Bloomberg Intelligence within a China context. Whilst, it's the companies providing the infrastructure, the chips, the cloud computing services, which are being used to train these models, to develop new apps, it's the infrastructure providers that are making the money at the moment, to state the obvious. But at the end of the day, the software companies cannot continue to spend billions or tens of billions on CapEx if they have no visibility on making a commercial return. So I think increasingly the market is rightfully focused on the outlook for monetization within the sector because it makes no economic sense whatsoever. I'm not picking on Microsoft, but for Microsoft to be spending something like 85 billion on CapEx this year, again, if there isn't a return on investment in the foreseeable future. So the monetization argument, return on investment are the key issues that investors in the AI sector need to continue to focus on.
Wow, that 5% number that you mentioned really stood out to me. Robert Lee from Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much for the preview into NVIDIA. It's going to be an important driver of sentiment later. All right, for more on the markets, joining me now is Maya Bandari, the EMEA CIO for multi-asset at Neuberger Berman. Maya, there's so much to discuss, and we'll talk about market valuations, but I just want to maybe start with the big topic of the last couple of days, which is the moves out of the Trump administration, out of President Trump, to perhaps infringe on the Fed's central bank independence, targeting Lisa Cook. Our own story overnight saying that he's looking to exert more influence over the appointment of some of these regional presidents as well. How do you think all of this is going to play out in terms of premium and the extra risk premium that U.S. investors are going to look for in some of these financial assets?
Thanks, Joanna, and good morning. Yeah, the prospective firing of the Fed's Cook would be the first time in over a century we've seen something like that happen. And I think, as you covered off in your reel a moment ago, seems likely to be challenged legally by Cook's legal team. I'd say, in the big picture, uncertainty prevails, and the question of Fed independence is very real. Should the termination stand, for example, Trump would be able to appoint another governor and would have therefore appointed 4 of the 7 board seats. There's also the question around the regional banks, which is of course important because 5 of the 12 regional bank presidents sit on the FOMC. And every 5 years, these 12 regional banks come up for approval, and that's happening in the first quarter of next year. So there are some fairly significant potential shifts happening under the hood at the Fed. I think it's important to say before we talk about markets that while this could reshape, the FOMC more broadly, I don't think it shifts necessarily the near-term balance on rate cuts. Cook herself is a dove, so it doesn't really shift the balance on rate cuts per se. But what we have seen, I think, from markets has been, of course, a weaker dollar, a stronger gold, but the real action has been in bonds and long-dated yields moving higher with considerably steeper curves as short rates have fallen. So, the US 30 years back around 495. It's a whisker from 5%. The parts of the curve that most of us have been watching, the 10s, 30s, the 530s are all the steepest since 2021.
Yeah.
And things like the US 2-year inflation is at 3.05. That's the highest since late 22, when we had a very different setup, of course, with the Fed hiking aggressively, inflation above 6%. So I think bonds have reacted quite strongly, and those moves to us look justified.
Yeah. Okay, so let me pick up on since you've mentioned the move in fixed income. There seems to be a disparity between what fixed income markets are pricing in right now, which is somewhat of a stagflationary scenario, a slowdown of the U.S. economy combined with potentially higher inflation down the track, versus what is being priced into equity markets, which is, good old days, Goldilocks, very strong corporate earnings. Which one of these narratives is correct?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and it's something we've been writing about and talking about it quite a lot at Neuberger Berman, because I'd say big picture, one of the striking discrepancies in risk premia that actually has persisted since just before Liberation Day, since the 1st of April, has been this disparity between fixed income, particularly long duration government bonds and equity markets. As you say, fixed income, and we just talked about the moves at the long end of the US bake in increasing caution. Equities appear to reflect growing optimism, and I think what's been interesting, particularly through the last few weeks of earnings, but also the macro data, that each of these opposing moves, if you will, have garnered support in recent weeks. Bond markets from some of the policy fears we've just been talking about, and equities from remarkably strong earnings. Now, what we've been doing with this is really taking a barbelled approach, if you will. In corners of fixed income that perhaps overcompensate for the risks around growth and inflation, areas like the U.S. TIPS curve, the belly of the inflation-protected curve, U.S. investment-grade credit bonds, emerging market local bonds. We've been leaning in. And we've also been taking advantage of some areas of equity markets, U.S. tech, for example, where I think you were talking just a moment ago around Nvidia, exceptionally strong earnings that we wanted exposure to, but also areas like Europe, Japan, and parts of emerging markets. Europe and Japan, key sectors like banks. We think look pretty good here, and so we've had some exposure. There.
Maya, let me bring it back to what you were saying about equities versus fixed income. This phenomenon of perhaps the two different instruments signaling a different type of economy. Is that true also in overseas markets as well? Do you see this very tight equity risk premium versus a higher bond risk premium being played out, for example, in Europe?
I think we see the higher bond risk premium more broadly. We can talk about France if you like, but there have been things this side of the pond as well that have driven fixed income premium. By fixed income premium, I mean duration premium, because of course when we look at spreads, they're very tight. So I think the fixed income side of things, the government bond side of things, has been quite similar. Of course, the difference has been on the equity side, where equity risk premium it's very tight in the US, very much led by some of those tech stocks or the Mag 7 stocks. In Europe, we've seen less of that, and so when you compare the very big picture, equity risk premium versus fixed income risk premium, the disconnect looks a bit less intense in Europe, for example, than it does in the US. But there is this disconnect, which I think is an important point to make.
Yeah. Very valid observation. Maya Bandari, always good to talk to you. Thanks so much for coming on the show. EMEA CIO for multi-asset strategies at Neuberger Berman. And coming up, President Trump's crushing 50% tariff on some Indian goods takes effect. We speak to Shamita Devashwar, the chief India economist at TS Lombard next. This is Bloomberg.
In France, when we do something, it often ends up iconic. This radio antenna, for example, iconic. Or a gift to a friend, iconic. A little something for breakfast, iconic. When we aim high, when we go deep, when we make hearts beat faster, and when we make them beat again, when we search for something, and when we find it, when we triumph, even when we stumble. Iconic. When we get people moving, when we get the world moving. Iconic. Why? Because we do things our way. Stylish, bold, exploring, innovating, carrying our history and values into the future. Make it iconic. Choose France.
The U.S. has slapped a crushing 50% tariff on some Indian goods. The higher tariffs doubling the existing 25% duty that was implemented on August the 7th. Joining me now is Shamita Devashwar, chief India economist at TS Lombard. Good morning to you, Shamita. Well, this 50% tariff rate sounds like a very high number, and indeed it is the highest tariff rate applied to any Asian economy. And yet, a lot of the growth in India is still driven by domestic demand, about 60% of the economy from what I've read. So how much of an actual economic impact are these higher tariff rates going to have on the Indian outlook?
In terms of the overall impact, it's actually quite less. We're estimating around 0.5 to 0.8% of GDP. But given that India's economy is still in a revival phase where private investment hasn't really picked up, urban consumption has been a bit of a worry. And over the longer term, manufacturing as part of GDP has just stagnated. This is quite a big worry because the US is, after all, India's largest export market.
Yeah. So the reason that these tariffs have doubled from 25% to 50% is because President Trump is unhappy with India buying or continuing to buy Russian oil. And the latest numbers suggest that India continues to import about 1.5 million barrels per day. The Prime Minister is pretty defiant. There are no signs that they're looking to find alternative sources. But should they decide to go down that route, how feasible is it really for India to find alternative sources of energy?
As such, just about 4 years ago, Russia was a tiny percentage, the Russian oil was a tiny percentage of India's oil import basket. So it isn't that difficult to gradually reverse the dependence that India has now on Russian oil, which now makes up about 35% of India's import basket. There's been a rapid escalation in Russian oil imports over the last few years. The point really here is that Prime Minister Modi can't really be seen to be buckling down under external pressure. And the more public that this is made, that these tariffs are being imposed as a punishment on India, to India for the Russian oil imports, the harder it's going to get to reverse. So I think that right now, both sides are really digging their heels in. This also comes in the backdrop of trade negotiations that have stalled because the US wanted greater access to India's farm and dairy markets, and that's a sector that the government will not open up for the US because it needs to protect its farmers.
Yeah.
That's what it says. So all this comes in that backdrop. So I think there are two things over here. One is that the trade negotiations continue, which seem to have stalled right now. There was a US delegation that was expected to come to India at the end of August, and they've postponed that visit. And the second is what happens with Russia and Ukraine, at that level, that if things settle down over there, if there's a truce, then this 25% as far as the Russian oil penalty is concerned goes. But I don't think that India is going to, publicly say, oh, because of US pressure, we're going to stop buying Russian oil.
Yeah, okay. So given you describe an approximate, let's say 0.5% hit to GDP, what are the options policymakers have to help shore up growth and help the parts of the economy that have been hit the most? And how does the recent reform momentum play into that?
Exactly. We've always said that India reforms when its back is up against the wall, and it really seems to be an instance of that. These are long pending reforms that the Prime Minister has announced in terms of the GST reforms. Just rationalizing the tax system, making it easier to do business. These are things that have been continuing at a very slow pace. And the recent announcements that the Prime Minister has made as far as the taxation policy is concerned is seen as rekindling that reform momentum, which had been waning quite significantly since actually Modi's second term. So this is a positive move because we do need to, whether the US pressure was there or not, the basic truth is that we need to reform and we need to increase the pace of implementation of reforms. If India has even the aspirations of growing at 8%, whether the US is part of that, the US export market is part of that strategy or not.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very positive move and will hopefully to some extent offset the economic damage, as well as keep investors enthused about India, that, things are moving, the reforms are happening.
Yeah. Quick final question from me. Does this constitute irrevocable damage to the US-India relationship?
I think at the headline level, that is what is being made. But as I mentioned earlier on also, that as long as the trade negotiations continue, as long as there is some, movement forward, I think that the positive thing is that India has really adopted a conciliatory tone. We've been trying to talk. We've been saying that, look, we can't do everything on your terms. We need to protect our farmers. There's certain sectors that we need to be protective about. So as long as that is, the talks continue, I think that's positive. There is, of course, a lot of turmoil all over the world. But I think that as long as India, maintains a balanced tone,
Shamita,
I still see hope.
We're going to leave it there. Yeah, thank you so much. Shamita Devashwar, Chief India Economist at TS Lombard. Thanks for joining us. Well, coming up, we're going to be talking about French assets, which have continued to wobble, though stabilizing today after Prime Minister François Bayrou called a confidence vote. We'll have the details next.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Harness technology and AI to shape the way we live our lives. And unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence. In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth. And unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Joanna Bersetchi in Dubai, and these are your top stories. President Trump says he is ready for a legal fight with Fed Governor Lisa Cook after she rejects his moves to remove her. Investors brace for results from the world's most valuable company. Nvidia's earnings a key test of Wall Street's faith in the AI boom. Plus, a crushing 50% U.S. tariff on Indian goods takes effect to punish the country for buying Russian oil. And over in Europe, French assets have recovered somewhat after recent struggles as the latest bout of political instability endangers the nation's nascent economic recovery. This after Prime Minister François Bayrou called a confidence vote that could topple the government. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Caroline Conan in Paris. So, Caroline, this came as a bit of a shock to markets yesterday, judging by the market reaction. Has there been any progress, any developments on the political front in the last 24 hours that could perhaps move things in favor of Bayrou?
No, we are slightly seeing a recovery on the markets today after 2 days of losses on the CAC 40, but we're not really seeing any progress on the political front at this stage. We still have the Socialist Party saying they will vote against confidence of François Bayrou, and we've had them really mathematically. It's clearly almost impossible for François Bayrou to survive this vote of confidence on September 8th. So the likelihood of his government to fall is still pretty high. He's going to speak at the MEDEF University, which is France's biggest business lobby, tomorrow, and he's going to try again to do his charm offensive to try and convince executives that his budget plans are the best way for France. But even the MEDEF head who was speaking on French media this morning was actually saying that he is against himself the idea of scrapping 2 bank holidays, that it is not fair to ask French people to work 2 extra days without being paid anymore. So at this stage, I would say that if François Bayrou survives on September 8th, it is clearly a miracle, unless, of course, the socialists backtrack. They are supposed to present an alternative budget over the weekend.
Okay, so let's say he loses the confidence vote. Then the question becomes, what's next? And for investors in French assets, how much is it really going to change the status quo? Because France is already on a fiscal consolidation path.
That's right. And in fact, this question of what's next is what is on everybody's mind in the political spectrum and among the market participants at this stage. We heard from Carmignac, for example, saying that if the political situation in France doesn't improve, then the spread between the French and the German 10-year bonds could actually increase from around 80 basis points, already pretty high today, to about 100 basis points. So clearly we should see more pressure on French bonds. The question of what's next, of course, we've heard from the National Rally saying they are calling for new snap legislative elections because that's something that President Macron could possibly call. It's been more than a year since the last snap elections in July 2024. And Gabriel Attal, the former Prime Minister and the head of Macron's MPs in the National Assembly, actually saying just this morning that he doesn't believe that new snap elections are the way to go, that if the problem cannot be solved by the National Assembly, even with a new fragmented parliament, the problems are going to remain the same. The fiscal path of France is going to remain challenging, and the French deficit is still expected to be above 5% this year, and is not expected to go down unless there are all these savings proposed by the current government.
Yeah. Meanwhile, fixed income investors very focused on 10-year OAT versus 10-year BTP. Let's see if 10-year OAT yields overtake. Bloomberg's Caroline Conan in Paris. Thank you so much. Now, former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss says the country's economy is in a doom loop cycle of higher taxes, lower growth, and higher debt. Speaking on Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast, Truss also weighed in on the Bank of England and backed Donald Trump's approach to the Fed.
I think the Bank of England needs to be accountable to politicians. I think the current system doesn't work. This is why I'm very sympathetic to what Donald Trump is saying about the Fed. Monetary policy is incredibly important. It determines the allocation of assets within society. You know, what we've seen in Britain is we've seen people who have property, who have capital, have done very well out of the low interest rates that the Bank of England and the easy money the Bank of England has created over the past 15 years.
And you can listen to the full interview with former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss on Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway. Well, some fund managers say returns on emerging market assets are set to power ahead of their developed peers. They've moved in lockstep since President Trump unleashed his tariff blitz in April. Analysts say the prospect of more Fed policy easing, a pivot away from U.S. investments, and more conservative fiscal policies in emerging nations are likely to drive that outperformance. Let's discuss the outlook with Alan Xiao, a co-head of emerging markets corporate debt at 91. Good to have you with us. Interesting to talk about more fiscal consolidation taking place in emerging market economies versus DM economies these days. Who would have thought? You know, that's the new paradigm. Let me just start off, though, with the here and the now, which is the more dovish tone that the Fed Chair Jerome Powell took at Jackson Hole. How much of a potential tailwind could that be for broader EM assets around the world, and the fact that the Fed is turning more dovish?
A pleasure to be with you, Jumana. Just on that point, I think a dovish Fed is unmitigatedly a positive for EM in two ways. One, if that dovishness leads to a more moderation in the US dollar, a weaker dollar is bullish for EM more broadly. A lot of EM risk assets, including the corporate credit asset class and emerging market external sovereign bonds, they benefit from Fed easing, just as all developed market fixed income assets do. So that environment, which is one where EM economies have been navigating this intense sort of geopolitical environment with aplomb, having had their crisis already, if you like. I think this sets us up for a good period.
Yeah, so you're an emerging market specialist, so you understand the playbook better than anyone else of what happens when the government tries to intervene or exert pressure on the central bank. There are cases of Argentina, Turkey that we can speak to. What do you see happening in the U.S. if this move out of the Trump administration to interfere more with Fed policymaking continues?
We are in an unprecedented time. I think we've for a long time had this label of emerging and developed markets. And I think maybe right now we need a new phrase for this. Maybe the right word is converging markets. So we're seeing a lot of the, if you like, tenets of free markets and capitalism being, if you like, re-examined, reconsidered. One of the key pillars of that is the independence of the central bank. I think within EM, speaking from our own experience, we've seen many episodes where that independence is challenged. It usually leads to a period where, certainly risk premia rise and uncertainty rises. I think, it's in the long arc of history, we think that the principles of that independence are well understood. We can't really comment about what that means for the US, but it certainly is echoing in, let's say, an uncomfortable way for those of us who have spent a lot of time in EM looking at that and saying, I thought this, wasn't really something you'd see in this part of the market.
Yeah, I've seen this story play out before, all of the EM investors are saying. Speaking of some of these EM economies, today, earlier on the show, we were talking about the 50% tariff rate that's now being applied on Indian exports to the U.S. How have some of the largest EM economies, the Asian economies, helped or managed to deal with the impact of the tariffs that the U.S. have imposed? Have they been more resilient than you expected?
Yeah, I think the important thing here is to take a step back and consider that emerging markets are, broadly speaking, 84, 85 countries. So you have a much more diverse universe to pick and choose from. While it is true that some countries have fallen under the spotlight, such as Brazil, such as India most lately, certain other countries, for example, China and Mexico, have dealt with those tariffs both now and in the previous Trump administration with more aplomb. So leaving aside the immediacy of the headlines and the way that risk assets can sometimes overreact, in the end, I think a lot of the devil is in the detail, and when that implementation happens, it's often not as bad as it may seem at first go. The second is that there are many, many EM economies, and some of the more recent joiners to the EM universe, such as countries in the Middle East like the MENA, GCC, or even Saudi, which are currently in that 10% basic camp of tariffs, which is affecting more broadly the developed world. So I think in EM, it's you definitely have a lot of dispersion, a lot of opportunities to pick and choose, and there will be winners and relative losers in that as well.
Yeah, so let's talk about the winners and the relative losers. Yesterday on the show, we did a whole segment about global credit spreads and how historically tight they are. I mean, in some cases, you have to go all the way back to 1995 for U.S. investment grade to get to this level of credit tightness. So where do you find opportunities in an environment like this? And are you nervous about how tight some of these credit spreads are trading, given the uncertainties that are yet to come in the next few months?
That's a great question, Germana. I think, like many other fixed income managers, it's very difficult for us to make a strong case for spreads, because mathematically, just looking at their history, we are at all-time tights for many asset classes. What gives us comfort in emerging markets is that relative valuation gap between us and our developed market peers remains very much intact. So when you condition that risk by bucket, so for example, if we look at the same ratings, at the same duration, you're getting more spread, more yield in many emerging market locations, particularly, let's say, within the corporate credit asset class. And second, if you look at wider credit metrics like spread per turn of leverage or EBITDA, debt to EBITDA metrics, emerging market corporates remain very attractive. Fundamentally, they're very sound. I think what belies this, the peak in spreads is that yields are very attractive for the current setup. So at 5.5% for emerging market corporate investment grade credit, and 8% for emerging market high yield corporate credit, and 6.5% for the blend. This is a very attractive investment destination, given the global context where everything is expensive, everything is tight. And so in that context, against that global growth outlook and fears on global inflation, I think we're in a good place.
Yeah, so all-in yield is what you're looking at. Okay, final question, because we've been talking about the steepening of the U.S. yield curve. Are you hedging against your longer duration exposure in the portfolio to account for that steepening of the U.S. yield curve?
This is a big discussion we've been having on the desk and also with our clients, because the behavior of, let's say, U.S. Treasuries has changed a number of times during the current year. So the regime under which it operates has also been called into question. So in prior periods of crisis, being long U.S. duration has been a safe haven. It's been actually a portfolio hedge for a risky asset class like ours. However, in the most recent period of distress, let's say on Liberation Day in early April, we saw a synchronized sell-off both in treasuries as well as the dollar, at least briefly. And so that's what gives us pause. We're trying to, sort of establish what the reaction function of these so-called hedges are, depending on the source of that next crisis. So if the catalyst is, for example, let's say an attack on Fed independence, then that hedge might not work the way we expect. And so that's what we've been spending a lot of time trying to understand.
Yeah, it's not an easy environment, is it? Alan Xiao, thank you so much. Really good to chat to you. Co-head of Emerging Markets Corporate Debt at 91. Well, Bloomberg Analysis has found that Chinese President Xi Jinping has ousted almost a fifth of the generals whom he personally appointed since taking power in 2012. For today's Bloomberg Big Take, our senior editor Richard Frost joins me from Hong Kong. So this is quite a significant number. 20% of these military officials have been purged, disappeared, missing. What is behind the purge?
Yes, and let's not forget these are generals that Xi Jinping himself appointed. In terms of exactly why these generals have disappeared, China is usually fairly opaque about that. It's typically related to corruption, but just to give one example, the second highest ranking military officer, a man called He Weidong, the world only learned that he had disappeared because he didn't turn up for an annual tree planting ceremony that all the most senior generals did. That was back in April. But this has been something that has really characterized Xi Jinping's presidency. The previous two Chinese presidents didn't investigate any generals. So there's obviously something that he's worried about, and whether it's corruption or power, it's not quite clear.
Yeah. So Xi is currently serving his third term in office and possibly preparing for a fourth term. Is there any talk about who his potential successor could be? And do these moves actually, lay the groundwork for further insights into who he may be looking to choose as his successor?
Sure, you're asking some pretty big questions here. There is absolutely no sign of a successor right now for Xi Jinping. And there is a very powerful military commission, which he is head of. And in fact, there's normally 7 sit on that, typically generals. There's only 4 because some of them have been taken out, presumably by Xi. And it's through that path that previous presidents of China have come. So were there to be someone unexpected go into there, that might be a way. The Communist Party has its 4th plenum, this big meeting coming up later next month, where they map out the next 5 years economic plan, and also they sort of move personnel around. So that would be the next possible opportunity to find out whether there might be a potential successor. But right now, there's little sign that he's looking at doing that.
Okay, maybe this is an obvious question, but given he's purged about 20% of the military generals, is that going to have any knock-on effects on China's military preparedness? Does it follow through militarily?
Yeah, I don't know if that's an obvious question, because it's not entirely clear why he is doing this. And obviously it doesn't look great for a military's preparedness if the most senior generals keep getting taken out, particularly those that he had recently appointed. Exactly what he's concerned about, maybe it's the scale of corruption in the military, and that he's worried that the military, which, let's face it, hasn't fought in any conflict since the 1970s, isn't tested and isn't ready for any broader war, whether it's an invasion of Taiwan or just defending itself against something else. The sort of, I guess, the positive angle would be that by rooting out corruption, he makes the military more efficient and improves it. The concern is, particularly I would think amongst the more senior military officials, is that the fear of being taken out means that if they are aware of any shortcomings or defects in equipment, they're unlikely to come clean about it. In fact, they're more likely to hide it because they don't want to be ousted or investigated for corruption. So, like much of China's governance, when it's at that level, is quite opaque.
Yeah, fascinating insight. Bloomberg's Richard Frost, and would highly recommend reading the full Big Take today on the terminal. Well, coming up, we have a hot story for you when it comes to cooling the summer commute. London is lagging behind other global cities. We'll bring you the data next. This is Bloomberg.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Harness technology and AI to shape the way we live our lives, and unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
Welcome back. Well, when summer arrives, office workers often complain about how hot it can be on public transport. A Bloomberg comparison of 5 global financial centers shows sweaty commuters in the UK capital have a right to feel jealous of some other cities. Bloomberg's weather and climate reporter Joe Wirtz has more on our hot data story. Joe, I've got to say, I was in London around the time of the heat wave in the summer. The tube, the underground, was absolutely sweltering. How does London and the London commute compare to other major cities around the world at peak summer time?
Boy, you got an experience a lot of folks here have to suffer through every day. Yeah, look, summers in the UK are getting super hot. We are on track right now, according to the UK Met Office, for probably the hottest summer on record. We're tracking as hot as it's ever been, and this is something cities around the world are having to deal with. Hotter summers, longer duration heat waves, more extreme temperatures, the highs getting higher, the length of these hot spells lasting longer. But, cities that have transport have dealt with this in very different ways. And the experience of those commutes is quite a bit different in different places.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues with the London Underground is some of the older infrastructures, like quite literally creaking infrastructure. So what options do cities like London have in trying to adapt if they can't install air conditioning?
Yeah, and that's a really, really great point. If you look at the subway commute in Tokyo, in Beijing, they've got air-conditioned subway carriages. They've got air-conditioned platforms. They're able to blow in this sort of refrigerated air. It's not quite air conditioning, but it manages to bring down the temperature a little bit. And in Beijing, they have subway carriages that are even colder for business people that have to wear jackets and suits or tights and more formal business attire every day. But a lot of those systems, as you hinted at, were built in the last several decades, not a century ago like London's Underground, or a century ago like parts of the Paris Metro. And we see these subway systems in these cities with the really old, in many cases deep, narrow tunnels that were built a century ago, really Victorian era architecture in these places, really struggling to add air conditioning and to keep those systems cool. And that's increasing as it gets hot and gets hotter outside. But also these subway systems themselves add heat to the tunnel. Surprising amount of that heat comes from just putting the brakes on these subway cars themselves.
Yeah. I got to say, the biggest irony of it all was I finally felt cooler temperature-wise when I came back to Dubai after my London break. Bloomberg's weather and climate reporter, Joe Wirtz, thank you so much. All right, well, this is our top story of the day, and it has to be the top story of the day because the internet has lit up after Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announced their engagement. It's a love story, everybody. The news has already caused a betting boom on several websites and sparked certain articles of the couple's clothing to sell out. Bloomberg's Tiwa Adebayo has more. Well, it's the talk of the town, as viewers of Bridgerton would say. What stood out to you about the announcement, the staging, the dress, the flowers, all of it?
Well, Jemana, a number of things stood out to me, but definitely the first thing that caught my eye was that ring. I mean, experts are saying it's an 8 to 10 carat diamond. It's a mined old cut. But the interesting thing I think here is that reports are saying it was bought from a company that specializes in ethical gemstones. So it's a love story for Taylor Swift, but is it a love story for the diamond industry? We've already seen a lot of talk in the industry of this growing fear around the lab diamond market and ethically sourced diamonds. We saw earlier this summer, De Beers actually abandoned their project to start selling lab diamonds, and that came after Anglo American, their owner, said they're going to have to let them go. So it's thought that perhaps Taylor Swift could set a trend, perhaps, of ethically sourced stones. There's a lot to see for the diamond market and the jewellery market more broadly. That's definitely something that caught my eye from the announcement.
Well, not just the diamond market. I mean, she is a very, very savvy businesswoman. Even the dress that she was wearing was sold out within minutes, apparently, her Ralph Lauren dress. What are the potential commercial opportunities for this couple?
Absolutely. Well, I'd say the opportunities are endless. And in fact, it's probably just down to the couple themselves in terms of how much they want to commercialize this opportunity. You mentioned the dress. It was from Ralph Lauren. The Cut is reporting that it's sold out. Buzz about other items of clothing she was wearing, including a Cartier watch, we had Louis Vuitton sandals. There are people trying to get their hands on all of those items. But if there's one thing that we do know about Taylor Swift, she doesn't really do anything by accident. I think we should all be looking at the timing of this announcement. It comes shortly after she announced another studio album within the promotion cycle for that. And also Travis Kelce this morning announcing a partnership with American Eagle. So perhaps the couple will be looking to kind of maximize the business opportunities with regards to this announcement.
Bloomberg's Tiwa Adebayo, love it. My top story of the day. Well, coming up, we'll be speaking to the CEO of Volvo Cars on tariffs, EVs, and production plans. That's live at 10:40 a.m. London time. Up next, Bloomberg Brief. This.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
This isn't a deep dive on yesterday's news. Instead, you get the latest stories with context.
And that's something you don't get from other news podcasts. So join us for the best from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts around the world, with reporting backed by data and journalists at the center of the stories we cover.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. We're continuing to gather information about a school shooting this morning in Minneapolis. Bloomberg News has learned the gunman is dead and there's no ongoing threat to the community after police responded to the incident this morning at Annunciation Catholic School. A source tells us a man dressed in black and carrying a rifle was reported at the scene as parents dropped their kids off at class. A hospital in Minnesota says it's treating 5 children who were injured there. President Trump posted on Truth Social that he has been fully briefed on the situation and the White House is continuing to monitor what it calls, quote, this terrible situation. There is no let up on White House pressure on the Federal Reserve after President Trump's move to oust Governor Lisa Cook for alleged mortgage fraud. Cook has promised to fight that in court, but National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett says the president is well within his rights.
The president absolutely has authority to fire a Fed governor for cause. And I think the accusations are serious, and I look forward to seeing the outcome.
White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says Cook should take a leave of absence. He says it would be the honorable thing to do. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the allegations against Cook should be part of what he's called for an internal Fed review.
The Fed is an unaccountable institution, and its relationship with the American people depends on a high level of trust. And incidents like this puncture that trust.
Secretary Bessent was on Fox Business this morning. If President Trump succeeds in ousting Cook, he could win a 4-seat majority on the Fed's 7-member Board of Governors. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reports the White House is already looking to use that majority to influence vetting of the Fed's regional bank presidents.
Whether or not this actually happens remains to be seen. But one thing that's becoming increasingly clear in the reporting is that this White House doesn't appear to be showing any intentions that it's going to let up its pressure campaign on the central bank, with the president saying that he's prepared for this expected legal fight over his decision to oust Fed Governor Lisa Cook.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reporting from the White House. The Trump administration's extending its push to take control of D.C. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says his department is reclaiming management of Washington's Union Station from Amtrak.
We want a place where businesses want to obtain leases and set up shop and serve the community of D.C., but also the people that travel into D.C. via train.
The announcement from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy comes after President Trump said he would ask Congress for $2 billion to beautify the nation's capital. Semaphore reports the White House has yet to send a concrete proposal on that request to Capitol Hill. Today, U.S. and Israeli officials are set to meet to discuss the aftermath of the war in Gaza. White House Special Envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News that President Trump would chair that meeting. It comes as ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas show little sign of movement, and as outrage builds over Israeli strikes this week on a southern Gaza hospital that killed 20 people, including several journalists. The man who has become the face of President Trump's immigration crackdown now plans to seek asylum in the United States. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyers made that announcement today to a federal judge. Abrego Garcia turned himself in to immigration authorities in Baltimore earlier this week. He was mistakenly deported to his native El Salvador back in March, returned to the U.S. in June to face human smuggling charges. The Trump administration says Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member. He denies it. The administration has said it intends to deport Abrego Garcia to Uganda. On Wall Street, investors' eyes are on NVIDIA. The AI chip giant reports its latest quarterly results after the closing bell. Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst Mandeep Singh says he's focused on NVIDIA's revenue.
Earnings will come simply because this company has a monopoly when it comes to the GPUs that they are making. They can charge whatever margins they want, and that has been the case.
And Mandeep Singh with Bloomberg Intelligence. Investors may also be focused on whether tensions with China are eating into those margins. Ahead of the earnings, NVIDIA shares are little changed, while stocks as a whole are in the green. The S&P 500 right now is up 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher by 0.3%, and the NASDAQ Composite's holding on to a 0.1% gain. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
You know, the reason Trump has imposed these extra tariffs on India is because, allegedly, he's unhappy that India continues to buy Russian oil. Do you expect India to modify their behavior should, these tariffs become so punitive that they start to have quite a negative impact on the Indian economy?
Good morning, Jumana. So as things stand today, and as you were mentioning earlier, the 25% additional tariffs against India have just gone into effect. So effectively 50% tariffs against India. As things stand now, the Indian government has not given any directive whatsoever to the country's refiners, whether they should pare back, stop, buy more Russian oil or whatever. It's been left to the refiners' individual decisions. Now, just to put some color around that, Indian refiners are always on the lookout to diversify the sources of crude. It's an ongoing strategy, and they have been doing that in recent days, perhaps with a little bit more fervor. But as of now, it doesn't look to me that India is going to change course. And in terms of New Delhi's directives, certainly, I don't expect any change of course. And I certainly don't, as a result, expect the refiners to make any major pivots against Russian crude purchases.
So yesterday, President Trump was asked about whether there could be financial penalties or sanctions on Russia should Russia not go down the path of peace. And I think this is one of the major drivers for the oil market. What likelihood would you place, what probability would you place on this actually going into effect and Russian oil supplies becoming a lot more difficult to procure in the coming months?
As of now, Jumana, the market doesn't seem to be pricing in that worst-case scenario of major sanctions, secondary tariffs against other buyers of Russian oil, leading to a major disruption in Russian flows. And we're talking about 6 to 6.5 million barrels per day of crude and refined products that go out from this country. So that is not the market's base case scenario right now. The problem here, Jumana, is that it is obviously a very complex topic. If you sort of zoom out all the way to the impasse over Western security guarantees to Ukraine and, Russian and Ukrainian red lines and so on. If you drill down a little bit as well to try and connect it to the oil markets, it's really very poor leverage looking at, if India were to stop buying Russian crude, China is continuing to buy. China is a much bigger buyer. So, what exactly is Trump trying to achieve? I think that's very, very unclear. Right now, the whole range of outcomes from this to perhaps, he extends the 2-week deadline he's given to Trump and to Putin and Zelensky, all the way to, as you say, he takes the course of stricter sanctions, and everything in between is right now open. So I think it's a very thick fog of all the possibilities for the market and very hard to pick one of those outcomes right now.
Yeah. And what's interesting, if you look at what's the price of Brent, say, in the last month, it's actually been pretty stable. We've sort of been in the $3 range between 66, 69, if you go back. And, of course, before that, you had the Iran-Israel war. But 66, 69 is where we are, relatively stable. What do you think are going to be the biggest drivers in the coming months, looking out to the last quarter of the year?
Look, to my mind, Ukraine remains very much center stage. There is a slim possibility that Trump walks away from this whole issue, as a result of which we just have a prolonged stalemate. I think the chances of that are very slim. So assuming that he just continues to extend the time, but at the same time put some mild pressure on both the leaders in Moscow and Kiev. Assuming that happens, I think crude will continue to remain range-bound. There aren't that many other factors to move it out of this range. I think OPEC Plus, for the time being, is pretty much done with its major decisions all in the rearview mirror now with regard to the 2.2 million barrels per day of cuts that it has very quickly unwound. There is the underlying global economic outlook, of course, and there I see the oil market quite decoupled from the day-to-day swings in sentiment that we have seen in other risk assets, for instance, in the U.S. equity markets. The assumption there is that it's going to be a sluggish economic growth, lots of economic headwinds as a result of these trade wars, and as a result of which tepid global oil demand growth as well.
Vandana, let me just round up with a question, because for as long as, all of this year when OPEC started putting this extra barrels back to the market, everyone anticipated for there to be a supply glut by the end of this year. Do you see signs of that happening now?
So there are some gloom and doom scenarios out there, projections of 2 to 3 million barrels per day supply, oversupply in the markets in fourth quarter, first quarter of next year. I do not subscribe to that, Jumana. I think probably there might be a bit of surplus, close to a million barrels per day. Q1, again, that is a slow demand season. Stock build is to be expected. So far from what we can see, the 2.2 million barrels per day, even if all of that is not quite yet in the market, that'll happen next month. The market has taken it in its stride. Prices have remained, have not spiraled down towards into the 50s. The market remains in backwardation. The backwardation has come off a little bit, but still very much the forward curves are in backwardation.
Which may be in a state of disputes at this point.
Yeah, that's right, Jumana. We are in uncharted territory here. Our president has never fired a Fed official for cause. And we talked about a potential legal challenge yesterday. It looks like now we're in for a lengthy litigation process that's going to decide whether the president had cause to try to fire her and whether she can continue to serve on the board while that legal process plays out. We can expect a lot more twists and turns in that saga, which will obviously feed into market volatility and give investors a lot to chew on while they try to decide which way the Fed is going to go and what to expect for the future of interest rates. And it raises further questions about central bank independence as well. We also heard that the president and his team are weighing different ways to exert their influence on the regional Fed banks as well. The Fed presidents are coming up for recertification in February. So there's a lot that's going to still happen at the Fed, and there's a lot to keep an eye on.
Yeah, really important story there as well that we have up on the terminal this morning about the Fed, the Fed regional banks, Fed regional governors also being set in the sights of President Trump. But one Fed policymaker did actually speak out. She was asked about central bank independence yesterday. Let's listen to what Lael Brainard had to say.
The president essentially is moving to shift the majority of the Board of Governors well before what was contemplated in terms of the institutional structure and their terms, and that opens the door when renewals of all of the Reserve Bank presidents come up in February.
So quite significant. That's the former vice chair of the Fed saying that essentially this opens the door up to renewals of all Reserve Bank presidents that are coming up in February. that could be a major deal also for markets as well.
Yeah, that's right. And we also heard from the former vice chair that this sort of pressure can exert itself in very subtle ways. If all the Fed board members and regional presidents are thinking about what their comments or what their actions, what their votes might trigger, what sort of pushback they might get, what sort of pressure they might find themselves under, just like Lisa Cook, that can be one way it could affect policy. And if they're all up for recertification in a potentially overhauled Fed board in front of them, that might also change their thinking, and we don't know how that might seep into the decision-making process. And that's what we're seeing in markets as well. You mentioned at the top of the program, longer-term yields going up in the U.S., the steepening of the curve, the crucial 10-year yields getting higher as well. That's what we're seeing, investors weighing the potential for the Fed cutting rates too far and too fast, and how that might affect the financial conditions in the U.S. in the longer term.
Yeah, Balazs, thank you so much for breaking it down for us, Balazs Pence. Joining us now is Rajiv Sibal, Morgan Stanley senior global economist. A lot to unpack. Maybe let's just start with the big news of the last 24 hours, in that there's been this slow creep over the Fed's independence. And I think some serious questions are being asked about whether investors actually can believe the assumption that the Fed are going to be solely acting on their own economic projections as opposed to political pressure.
I think the market reaction yesterday tells us a lot about how the markets are thinking about this. The front end of the curve went lower, as you highlighted. The back end of the curve stayed higher. It seems like the market's trying to put in some term premium, even if interest rates go down. And, you know, as somebody who started their career in academia, I can assure you that the literature is pretty consistent, that central bank independence is important for inflation targeting. And so I think the market is right to be vigilant in seeing what's going to happen and how it's going to play out here.
Yeah. Does it necessarily mean that more political influence, let's say, on the central bank will be inflationary?
So historically in situations, and this has been particularly true in emerging markets, when you have wide fiscal deficits, as the United States currently has, there is a pressure, if fiscal and monetary policy are too far aligned, to lower interest rates because of the cost of the debt. And so this has been the experience in emerging markets. I'm not sure that will be the case in developed markets, but historically that's what we've seen, and so that's why markets are probably very vigilant about what's going on right now.
Yeah, unprecedented times for sure. Maybe let's just talk about the here and the now monetary policy while the Fed Chair Jerome Powell is still here. He gave this very important speech at Jackson Hole last Friday. The market interpreted it to be quite dovish, and I see your own U.S. economists have also changed their forecast now. They are calling for a September rate cut.
Yes, we have the September cut on the table now. You know, we had to make a decision. There's two dimensions that the Fed has to deal with. It's with the labor market and with inflation. And we have inflation data coming out later this week. The consensus is that it's going to hit 2.9% year on year. We think it actually might hit 3% or higher later in the year. And so this is a dilemma for the Fed, with inflation running higher than expected. How much of that is sticky? How much of that is from tariffs? How much of that can they look through? That's why originally we had a call that the Fed might cut later. We pulled it forward after the Jackson Hole speech because it was pretty clear that they're more worried about the labor market.
Yeah.
And in the near term, the focus then becomes non-farm payrolls and whether or not the labor market deterioration continues.
But rates are still being characterized as somewhat restrictive. At what level are they no longer somewhat restrictive if they start lowering interest rates?
Every economist house will have a different neutral rate. For us, it's between that 2.5% to 3% range, which is why we kind of end our cutting cycle at that level in late 2026. But I think the Fed also will have a moving model that is in a similar range as well.
Yeah. So the thing is, on one hand, you've got potentially these inflationary pressures coming through on tariffs, and we can talk about that. But I just want to ask about the labor market, because there it's very difficult to get a good gauge of the data. I mean, put aside for the moment that the BLS commissioner just lost her job as well. But you have two different forces. You have the immigration effect, so people, that's affecting the labor supply, but then weakening labor demand. You put the two of them together, and you probably end up somewhere around where we are because of those two conflicting forces.
Absolutely. And you know, a lot of Fed governors have spoken about this. We've written about it extensively. When you have a situation where the population dynamic is changing rapidly in the United States, it can be hard to calibrate what the break-even non-farm payroll is.
Yeah.
We've written that 50,000 by the end of the year could be a break-even non-farm payroll. So a world in which you have 50,000 payrolls may see unemployment stay relatively low.
Yeah.
And this is the big dilemma for the Fed, is because that's a full employment, and that means that their mandate on the employment side is kind of being met at the current moment. Now, the big risk is what I call the level versus trend effect. So the trend is this kind of 50,000 break-even level that we've talked about. I think what spooked the Fed and what kind of turned Jay Powell's head
The revisions.
was the revisions,
Yeah.
which changes the level.
Yeah.
And so this is where the next non-farms, the next 2 or 3 are going to be really important to
Yeah.
understand where that dynamic
So
is.
interesting. Okay, let me ask you about tariffs. We've got the big 50% tariff on India coming due today. Well, that has just gone into effect today. What inflationary impact do you see from tariffs into the U.S. economy? And is it, as Jay Powell described on Friday, a one-off effect?
So tariffs should be a one-off effect. I mean, we saw that in 2018, 2019. The question becomes, does the implementation of the tariff become consistent, and is there retaliation from other markets and economies? And then how do supply chains react? So we do expect it to be one-off, but it could persist for 3 or 4 or 5 months. And the full effect we don't think has come into the price yet, so to speak.
Yeah.
It took a long time for the administration to implement the tariffs, and so we're waiting. You know, that August deadline became actually quite important because a lot of the trade diversion that may have been happening can no longer be diverted after the implementation of the August tariffs. And so there's a lot of question marks around what tariffs may look like in September and October. So there's probably more to come. And the India example is just one of many in Asia, actually, where new tariffs are being implemented.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, you know, things may change in the next couple of days as they do. Rajiv, really good to chat to you. Thank you so much. Rajiv Sibal, Morgan Stanley Senior Global Economist. Still ahead, markets are anticipating NVIDIA earnings. We'll discuss what to expect next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. NVIDIA is set to deliver its earnings report on Wednesday, and investors will be watching how the U.S.-China rivalry is impacting growth. This chart shows the stock's tendency to move sideways to down, actually, ahead of results. Let's get to Robert Lee, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst. Well, Robert, we don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know exactly what's going to be announced today, but options markets are pricing a big move either way, 5 or 6% post-results. Look, set the stage for us. What should we be watching out for? Sales, I'm reading, are set to grow at a pace of more than 50% this year. But then, of course, there's the China question as well.
Sure. OK. Well, as you said, we don't have a crystal ball, but we do try our best to try and predict the results as accurately as we can. And as you said in your prelude, quite often NVIDIA stock actually trades sideways or down after results. And there's an obvious reason for that. It's because the stock normally trades up into numbers, and yet again this quarter, as we've seen in previous quarters, the stock is trading close to an all-time high. So the expectations going into these numbers, which should be strong, are very high. So the key question for investors is how much of that is really anticipated and priced in. So as we've seen in previous quarters, I think a lot of that is, and the risk is, unless we see a material upgrade to consensus numbers, which, just as a side note, have hardly changed. So consensus EPS numbers for the fiscal year ending 2026 have hardly changed year to date. So unless we see this earnings upgrade cycle coming through, the risk is that we get further profit taking. And as you mentioned in your prelude, the H20, the ongoing hokey-cokey there, the one step in, one step out, is obviously going to be a key area of focus for these results.
I was going to ask you about the hokey-cokey, the one leg in, one leg out in China. But you know, let's park that for the moment and maybe broaden this out, because I feel as though several analysts within the community are turning a bit more cautious on the prospects of a further bullish run in AI, given how much we've run as of late and how valuations have really become quite expensive in many of these AI-related stocks, not least NVIDIA. Are we at peak AI euphoria?
Sure, okay. Well, I guess over the last sort of 2 years plus, we've seen this, if you like, this cadence of, as our American colleagues would say, beat and raise, where the companies come in, beaten numbers, and then estimates have been raised. But the momentum behind that, the rate of incremental beat and raise, has eased over time. And again, going back to the comment I made a few minutes ago about consensus numbers at the EPS level for this year, basically are unchanged. Some of that reflects the uncertainty about China. And then, you know, where are we in the cycle? I mean, a point I continually make when we have our little discussions is clearly the money that's being made in crude terms in AI at the moment is on the infrastructure side. It's the companies like NVIDIA, the cloud computing companies that are supplying the infrastructure used by their end customers to build out apps, to build out models, and to train their systems. But ultimately, what is this all for? Monetization remains the main focus in terms of our research, remains the elephant in the room, and I think the narrative within the investment industry is beginning to change.
Yeah.
Just look at CoreWeave's results. This is a US company which disappointed, announced a big hike in CapEx a couple of weeks ago. The rate of monetization that they're seeing, and that's a cloud computing company, was not high enough to satisfy very high market expectations. So I think increasingly the market narrative is focused more, and rightfully so, on monetization by the end customers.
Yeah, a very valid point. And also, let's not forget, Sam Altman from OpenAI, the CEO, warned that AI is in bubble territory just a couple of days ago. So there are some cautious voices coming through. Robert Lee, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst, thank you so much. Well, coming up, Botswana declares a national health emergency as diamond sales dry up. Details next. This is Bloomberg. Botswana has declared a public health emergency as the country struggles with a severe shortage of medical supplies. The crisis comes amid a sharp downturn in diamond sales, which make up a third of Botswana's budget revenues. For more, Bloomberg's Andiro Ganga joins us now from Kigali, Rwanda. Andiro, make the link for us between the slower diamond sales and this health crisis, which is actually becoming quite severe in Botswana now.
Good morning, Joanna. So diamonds are an integral part of the Botswana economy, and also a large chunk of the revenue for the government comes from them. In 2024, diamond accounted for a quarter of their GDP, 80% of exports, and a large chunk of foreign reserves. And in the last 3 years, we've seen the sale of diamonds slump. Prices have been doing significantly lower, and this is because of price competition from lab-grown diamonds and also the ethics part of it. And as a result, we are seeing this economy beginning to contract. In 2024, it contracted by 3%, and as a result, the government is feeling the pressure. Revenue shrinking, budget deficit is widening, and they do not have enough to put into social spending. And we are seeing healthcare beginning to struggle, and the system is on the verge of falling apart. They are running short on critical supplies like medicine for cancer, medicine for tuberculosis, and they've even had to postpone elective surgeries.
What other revenue-raising mechanisms do they have right now?
Jumana, they're running low on choices, but they're trying to diversify. BDC, the Botswana Development Corporation, has been given very ambitious targets to get out of the country, go out there and try look for money. Currently, the managing director is in South Africa to try and talk to some institutions to see if money can flow into Botswana. We saw the country also strike a $12 billion deal with Qatar, and this is money that will go into sectors like agriculture, mining, and other parts of the economy. But key to this is the fact that President Duma Boko campaigned on the premise that he was going to diversify the economy away from diamonds. He wanted to jumpstart digital economy and tourism, and these are things that we've not seen him do. And while he calls for patience and peace in the country, this is pegged on how soon he can turn that situation around.
Bloomberg's Andiro Ganga in Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you so much for the report. And coming up, President Trump's 50% tariffs on India has now gone into effect. But our next guest says the increased levies are unlikely to see New Delhi reduce Russian oil purchases. All of that coming up in just a moment. This is Bloomberg. Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Call in the lawyers. U.S. President Donald Trump says he's prepared for a legal fight with the Fed Governor Lisa Cook after she rejected his moves to sack her. Sources say his administration is looking to exert more influence over the Fed's regional banks. The United States crushing 50% tariff on some Indian goods comes into effect. The highest in Asia. Citi says it could shave off just over 0.5% from annual GDP growth. Plus, NVIDIA earnings in focus. Investors await an update on the AI spending boom and any impact of U.S.-China rivalry on growth. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Some stabilization coming through in these markets. S&P futures leaning towards the green. A better close yesterday despite the concerns about the Fed and all of the developments over there. And of course, attention now turning to NVIDIA, those earnings later on. We were speaking about it with Robert Lee earlier on. The market is priced for quite a significant move. But then again, the run-up has been massive. You could point out that valuations are quite rich at this juncture. And therefore, the bar is quite high for a beat. So let's see what comes out of that. We've got 2-year yields continuing their march lower, 2 basis points lower today as 30-year yields, 10-year yields, the long end of the U.S. yield curve continues to move up. So that steepening trend continues intact throughout the course of this week, and particularly in yesterday's trade with 30-year yields moving up 5 basis points at one point. And then we've got the USD, a bit of a turnaround this morning, some stabilization there as well. The USD is down 9.5% for the year. Today, though, we are up about 15 basis points. Flipping over, also wanted to flag, interesting chart, I thought, and just the fact that the VIX level, which is essentially stock market index volatility, is trading at very low levels, but even more so because so many funds have been positioning short. Leverage funds net positioning is very negative, the most negative it has been since 2021 even. So this tells you a lot about how investors are thinking about the run-up in equities and also the underlying volatility behind it. There hasn't been a lot of volatility. All right, let's check in on how markets in Asia are faring as well. David Inglis is in Hong Kong. David, run us through these markets.
Yeah, there's a really good tech theme forming right now. And a lot of it is related to AI for separate reasons, and the NVIDIA story is certainly front and center. I'll get to that in a moment. But within the Chinese story, though, today, there's a lot of policy support that's been announced. And as you can see, and plus earnings coming through from Cameron, which both those two things are leading to the gains you're seeing on your screen. That's point number one. Point number two, though, on NVIDIA, there's really not a lot of movement right now when you look at some of the top suppliers of NVIDIA coming through on your screen. So these are your top 4 that are listed in the Asia Pacific. There's really nothing consistent there. In fact, you put all these things together, and the fact that we are going to get a 6% move either way, if you base it on options pricing, might actually put some hot sauce on this fairly bland chicken breast burrito right now. Because when you look at a 3-day look at the Asia Pacific, extremely range bound on the Asia Pacific. So let's see how NVIDIA reports, because this time tomorrow, things could look very different. I'll end on this. Distance from record highs. Samsung is a big weighting in Korea. SK Hynix as well. That's within 2-3% of a record high. So if we get a good NVIDIA result, we get a pop in NVIDIA, we might likely see that take that one. We might need a few more days, though. India, of course, is close today. There's a different conversation there in tariffs. 5% distance there from record highs. I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, great to pinpoint how far we are from those record highs. David, thank you so much. David Inglis in Hong Kong. Well, speaking of India, Nifty is closed today, but the U.S. has slapped a crushing 50% tariff on some Indian goods. The higher tariffs took effect earlier this hour, doubling the existing 25% duty that was implemented on August the 7th. For more, let's bring in our India trade and economy reporter, Shruti Srivastava in New Delhi. Shruti, maybe let's just start with, and first of all, this is a really high level of tariffs. It's 50%. What sort of an impact is this going to have on the Indian economy? How punitive is it going to be?
Definitely, as you said, this is punishingly high for India. It's the highest among Asian economies, and it's going to play out differently for different sectors. So first of all, US is the largest export market for India. It's the biggest trading partner with India, and Indian exporters sold some $87 billion goods to the US market last year. That's 2% of India's GDP. So definitely, such high tariffs, of course, it shuts down the market for Indian exporters. exporters. Now they will have to look for other ways, other markets, newer markets to diversify. So of course that is going to be a huge impact. Secondly, it also impacts some of the labor intensive sectors which provide a huge number of jobs in India. Sectors like footwear and leather, gems and jewelry, textiles, these are all labor intensive sectors, and with such high tariffs, exporters are already seeing buyers putting orders on hold. So we are going to see there's a risk of unemployment in the next few months if the situation is not resolved. It also thwarts India's ambition of becoming a manufacturing powerhouse. Modi has been trying to attract manufacturing for investors who are looking to diversify. So it impacts that plan as well. But secondly, we should also keep in mind that India is not an export-driven economy. It's a consumption-led economy. Some 60% of India's GDP is driven by consumption. So I think some of the economic pain which India is likely to face in the months to come, that can be mitigated by the fact that the government is trying to boost consumption. The government has recently pledged to cut consumption taxes, and that should lift spending in India and probably shield some of the pain that the nation is going to feel.
Yeah, so ultimately, the Indian economy is still driven a lot by domestic demand as opposed to exports, but there still will be an economic hit. What about the politics of all of this? What does this do to the India-U.S. relationship?
Definitely, this is going to have far-reaching impact on the strategic relation between India and the U.S. India was one of the first countries to start trade negotiations with the U.S. When Modi visited Trump in White House in February. However, despite months of negotiations, the two sides have not been able to secure a trade deal. Now, and Trump has repeatedly blasted India for its continued purchase of Russian oil. These punishingly high tariffs are supposedly for the continued purchase of Russian oil. So this is going to have an impact on India's bilateral relationship with the U.S. We are already seeing that's already starting to play out. As we can see, it is bringing India closer to its fellow members in the BRICS bloc. After 7 years and after the violent border clashes in 2020, China and India are trying to patch up their ties, which plummeted. Modi is expected to meet Xi Jinping next week on the sidelines of a security summit. And India and Russia have pledged to increase their trade over the next 5 years. So we see that India is edging away from the US and moving closer to the BRICS bloc.
To other partners. Bloomberg's Shruti Srivastava, thank you so much for the report. Well, investors are also continuing to monitor oil price action as U.S. tariffs on India kick in. Of course, oil is exempt from those tariffs, it should be said. But for more, we're now joined by Vandana Hari, founder of Vanda Insights. Vandana, the reason Trump has imposed these extra tariffs on India is because, allegedly, he's unhappy that India continues to buy Russian oil. Do you expect India to modify their behavior should these tariffs become so punitive that they start to have quite a negative impact on the Indian economy?
Good morning, Jumana. So as things stand today, and as you were mentioning earlier, the 25% additional tariffs against India have just gone into effect. So effectively 50% tariffs against India. As things stand now, the Indian government has not given any directive whatsoever to the country's refiners, whether they should pare back, stop, buy more Russian oil or whatever. It's been left to the refiners' individual decisions. Now, just to put some color around that, Indian refiners are always on the lookout to diversify the sources of crude. It's an ongoing strategy, and they have been doing that in recent days, perhaps with a little bit more fervor. But as of now, it doesn't look to me that India is going to change course. And in terms of New Delhi's directives, certainly, I don't expect any change, of course. And I certainly don't, as a result, expect the refiners to make any major pivots against Russian crude purchases.
So yesterday, President Trump was asked about whether there could be financial penalties or sanctions on Russia should Russia not go down the path of peace. And I think this is one of the major drivers for the oil market. What likelihood would you place, what probability would you place on this actually going into effect and Russian oil supplies becoming a lot more difficult to procure in the coming months?
As of now, Jumana, the market doesn't seem to be pricing in that worst case scenario of major sanctions, secondary tariffs against other buyers of Russian oil, leading to a major disruption in Russian flows. And we're talking about 6 to 6.5 million barrels per day of crude and refined products that go out from this country. So that is not the market's base case scenario right now. The problem here, Giovanna, is that it is obviously a very complex topic. You know, if you sort of zoom out all the way to the impasse over Western security guarantees to Ukraine and, you know, Russian and Ukrainian red lines and so on. If you drill down a little bit as well to try and connect it to the oil markets, it's really very poor leverage looking at, you know, even if India were to stop buying Russian crude, you know, China is continuing to buy. China is a much bigger buyer. So, you know, what exactly is Trump trying to achieve? I think that's very, very unclear. Right now, the whole range of outcomes from this to perhaps, you know, he extends that the 2-week deadline he's given to Trump and to Putin and Zelensky, all the way to, as you say, he takes the course of stricter sanctions, and everything in between is right now open. So I think it's a very thick fog of all the possibilities for the market, and very hard to pick one of those outcomes right now.
Yeah. And what's interesting, if you look at what's the price of Brent, say, in the last month, it's actually been pretty stable. We've sort of been in this $3 range between 66, 69, if you go back. And, of course, before that, you had the Iran-Israel war. But 66, 69 is where we are, relatively stable. What do you think are going to be the biggest drivers in the coming months, looking out to the last quarter of the year?
Look, to my mind, Ukraine remains very much center stage. There is a slim possibility that Trump walks away from this whole issue, as a result of which we just have a prolonged stalemate. I think the chances of that are very slim. So assuming that, you know, he just continues to extend the time, but at the same time put some mild pressure on both the leaders in Moscow and Kiev. Assuming that happens, I think crude will continue to remain range-bound. There aren't that many other factors to move it out of this range. I think OPEC Plus, for the time being, is pretty much done with its, you know, major decisions all in the rearview mirror now with regard to the 2.2 million barrels per day of cuts that it has very quickly unwound. There is the underlying global economic outlook, of course, and there I see the oil market quite decoupled from the day-to-day swings in sentiment that we are seeing in other risk assets, for instance, in the U.S. equity markets. But the assumption there is that it's going to be a sluggish economic growth, lots of economic headwinds as a result of these trade wars, and as a result of which tepid global oil demand growth as well.
Vandana, let me just round up with a question, because for as long as, you know, all of this year when OPEC started putting this extra barrels back to the market, everyone anticipated for there to be a supply glut by the end of this year. Do you see signs of that happening now?
So there are some gloom and doom scenarios out there, projections of 2 to 3 million barrels per day supply, oversupply in the markets in fourth quarter, first quarter of next year. I do not subscribe to that, Jumana. I think probably there might be a bit of surplus, close to a million barrels per day. Q1, again, that is a slow demand season. You know, stock build is to be expected. So far from what we can see, the 2.2 million barrels per day, even if all of that is not quite yet in the market, that'll happen next month. The market has taken it in its stride. Prices have remained, have not spiraled down towards into the 50s. The market remains in backwardation. The backwardation has come off a little bit, but still very much the forward curves are in backwardation.
Yeah, very clear. Vandana, always good to talk to you. Vandana Hari, founder of Vanda Insights. Now for a look at some of the other stories we're following today. Well, it looks like a love story, and she said yes. Taylor Swift's engagement to Kansas City Chiefs player Travis Kelce has sparked a flood of online bets on the singer's life. Punters are putting money behind their expectations for the couple after Swift announced the engagement on Tuesday. Betting markets are already offering odds on when the pair might have a baby and whether Swift will headline a future Super Bowl. The news that you need to know today on Bloomberg Horizons. All right, coming up, profits versus patience. We get the details of a Bloomberg investigation into the impact of a PE firm's healthcare investments in Africa. That's next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Well, let's turn to a Bloomberg investigation in healthcare for profit. When one of the world's biggest private equity firms took over a number of hospitals and clinics in Africa and Asia in 2019, it told investors that it was intent on increasing access to high-quality healthcare. However, our investigation has called into question whether the investments by US-based TPG can simultaneously have a positive social impact and also make money. That's as whistleblowers allege that the PE firm prioritized profits over patient care. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Simon Marks, who worked on this very important story. Simon, quite simply, has TPG lived up to its promise to expand healthcare in developing countries?
Well, as you said, a number of years ago, TPG started a fund, the Rise Fund. It poured several $1 billion into that. It attracted other investors into the fund from the likes of Bono, the Gates Foundation, the World Bank. And yeah, the idea was really to sort of, expand healthcare, high quality healthcare for countries that needed it the most. And what we've found out is that in many cases, despite investing money in the hospital, they did prioritize profits over patient care. For example, doctors were given very stringent revenue targets in some hospitals. And that's according to documents we've gathered, to staffers, both current and former. And not only that, in many cases, doctors were encouraged to, refer patients, in some cases, unnecessarily to various departments for tests in order to hike bills. So there's a lot of allegations around overpricing that have been carried out inside some of these hospitals. And, this sometimes falls on the weakest. We had one case of a lady who came in from a very poor neighborhood who, according to her bill and family and carers, was overpriced and ended up with an astronomical bill that ended up in quite a terrible sort of back and forth with hospital management to try and get that price down again. So I think these promises have been questioned.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this raises a question, a broader question about whether for-profit hospitals you find it easy to help those that are most in need. Is there somewhat of a conflict between the need to make money, to serve your fiduciary stakeholders, but at the same time serve the original purpose of why you're launching the business in the first place?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think if you come in with expectations of making wild profits, especially in countries, where people's earnings are a bit lower, it's a very tough thing to do because your market clearly is very restricted. In a country like Kenya, you do have some very wealthy members of society, but they are restricted to the top 1%, sometimes even less, that people can actually afford these hospitals. And insurance coverage is very weak in places like Kenya, that really you're talking 2-3% of the population. So your ability to access people in rural areas, in poorer neighborhoods, is very, very low, really, at a private hospital. And I think, investors, obviously, when they come in, they have to think about their models. And, this hospital in Kenya, the Avenue Hospital Network, before TPG came in, we do know that they had implemented some measures to expand healthcare to the poor through free medical camps, for example. And when TPG came in, this specific methodology of bringing free healthcare with treatment seems to have stopped.
Yeah. Bloomberg's Simon Marks, thank you and the team for bringing us this story today. It's the Bloomberg Big Take up on the terminal for those who are interested in reading more about it. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, in a milestone agreement, Abu Dhabi's Lunate is set to take a minority stake in hedge fund management company Brevan Howard. Details next. This is Bloomberg. fund giant Brevan Howard has struck a landmark deal, handing a minority stake to state-linked investment firm Lunate. The agreement comes with a massive $2 billion commitment to a new platform in the Emirates financial hub. For more, we're now joined by Bloomberg's Alex Duller, who broke the story. Alex, just talk us through the scale of this commitment, the $2 billion. What does it actually mean in terms of the relationship between Lunate and Brevan Howard?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on, Jumana. So Abu Dhabi's Lunate is taking a stake in Brevan Howard, and it marks a rare instance of a hedge fund selling a stake in itself. So Lunate is going to commit around $2 billion to a newly created investment platform in ADGM. And it comes at a really interesting time because Brevan, it runs around $10 billion from Abu Dhabi, and its total assets under management is around $30 billion. And they set up the office in Abu Dhabi back in 2023. So, yeah, we wrote in the story that Brevan and Lunate had been in talks for months now, and Lunate had held these discussions with Brevan due to its deep ties with Abu Dhabi. So, it's a really interesting example of firms setting up here and how it might give them access to capital.
And I just wonder whether that's a template for other hedge funds as well. You and the Mideast Money team have written a lot about the inflow of talent and capital to Abu Dhabi. Does this deal perhaps set a template for other hedge funds looking to do the same?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the hope. I think everyone is setting up in Abu Dhabi at the moment. We've got Marshall Wace, Rocus Capital Management, Hudson Bay. They're all setting up in Abu Dhabi, and I think the intention is to be close to capital. There's a lot of sovereign money in Abu Dhabi, and a lot of them will be looking at Brevan Howard, who's secured this big ticket, and think perhaps we could do the same. But it's worth remembering that Brevan, they came in 2023. We're now in 2025, and it took them some time to get that cash. So it's certainly not a guaranteed ticket to just raising money easily.
Yeah, and they have a big investor and investment base out in Abu Dhabi as well. So very interesting development in the Emirates. Bloomberg's Alex Duller, thank you so much. Okay, let's round up the show with a quick look at equity futures. Big day ahead. NVIDIA earnings coming up later today. That's going to be the main focus. But things are leaning towards the green. Take a look at European markets as well, as seen recuperating some of the losses that we had in yesterday's session. European futures up 0.4%. That is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Persecci in Dubai. Stay with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
What's special about Bloomberg Daybreak is the immediacy of the news we bring you each day in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. Eastern Time.
This isn't a deep dive on yesterday's news. Instead, you get the latest stories with context.
And that's something you don't get from other news podcasts. So join us for the best from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts around the world, with reporting backed by data and journalists at the center of the stories we cover.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. 2 children, 8 and 10 years old, have died. 14 more are injured, along with 3 adults, in a shooting during the first week of classes at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Police say 2 of those children are in critical condition. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Police say the gunman is dead. Governor Tim Walz and President Trump say they have been briefed on that shooting. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has repeated his call for Fed Chair Jay Powell to conduct an internal review of the central bank, referring to mortgage fraud allegations about Fed board member Lisa Cook. Bessent tells Fox Business that the president can and should remove Cook from the Board of Governors for cause.
If a Fed official committed mortgage fraud, that this should be examined, and that they shouldn't be serving as one of the nation's leading financial regulators.
Speaking with reporters outside the White House, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett says Fed Governor Cook should take a leave of absence.
If I were her in her circumstance, I would take leave right now. I think it's the honorable thing to do.
Cook's attorney says he'll file a lawsuit on her behalf challenging Trump's move to fire her. New York Fed President John Williams says the U.S. Central Bank's upcoming policy meeting would be a live one, hinting at the possibility of an interest rate move without saying what course of action he would support.
I definitely think that every meeting is, from my perspective, live. Again, we're getting the risks are more in balance.
Williams tells CNBC the current level of rates is modestly restrictive, which means the Fed could reduce interest rates and still be somewhat restrictive moving forward. Wall Street trading is muted ahead of NVIDIA's highly anticipated results this afternoon. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.2%, NASDAQ up 0.1%, the Dow up 0.3%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.27%, the 2-year yield at 3.64%. NVIDIA's China sales are in focus as investors await the tech company's earnings report after the closing bell. The company's revenue in China has been an issue since the Biden administration restricted the sale of advanced AI chips in the country in 2022. Investors are watching for a clearer read on NVIDIA's sales in China and its impact on revenue. The Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to let officials block billions of dollars in foreign assistance funds approved by Congress for the year. The Justice Department says it needs a decision by September 2nd, so it will have enough time to develop spending plans and notify Congress before some of those funds expire on the 30th. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who has become the face of President Trump's hardline immigration agenda, wants to seek asylum in the United States. Abrego Garcia turned himself into immigration authorities in Baltimore on Monday. You may recall he was mistakenly deported to his native El Salvador in March, but was returned to the U.S. in June to face human smuggling charges. The Trump administration says Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member. Abrego Garcia denies that. The administration says it intends to deport him to Uganda. A new poll shows handling crime is now a relative strength for President Trump. The Associated Press Nork Center for Public Affairs Research survey finds Americans are generally not happy about how Trump is handling issues like immigration and the economy. They are more positive about his tough-on-crime approach. Trump's overall approval rating has increased slightly since July, but the poll shows there is less public support for things like federal takeovers of local police departments. President Trump's administration is moving to reclaim management of Washington's Union Station, a historic rail hub that federal officials say has deteriorated after decades of fractured oversight. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
It needs investments. It's been, I think, neglected for decades, and it's showing its age. And again, we want to make this place beautiful and the premier train station, not just in America, but the premier train station in the world.
Duffy made the announcement as Amtrak put into service the first of new redesigned Acela trains on the Northeast Corridor.
I want people who say, you know what, I don't want to fly to New York. I don't want to drive to New York. I want to take the train to New York to have a great, awesome option to make that choice.
Duffy says the service will be more reliable with lower prices. U.S. and Israeli officials are meeting in Washington today to discuss post-war Gaza. Israel's military called the evacuation of Gaza City inevitable ahead of a new offensive, with no signs of a ceasefire in sight. They told residents today to prepare to leave. The deal under discussion includes a 60-day truce, the release of the 50 remaining hostages in return for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza with a roadmap toward ceasefire talks. Many in Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition oppose such a phased deal. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
We've had two women with very big news in the last 24 hours. Taylor Swift is getting married and Lisa Cook is getting fired by the president from the Federal Reserve. You'll perhaps be glad to know that I'm only going to be talking about Lisa Cook. It's clear in the rules of the Fed that you can be fired for cause. However, that's never happened before. There's no real precedent as to what cause might be. The allegations against Cook are serious, that she indulged in a form of mortgage fraud, a very widespread form of mortgage fraud, representing that more than one different house was her primary residence. Whether that's actually cause is another matter altogether. It's not like she was insider trading. She wasn't even at the Fed when this happened. We can assume, as this is being legally contested, that it's going to get litigated to the full extent of the law, possibly even the Supreme Court. In the shorter term, why does this matter? Well, the great concern is about Fed independence. If Lisa Cook is replaced, that will mean 4 of the 7 governors of the Fed have been appointed by Trump at a point when he is making very noisy arguments for a very different monetary policy, which very few people would agree with. He seems to seriously believe that the Fed funds rate should be as low as 1%. It's almost impossible to find anybody on Wall Street who would agree with that. The economy is far too strong to warrant taking rates down that low. Any sign that you're compromising the independence of the central bank can be dangerous for the currency. But then if you look at the markets, this isn't regarded as a major event. I think that's because the market assumes that rates will be coming down a bit in the near term, and that whoever Donald Trump installs, they're not going to take rates as far down as 1%. In the short term, the market believes that this isn't such a big issue. That still leaves the long term, but as Maynard Keynes said, in the long run, we are all dead.
NVIDIA's highly anticipated earnings expected to give insight into the durability of the AI spending boom. It's the main event in this market worldwide. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now for more. Mandeep, good morning. It's good to see you. Set the stage. What are you expecting?
Well, so they actually wrote down the H20 revenue last quarter, and so the expectations for this quarter of around 45 to 46 billion, they will beat by at least 2 billion plus. It's the next quarter. So consensus right now is around 53. I think the buy-side bogey is more 54 to 55, and they will likely exceed it. So from that perspective, the numbers will look good. The key question that I have for, I guess, NVIDIA and investors are looking at is, the models haven't converged in functionality. So if you compare ChatGPT to Claude to Anthropic and Gemini, they have not converged. If compute was the real constraint, and everyone can use, NVIDIA GPUs to kind of converge the model functionality, then yes, compute is where the answer lies. I think the market is more gravitating towards better data, and that is where if you're optimizing for better data, I think some companies have started looking at that more closely by use case. So you need better data for coding agent or for search. So depending on the use case, you need to create that data. And in that scenario, I think NVIDIA will see some slowdown. I mean, the growth rate will still be great, but that to me is the real crux of what will determine the growth going forward.
Sumit, thanks so much for the warming of ties between Delhi and Beijing.
This potential warming of ties enables the two sides to tide over a rather difficult set of circumstances that they are confronted with. Both face a trade war with the United States, and as a consequence, they feel that at least a moment of solidarity might provide them a bit of reprieve.
Well, the US, as we've been discussing, is the biggest destination for Indian goods. China, though, is a close second. Is there an opportunity for China to become a more important export destination for India?
At least in the foreseeable future, I see China becoming a more attractive market for India, though India may not easily be able to substitute one market for another, because certain goods and services and certain products were destined for the American market and specifically geared to the American market. Indian jewelry, for example, Indian textile manufacturing, both of which have been hit with this 50% tariff, or is about to be hit in about another half hour, unless there is some miraculous reprieve. I'm not sure that the Chinese would necessarily want to buy the same jewelry that Americans were purchasing, or for that matter, that China would necessarily buy Indian textile products. So this is going to hurt those industries in particular, especially hard.
Well, Beijing has been on a diplomatic charm offensive since President Trump returned to the White House. Certainly here in Australia, where I am, the China-Australia relationship's done a dramatic U-turn from where it was during the pandemic. But what are the risks for India in improving its ties with China?
There are substantial risks because the Chinese market could prove to be entirely mercurial. Chinese decision makers at the drop of a hat might change their minds. There is that prospect. In addition to that, there are structural issues that still divide India and China. For example, the border dispute, which after 24 rounds of talks is no closer to a real resolution. The confidence-building measures that were put in place in 1993 and 1996 have completely frayed. And this was more than evident during the Galwan Valley crisis of the spring of 2020, when 60 Indian officers and men perished and an unknown number of PLA personnel also lost their lives. And without even a shot being fired, this involved hand-to-hand combat. In addition to all of this, India and China have self-images of each other as great powers in Asia. And there is a Chinese saying, or some equivalent thereof, that at the top of a mountain, there's only score hope for one tiger. And with these two large animals competing for status in Asia, in the Asian order, they're bound to clash to some degree despite economic interdependence. Excuse me.
Well, a year ago, the India-US relationship was in a very different place, a much warmer place. And just recently, the Indian foreign minister described, used the word perplexed when describing this reversal in ties. What's the game plan here for the United States? Is the rest of us missing some strategic advantage that President Trump can see and we can't?
President Trump is using trade to coerce India to, in part, obviously, to make certain trade concessions, particularly in the dairy and agricultural sectors. And those concessions, I can assure you, at best will be cosmetic. But beyond that, I think one of the problems which really has been somewhat subterranean in this entire exchange is that Trump is seriously piqued with Modi and Foreign Minister Jaishankar's insistence that no foreign power, and especially the United States, was not integral in bringing about the ceasefire between India and Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam crisis in Kashmir in late April, early May of this year. Trump wants to claim that as a major diplomatic victory because he thinks this would be another notch on the butt of his gun, which would enable him to get one step closer, possibly to receiving the Nobel Prize. I think the prospect of Trump receiving the Nobel Prize is frankly a mirage. Even though a handful of countries have nominated him for it, including Pakistan. But India's insistence and the firm public insistence by high Indian officials that Trump played no role in resolving the crisis is something that has genuinely irritated him and has gotten under his skin.
The U.S. has slapped a crushing
It's going to play out differently for different sectors. So first of all, U.S. is the largest export market for India. It's the biggest trading partner with India. And Indian exporters sold some $87 billion goods to the U.S. market last year. That's 2% of India's GDP. So definitely, such high tariffs, of course, it shuts down the market for Indian exporters. Now they will have to look for other ways, other markets, newer markets to diversify. So of course, that is going to be a huge impact. Secondly, it also, impacts some of the labor-intensive sectors which provide, a huge number of jobs in India. Sectors like footwear and leather, gems and jewelry, textiles. These are all labor-intensive sectors. And with such high tariffs, exporters are already seeing buyers putting orders on hold. So we are going to see there's a risk of unemployment in the next few months if the situation is not resolved. It also thwarts India's ambition of becoming a manufacturing powerhouse. Modi has been trying to attract manufacturing for investors who are looking to diversify. So it impacts that plan as well. But secondly, we should also keep in mind that India is not an export-driven economy. It's a consumption-led economy. Some 60% of India's GDP is driven by consumption. So I think some of the economic pain which India is likely to face in the months to come, that can be mitigated by the fact that the government is trying to boost consumption. The government has recently pledged to cut consumption taxes, and that should lift spending in India and probably shield some of the pain that the nation is going to feel.
Yeah, so ultimately, the Indian economy is still driven a lot by domestic demand as opposed to exports, but there still will be an economic hit. What about the politics of all of this? What does this do to the India-U.S. relationship?
Definitely, this is going to have far-reaching impact on the strategic relation between India and the US. India was one of the first countries to start trade negotiations with the US when Modi visited Trump in White House in February. However, despite months of negotiations, the two sides have not been able to secure a trade deal. Now, and Trump has repeatedly blasted India for its continued purchase of Russian oil. These punishingly high tariffs are supposedly for the continued purchase of Russian oil. So this is going to have an impact on India's bilateral relationship with the US. We are already seeing that that's already starting to play out. As we can see, it is bringing India closer to its fellow members in the BRICS bloc. After 7 years and after the violent border clashes in 2020, China and India are trying to patch up their ties, which plummeted. Modi is expected to meet Xi Jinping next week on the sidelines of a security summit. And India and Russia have pledged to increase their trade over the next 5 years. So we see that India is edging away from the US and moving closer to the BRICS bloc.
To other partners, Bloomberg's Shruti Srivastava, thank you so much for the report.
Nvidia's highly anticipated earnings expected to give insight into the durability of the AI spending boom. It's the main event in this market worldwide. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now for more. Mandeep, good morning. It's good to see you. Set the stage. What are you expecting?
Well, so they actually wrote down the H20 revenue last quarter, and so the expectations for this quarter of around 45 to 46 billion, they will beat by at least 2 billion plus. It's the next quarter. So consensus right now is around 53. I think the buy-side bogey is more 54 to 55, and they will likely exceed it. So from that perspective, the numbers will look good. The key question that I have for, I guess, NVIDIA and investors are looking at is, the models haven't converged in functionality. So if you compare ChatGPT to Claude to Anthropic and Gemini, they have not converged. If compute was the real constraint, and everyone can use NVIDIA GPUs to kind of converge the model functionality, then yes, compute is where the answer lies. I think the market is more gravitating towards better data, and that is where if you're optimizing for better data, I think some companies have started looking at that more closely by use case. So you need better data for coding agent or for search. So depending on the use case, you need to create that data. And in that scenario, I think NVIDIA will see some slowdown. I mean, the growth rate will still be great, but that to me is the real crux of what will determine the growth going forward.
Ishwar Prasad of Cornell writing the following. The president has now declared open war on the U.S. institutional framework, which underpins the dollar's dominance in global finance, as well as other aspects of U.S. financial supremacy. Ishwar joins us now for more. Ishwar, welcome back to the program, sir. Let's just take your line of thinking. If we have declared open war on U.S. institutions, where are you seeing signs of damage?
So if one thinks about what are the key elements of the institutional framework that, as I mentioned, have underpinned the dollar's supremacy and foreign investors' trust, particularly in the U.S. financial system, it includes a system of checks and balances that is institutionalized, the rule of law, and most importantly, an independent central bank. Each of these elements of the U.S. institutional framework, took some dings during the first Trump term, but during the second term, Trump is really taking a hatchet to each of them. None of the checks and balances, either from Congress or to some extent from the judicial system, seem to be working very well. The Fed's independence is really crucial, and I should emphasize that it's operational independence. No Fed central bank can be ultimately free of political influence because, after all, it has to serve the welfare of the of people. But in the operational decision making, all evidence seems to suggest that leaving the central bank alone to do its job is the right thing, makes it most effective and credible. And that's what Trump is attacking.
The Fed said that they would abide by what the court decides. I read that statement to the president live in the cabinet room when it came out and asked him, would you abide by the courts? And he says, yes, of course he will. So if the court decides that Lisa Cook can stay, is the damage already done? Or do you think that then just bolsters the view in America that we do have independent institutions?
Well, at the moment, I think a great deal of damage has already been done because Trump is very clear that he wants to bend every institution in the U.S., including a statutorily independent one like the Federal Reserve, to his will in terms of policy making and the broader elements of policy that need to line up with his desires. And that's not quite, what has helped America maintain its financial supremacy. It's a sense that everybody, including the government, has to play by the rules. We may not like the rules, but whether you're a domestic investor, a foreign investor, or the very government that sets the rules, you have to play by the rules. And that is the element that Trump is attacking. Now, even in a system where you have the rules very clearly laid out, ultimately it is norms that matter, because you cannot really write a rule that covers every eventuality, every circumstance of the world. And those norms are certainly being shattered. And this is, I think, the real concern, because even if Lisa Cook does stay on the board, a certain red line has been crossed. Trump has made it very clear that it is loyalty to him and his policies that matters much more than technical competence.
What is your take on what we're seeing right now?
Well, I think, as all the other speakers that you just played have said, this is a real assault on the independence of the Federal Reserve System, and it's particularly threatening to every member of the FOMC right now. If the president can remove a member of the Board of Governors based on an allegation that's not even been brought forth in the courts, then that really sets up risk for any member of the Board of Governors. And further, with the risk to the Board of Governors, then there is the potential for removal of the presidents by the Board of Governors if they're all if they're all filled with nominees who come from this same approach.
Okay, so it sets a very dangerous precedent, certainly. I also wonder if the president gets his way and does remake the Fed to reflect his priorities, then he gets his rate cut cycle. We know that kind of like the sequence of that. But what else would he get control over? And I bring this up because Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway in their newsletter point out that the Fed also has a massive balance sheet at its disposal that might be useful to a president who is intent on remaking the entire economy, on remaking industry. How are you thinking about that?
Well, so first of all, let me go back to your premise, if he's successful in removing her. I think the big question for markets to consider is whether or not he's going to be successful in removing her in the short term. So I expect this will go to the Supreme Court. And, the question for them is going to be, is there more harm from having her removed while the facts are being argued, or more harm to let her stay there? And I think it's going to come down that she can stay there until the legal processes have played out. And if that's the case, that sort of brings this to a standstill for a fairly long time until the facts start coming out.
And it could
now, to your question.
On balance sheet.
On the balance sheet, yeah. So the Fed has a huge balance. The Fed's balance sheet can be as big as it wants it to be. So it can buy as much government debt as it wants to, and it does that by borrowing from the commercial bank. So, that can go as large as they want. The Fed can lower short-term interest rates, and the way it does it is simply through its ability to buy as much of the government paper as it needs to get rates where it wants them. But those are short-term rates that the Fed can control. The longer-term rates are going to be dependent on how markets perceive the credibility of the Fed, and particularly the credibility in fighting inflation. So there comes a point where your success can actually lead to your downfall there because the effects on markets and the effects on the economy and the effects on the dollar.
I am curious, though, Betsy, about just the kind of the function of policymaking going forward amidst all this, particularly against the backdrop, not just with Lisa Cook, but obviously the inevitable replacement of Jay Powell at some point, either at the end of his term or before. Is there this possibility, and Elliott raised this idea, that even getting an extra vacancy, at least amongst the governors, basically almost allows a certain block of the rest of the members? And I wasn't quite clear how that worked. And you've been inside that room. Can you explain how, I guess, what is it, just 3 or is it 4 members who presumably voted in concert would be able to basically blunt any objections from the other members?
So it's not so much that they can blunt the objections. So in any given meeting, there are designated voters, and if the specific voters, say the president is not there, their number 2 can actually cast that vote on behalf of that reserve bank. So the voting on rates is going to take place. What I would question is, so Lisa Cook has to defend this with her own personal resources. And this is going to be a complicated legal battle, and I don't know what her resources are to wage that battle. And so, it's a question of whether she continues or not. Right now, the Fed is facing a close call, I think, in September as to whether or not to lower rates even a quarter point. I think it's a very close call. And for each person weighing that call, how are they weighing it in light of their own personal risk of becoming a target for the same sort of process?
Kim, it's finally here. It's finally NVIDIA earnings day. And we know it's not just about this one company. This is a market-wide event.
It really is, because it feels like for the past 18 months, absolutely any good news that has driven the market has been 2 letters, AI. And I think the build out of AI we've kind of assumed that, data centers like Sherwin-Williams will cover the earth. And that's the paint company's slogan. Anyhow, yeah. But I mean, really, we think that there is absolutely no limit of the amount of chips demanded. And I think that's sort of foolish. And while I am a huge believer in AI, I also understand its limitations. And we're kind of bumping up a couple against them. And I worry that, the fickle market will turn away from AI for a while.
Yeah, I am interested to hear you say that, because I was asking today and have been wondering if we risk developing some kind of indigestion with these hyperscalers spending, $100 billion plus on CapEx. Don't we get to a point when they're like, all right, you know what, we have enough, and it doesn't matter that it's Blackwell or Rubin or whatever the next thing is, like, we don't need to continue buying $100 billion of chips per hyperscaler per year.
Right. And that is the law of large numbers, which we're bumping up against. I think it was excellent. I listened to the top of the show, and your panel on this was excellent about that. And just the growth rate, the crazy growth rate that NVIDIA has experienced in the past 5 years can't continue for many reasons. Just the world will run out of money, essentially. I'm being glib about it, but I think investors need to reset their expectations and maybe go a little soft on this, but we'll see about what investors think after today's earnings, too.
And Kim, we only have about a minute left with you here, but it's something I wonder about even outside of the stock market. It's a conversation we were having the other day, that you think about all this CapEx, all this money coming from the tech companies. You think about the economy ex-AI, perhaps it doesn't look as robust as it does right now.
And I think that is like a great time to actually look for great companies. If you don't think the economy is that robust, ostensibly, when the economy regains its footing or gets a little bit of forward momentum, which I think it can, there's always slowdowns and happening in any industry. It's a great time to go shopping right now, and I think that should refocus investors away from maybe trying to ride that momentum train called NVIDIA.
This story just breaking from the team over at some U.S. industrial tariffs this week. Why would that move be taking place? What would the EU be hoping to accomplish?
The EU is trying to accomplish this very quickly. This was one of the conditions that the U.S. put on Brussels for carrying out the framework trade agreement that they have announced in recent weeks. If the EU can get that through the legislative process, the U.S. in turn will lower auto tariffs on European cars from 27.5% down to 15%. And that could be, if they get it done this week, the Europeans get it done this week, that could be retroactive to August 1st. So there's a lot at stake for the German auto companies in a quick implementation of the European side of that issue.
I'm sure they would be really relieved.
We're talking about something that's already 4 weeks away. There's too much information to try and make bold forecasts that far. What I can tell you is that we've built a relatively robust equity timing indicator, sort of using a bunch of market variables. And right now that's telling us that actually it's still a relatively favorable environment to be invested in US equities over the next 4 to 8 weeks.
When you started talking about payrolls, one of the first things you did was talk about alternative jobs data. Now, I just wonder if you're seeing investors engage in the situation in the same way. Are they starting to look at ADP as event risk on the calendar now?
Yes, they are. And I don't think that's necessarily an entirely new phenomenon. If you actually look at the trajectory of ADP over the past 9 to 12 months, it's actually been okay. I wouldn't say it's been the perfect forecaster, but it's one of the inputs that you can use along with jobless claims, along with NFIB hiring intentions. There's a variety of different measures you can amalgamate together to help get a reasonable picture of what the job market looks like. And obviously with payroll specifically, there's this big birth-death adjustment, which is hugely volatile. One of the actual reasons why there's been so much criticism of them. And so consequently, I think that you do get this volatility in payrolls, especially at a time where we're only generating about 70 to 100,000 jobs a month. And in an environment where immigration has collapsed, it does leave us vulnerable in general to a potential wobbly payroll print. But again, that's in the context of the standard deviation of the number, it's very hard to forecast.
Are you almost ignoring the inflation reports?
I'm not ignoring the inflation reports. I try to take a step back. Is that if I know that we can't think about it just like this, but let's say we were in a world where we didn't have tariffs. What would inflation really be looking like? So I really point at the biggest component of inflation is, of course, housing, lodging, that kind of stuff, rents. If you look at the Cleveland Fed's own data of rent, new rents, it's down 9% year on year. And all rents are only up 2.5%, which is basically in line with where it was pre-COVID. So the biggest part of that inflation component is not really anything particularly dramatic. So if you put tariffs to the side for 1 second, because quite frankly, I don't think anyone knows what the inflationary impact of tariffs is going to be. I actually don't think the inflationary backdrop for the US right now is anywhere near as egregious as some commentators would say.
So that basically means the Fed really does have an open door for September.
I think they do have an open door for September. Barclays economists are one of the few holdouts that wasn't going for the September cut. They've now changed to a September cut. So that looks like it's pretty much a lock. And after that, I think we should try and take a step away from what October or December looks like. And instead, Jonathan, like to your point, just think about what a post-Powell Fed looks like. And this matters for stocks. Stocks are supposed to be forward discounting mechanisms. And so this comes back to my small cap point. I don't think it really matters enormously whether they cut in September or December. If the path of interest rates is lower and we have a line of sight on lower interest rates in a post-Powell world in 2026, then we have to assume that parts of the economy that have basically been in low growth or even recessionary environment for 2+ years now is going to start to get some reprieve, and investors are not positioned for that.
You don't have to wait for 26 for that. We're going to find out who the next Fed chair is going to be in the fall of this year. And whoever that person is, I don't think they're going to be quiet about what they think should happen to interest rates and everything else for next year and beyond.
Absolutely not, because the names on that list have already been making the rounds, including on programs like this, talking about what they would like to see at the Federal Reserve. And what did we just hear from Mark Short, who was in the room? His VP was in the room, Trump 1.0. One of the biggest issues going into whether or not Donald Trump was going to choose you as Fed chair was a key question. Are you going to cut interest rates?
Last time you were with us, you talked about just how much volume, a big chunk of volume in this equity market was going through a handful of names that make up a couple of basis points of total equity market capitalization in this country. You still seeing a similar dynamic?
It's definitely come off the froth and off the boil, whether that's a function of just, again, a summer lull. We often see a pickup in retail enthusiasm again in the autumn. It's like a last hurrah before the end of the year, and then the beginning of each year tends to be a slowdown again. But the short answer is no. We have seen a pickup in activity, of course, in small caps. And last time I was here, we did talk about that too. And so I do think it's not just about retail what's going on. I think there's something that's bigger that's happening. And again, that's why I want to sort of insert this vernacular of potentially a regime shift.
We heard the pitch. We got it loud and clear. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Alex Altman there of Barclays on the latest equity market moves and the outperformance we've seen recently in small caps. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahara for more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Donald Trump saying he's prepared for a legal fight with Fed Governor Lisa Cook after he attempted to fire her. This as Cook's lawyer vowed to file a lawsuit over Trump's move. The Fed said it would abide by any court verdict and deferred any decision on Cook's current working status. Meanwhile, shares of peanut butter and jelly maker J.M. Smucker are falling 3.2% in the pre-market. The company reported first quarter net sales that missed estimates. Smucker said coffee, dog snacks, sweet baked goods, and fruit spreads were among the areas hit by lower demand. It has also been battling the impact of higher coffee costs due to President Trump's trade policies. And in sports, Iga Swiatek and Jannik Sinner are advancing at the U.S. Open after handily winning their matches. Sinner is aiming to become the first repeat champion at the U.S. Open since 2008. Elsewhere, 45-year-old Venus Williams will continue her bid for a trophy after being awarded a wild card entry into the doubles draw with Leylah Fernandez. Yet all the focus has been on Alcaraz's buzz cut. That's your brief. John?
I noticed the same thing. Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday too. Kind of shocking. I think he looks good. It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it helps him play better.
Shaved head, looks shredded. Probably going to win the US Open. Up next on the programme, the morning calls. Plus, Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson as investors are bracing for results from Nvidia. That's coming up later on this afternoon from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Take rates down by 50 basis points, 75 basis points, you're getting in the 3.5% range. I think that's okay. The market's willing to absorb that based on what's happening with the labour market at the moment. If you're seeing actually a stabilisation in the economy, maybe even a little bit of a re-acceleration at the same time as we still have inflation north of 2% and above the Fed's target, I think that's when questions will be called as to whether they need to go any further.
That was Ian Steely of JP Morgan Asset Management joining us a little bit earlier this morning. If you are just tuning in, good morning to you all. Here's the state of play. Futures just about positive going into earnings from Nvidia later on this afternoon. Equities up by 0.1% on the S&P 500 and on the Nasdaq 100. That's the price action. Here's some morning calls. First up, HSBC upgrading Eli Lilly to hold, seeing upside potential to consensus estimates. Your second call from Goldman Sachs downgrading Deutsche Bank to neutral, citing its current valuation and significant outperformance so far this year. And finally, JP Morgan downgrading Krispy Kreme to underweight, seeing execution risk in the company's turnaround plan. That stock is down by more than 6%. Let's stick with tech, or turn to tech. Nvidia's highly anticipated earnings expected to give insight into the durability of the AI spending boom. It's the main event in this market worldwide. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now for more. Mandeep, good morning. It's good to see you. Set the stage. What are you expecting?
Well, so they actually wrote down the H20 revenue last quarter. And so the expectations for this quarter of around 45 to 46 billion, they will beat by at least 2 billion plus. It's the next quarter. So consensus right now is around 53. I think the buy side bogey is more 54 to 55, and they will likely exceed it. So from that perspective, the numbers will look good. The key question that I have for, I guess, NVIDIA and investors are looking at is the models haven't converged in functionality. So if you compare ChatGPT to Claude to Anthropic and Gemini, they have not converged. If compute was the real constraint and everyone can use, NVIDIA GPUs to kind of converge the model functionality, then yes, compute is where the answer lies. I think the market is more gravitating towards better data. And that is where if you're optimizing for better data, I think some companies have started looking at that more closely by use case. So you need better data for coding agent or for search. So depending on the use case, you need to create that data. And in that scenario, I think NVIDIA will see some slowdown. I mean, the growth rate will still be great. But that, to me, is the real crux of what will determine the growth going forward.
Mandeep, stay close. I want to bring in Gil Luria as well. He joins us from D.A. Davidson, has a neutral rating on NVIDIA with a price target of 135. Gil, I've got to say 135 these days sounds like a sell. So talk to me about the downside risk going into this event.
Yeah, that price target was set 3 months ago when the stock was a little lower than that. So we have had a lot of positive developments in the sense that the models have gotten a lot better. To your point, a lot of models have gotten better. They're comparable, and they are far more competent and useful. And the adoption for consumers and for employees is happening very quickly, which means the demands for compute from the hyperscalers continue to go up. And that's really all that matters. That is why they should be able to comfortably hit their numbers for this quarter and probably guide pretty well for next quarter. The only noise right now is around China. That's not a demand issue. That's how many chips can NVIDIA sell in China, which chips, how much taxes are they going to pay on them? Will they get the next generation of chips approved? That's really the variability around the results. If we, even 3 months ago, thought that this may be peak year for demand for NVIDIA, we no longer think that. The AI models are so powerful, driving so much demand. that we do expect them to grow into next year.
And as Jonathan's been saying, another key question for China is whether or not Beijing even wants the chips. So how do you start to, at least in a model, thinking about what they report tonight, think about what are they going to say when it comes to profits from Beijing?
Well, that is a very big question because the news flow is daily on that front. Now, let's be clear. China needs the chips right now, and Chinese companies need the chips right now. They are ramping up domestic production from Huawei. Those chips are catching up in terms of functionality. But right now, both American and Chinese companies have insatiable demand for these chips. So they'll take any H20s they can get. China is just signaling that they got upset over the fact that we started putting trackers into our servers, into those H20 servers. The US was concerned that we are sending chips to resellers in other parts of Asia that are ending up in China. We started putting trackers in those servers and chips in order to make sure that smuggling isn't happening. The Chinese got upset over it. They're saying they're warning their companies not to buy chips and servers with trackers. It's just adding to the drama. Not sure Jensen Huang himself has visibility into how that's going to play out. Again, it'll continue to be a source of noise.
Well, you think Beijing is just posturing? Because there was a recent report that NVIDIA told its suppliers to halt component production for the H20s.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out today. And again, the H20 is going to add noise because those chips were entirely written down. So they should have come in at 100% margin. And now there's a 15% tariff on them. There may be some customers in China that have listened to the government and will pause their buying. Maybe they're waiting for the B30, which will be approved. Maybe there's a negotiation of whether or not there's trackers in there. We may get some of that today, but the company's actually been very guarded about what they say about China. So we may leave tonight not knowing any more than we know right now.
Gil, I'm always thinking about the what if further down the road. Can you imagine a scenario where NVIDIA just doesn't have a presence in China anymore and has to choose a market to be in?
Yeah, and that future is quite possible. I think the analog is Apple. Right. China used to be more than 20% of Apple's sales. That's been declining every year with domestic competition. So the Chinese are allowing iPhones in, but promoting and encouraging the domestic maker, also Huawei, Xiaomi, to sell the phones there. I would expect a similar picture for NVIDIA. The Chinese market will grow very fast. Their share within China will decline over time. And really, the battleground is countries like the Gulf states and Europe, where NVIDIA will try to hold back the Chinese makers from gaining market share there. And the U.S. government is trying to help them with that.
Gil, we saw that play out earlier this year. Appreciate your time, sir. Gil Lurie there of D.A. Davidson on NVIDIA. Mandeep, just to explore this a little bit further, China is a risk factor, counterbalanced by maybe sovereign demand elsewhere in the Gulf. How do you think that's going to play out?
It absolutely will. And in Saudi, they are building 200 megawatt data centers. Most likely they'll end up using NVIDIA and AMD. But look, when you are dealing with such large numbers, $200 billion business growing at 50%, if CapEx of even one of the hyperscalers goes down, it's not 30, 40% growth next year, that will have a bearing on NVIDIA, even with the sovereign demand. Because if China is not panning out, they have 10 or 15 customers that drive the bulk of the data center revenue. So we have to closely watch out for each of these model providers, where they are with respect to their model functionality and how much are they willing to invest in NVIDIA GPUs.
Jill said that he thinks there's going to be approval for the B30. What kind of advanced technology does that chip have over the H20?
I mean, I think Blackwell's, which is the new version, will have somewhat of a version which is not as advanced as what they're selling in the US and the Europe markets. That's what they will package in the B30. But, the talk about NVIDIA giving 15% of their revenue to the government, I mean, these are the sort of things I don't think it's likely. but you never know. And from that perspective, the China market is so hard to model for NVIDIA that if you're an investor, you want to X out the China number and see what the real growth rate is. And I think that's what the investors will focus on tonight.
Mandeep, one conversation we had a little bit earlier, it's not a conversation for tonight, but maybe further down the road, energy constraints and the backlash you could see from consumers, citizens of countries like this one and elsewhere.
Actually, that could be a positive for NVIDIA. The reason I say that is because the next version of their chip is more optimized for power and performance. So if there is a real bull case, to me, that is the power constraint. And you're absolutely right. There will be a lot of pushback on, power. So if the chip is more optimized for power, that actually goes in NVIDIA's favor.
It's a good point. It's going to get expensive and more expensive, and it already is.
It already is getting expensive, and already this is becoming a huge issue in Washington, D.C., with lawmakers talking about the fact that small businesses, individuals are seeing higher electricity prices. And the president talked about this yesterday in his cabinet meeting, this Mark Zuckerberg photo that was sent to him, a data center the size of Manhattan.
Huge.
Being opened up in Louisiana.
Mandeep, it's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence looking ahead to earnings from NVIDIA after the closing bell. Up next, Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank as he's ramping up rate cut bets. Plus, we'll touch base with Danny to get your morning movers. Live from New York City, welcome to the program. 60 minutes away from the opening bell. Futures look like this on the S&P 500, just about positive on both the S&P and on the Nasdaq. Going into the big earnings report later on this afternoon after the close, numbers from NVIDIA. Let's turn to the bond market. 2-year, 10-year and 30-year just sit on the front end of the curve. Earlier on today on twos, 364. That's a new low post payrolls. Right now down about 2 basis points, 365.56. This curve steeper with the long end, 30-year bond yields higher by 2 basis points, 4.94. That theme continues. That's the price action across stocks and bonds. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Here's Danny. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Just a trickle of earnings this morning, including JM Smucker. A disappointment it missed on its current quarter. Shares are down 2 3/4%. All of the areas from coffee to snacks to baked goods, all of them looking weaker. Coffee in particular has been a problem with them given higher costs with the tariffs on Brazil. They're talking about a dynamic environment is what the CEO cited. Kohl's also reporting earnings, but they had a brighter than expected outlook, upgrading their full year forecast. Shares are up 21.4%. It is a turnaround that appears to be taking hold. And crucially, they also upgraded their margin outlook, something that's important for a lot of these retailers with concerns around the consumer. Now, elsewhere, Canada Goose shares, the parka maker, those are moving much higher as well, nearly 15.5%. CNBC reporting that they are receiving interest of a take private. Their controlling shareholder is Bain Capital, a private equity firm themselves. According to those reports, Boyu and Advent among the PE firms looking at potentially taking Canada Goose private for $1.35 billion because, John, apparently no companies want to be public anymore.
Danny, how many times have we seen this month alone?
It's like every single day. Every day it feels like a new one.
Amazing. The latest Canada Goose there. The speculation around that company. Danny, thank you. Let's turn to the economy. Investors are waiting. Key inflation data due out on Friday as President Trump ramps up pressure to oust Fed Governor Lisa Cook and pack the Fed with doves. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Mike McKee, who has more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, the PCE income, spending, and inflation numbers will come out on Friday. Small changes are expected, but in the wrong direction. We're expecting to see inflation rise a little bit. This is one of those indicators where economists are pretty good at forecasting it, and so it becomes something of a non-event, at least for the Fed. But the income and spending numbers will also play a role, particularly spending, because that's the follow-on to the labor market. If people have jobs, they have money, and they spend. If they start cutting back, then that's something the Fed's going to worry about. And meanwhile, we have to continue to worry about what's happening in the Lisa Cook situation. She says she's going to go to court. We're waiting for a filing. She'll ask for an injunction to prevent the president from removing her from office until all this is adjudicated. What we've seen in the past with Trump's attempts to fire people is that they get the injunction and then an appeals court either upholds it or throws it out. And then they go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has generally ruled for Trump. In this case, I think that's kind of hard to see happening in that, the court has already said there is an exception for the Fed. They have to be fired for cause. And so far, there's no proof that she did anything. There are just allegations.
Mike, super messy. Very messy situation playing out. You know the institution better than most. What's your response been to their reaction in the last 24 hours?
I understand their reaction, and I've talked to people there about it, and basically their situation is they don't know what Lisa Cook did or did not do. They don't have all the facts. They're waiting for her to tell them as well. And so they can't come out and publicly defend her at this point, but they don't want to cut her loose either because they know this is a major attack on the Fed itself. So they're in something of a dilemma. If they feel that Cook is innocent or her mistakes were minor, then you will probably hear Powell and others come out to defend the institution itself. The bottom line question over the long run is if he did get rid of her, would that keep Jay Powell on the Fed when his term as chairman is over? Would he stay until his term as a governor is over in 2028 just to frustrate the president?
It's something we still don't know the answer to. Mike, can we just sit on the legal situation? And I certainly don't expect either of us to litigate it right now live on TV. But we don't have an official opening of a legal investigation into these serious allegations of fraud. Do we know how Governor Cook has responded herself internally with the Federal Reserve leadership? Has she presented anything to them to deny this? Because publicly, we haven't had a formal denial.
Well, she had not as of the time we were in Jackson Hole. She may have in the last 24 hours. One of the things she had to do was get a lawyer. She has one now, Abby Lowell, who is advising her on how to handle all this. But remember, one of these properties was in Ann Arbor, Michigan. One was in Georgia. And she has to collect the data, the paperwork from both of those. And that could take a little bit of time if she doesn't have it handy because she moved to Washington and left it somewhere or something like that. So I thought we might go into this week without the president making a move, but he didn't wait. You'd think he'd want to wait until at least there was some evidence, but so far, he's moving right ahead.
Mike McKee, thanks for the latest. Appreciate the update from Mike McKee on the Federal Reserve. The pressure keeps building. It's going to take a long time to play out, based on the latest moves.
It's going to take a long time to play out because this is going to go through the courts. What's interesting, though, is if she gets this injunction, she's able to continue working. How ridiculous, almost in a way, is September going to feel? That press conference, Chair Powell is going to have a lot to answer for, and I don't think just a one-word answer is going to do it for the press.
September 17th, keep repeating the date. Federal Reserve meeting less than a month away. Let's turn to interest rate expectations. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank writing the following. We now see a 25 basis point rate cut in September as most likely. After that, we see the Fed delivering 25 basis point reductions in December and in March. Matt joins us now for more. Matt, good morning.
Good morning.
So this was a change. You weren't expecting anything in September. Jackson Hole happened. Talk to me about why that was so important.
Yeah, we had previously expected the Fed would wait until December to cut rates, and we had them then cutting December, January, and March by 75 basis points. And our view was that the labor market, although slowing and weakening, was hanging in well enough to keep the Fed on hold, but that also that we were getting some troubling inflation data. We saw it out of the PPI recently. We'll see it, I think, again from core PCE later this week. Inflation around 3%, the unemployment rate near 4.2%. The argument for cutting in September was not all that strong. Now, in Jackson Hole, I think we got a signal that Chair Powell was leaning in that direction. I think he indicated two things. One, the balance of risks is shifting. He's a bit more worried about the labor market. And two, that shifting and balance of risks could warrant a policy response. And so we took that as, I think, evidence enough to pull forward a rate cut to September.
What about, as well, the fact that Jay Powell basically said you can look through inflation prints? So this jobs number is really important. What if it comes out pretty strong?
So I think if this jobs report comes out pretty strong, it probably more tells us about October, December, and Q1 rate cuts than it does about September. I think the signal from the chair at this point was, look, we're still restrictive at this point in time. We have some way to go towards neutral. You're right. I think he had more dovish comments on the inflation side. A lot of the language was the same, but he adopted an argument from Governor Waller, which was that as long as the labor market is not overly tight, this is probably not going to be a persistent inflation shock. And so I think if you get a strong jobs report, it'll be viewed in the context of the JOLTS and the QCEW data that we get, which will point to downward revisions. But I think more that'll say, is the Fed cutting in October, December, and Q1 rather than September?
That word restrictive, I think they can all agree at the moment they believe they are restrictive. When does that conversation get a little bit more tricky on the Federal Reserve? Is it another 50 basis points, 75 basis points? When does that conversation get harder?
Look, I think that conversation is already tricky for the Fed. I think it's tricky from the types of indicators that we look at. On many indicators, the Fed is not meaningfully or modestly restrictive. They're probably close to neutral. One thing that we look at are financial conditions. On the Fed's own measures of financial conditions, they're the easiest that they've been since the Fed started raising rates in early 2022. In that context, they are probably not all that restrictive. Now, Powell has to balance this amongst the committee, which is, I think, increasingly divided on all key issues, including where they are on neutral. And clearly, Powell took a stand here. He was not in the camp of those hawks that think that we're at neutral or very close to it at this point in time. He thinks that they have at least a little bit of space to cut rates.
The New York Fed president, John Williams, weighed in on some of this. Is he an outlier, or do you suspect that's the core view on the central bank?
So I think John Williams, the history here is that he has two of the canonical measures of R-star. And those two measures do still show neutral R-star at low levels, not as low as it was pre-pandemic, but still at historically low levels. My view is if you look at kind of a suite of indicators that are out there, neutral is higher than what those indicators suggest. And you can see it from term structure models, market pricing, other Fed models that are out there. And so I just think that the balance of evidence is that R-star has moved meaningfully higher relative to where it was in 2020.
If they're cutting, though, in what you think twice this year, 2026, when the president says he's looking forward to having this majority at the Fed, how much room do they actually have to cut?
It's a great question. And the market, although we've seen a move lower in the front end of the curve, the market is still basically pricing a 3% Fed funds rate next year. Now, that sounds aggressive to us because we think neutral is higher. But the Fed's long-run dot and their guidance on neutral is still towards 3%. So it's not really outlandish. We have not built in any change in reaction function for the Fed next year. And so we have the Fed stopping in March between 3.5 and 3.75% rates. I think as you see some shifts in the Fed personnel, as we get a sense of who the new Fed chair will be, we might very well have to build in a more dovish reaction function because that's likely where it's moving.
When you look at potentially the names that are being floated around, who do you think's the dovest of the dove?
So I think it's hard to know. I think the arguments that we've made for a few months at least is that Governor Waller seemed more likely than other candidates to us because it's not just how dovish are you. I think it's whether or not you can get the rest of the committee on board for your dovish arguments. Can you bring together a very divided committee to forge a consensus or a majority towards those cuts? And I thought Governor Waller was kind of well placed to do that. I think over the past few months he has made that argument. Certainly after dissenting in July, getting some weaker labor market data, I think that's helped his prospects.
Chairman Powell's speech speaks for itself. Anne-Marie said it. I think we all have. It sounded like something Governor Waller had written himself, particularly on the labour market. And I'd love to finish there with you. Just your views on the labour market and how they contrast with the chairman's view at the moment, which seems to have changed. In the news conference, he anchored his view on the labour market, which he called solid, around the unemployment rate. And the general view from some economists, I'm not sure if that includes you, but it certainly includes some on Wall Street, that yes, we had a step down in payrolls growth, but ultimately we hadn't seen an increase in labour market slack, and measures of slack had remained stable. That doesn't appear to be something he's putting a lot of weight on. Is there some daylight between you and him at the moment on how you view labour?
So I think there's nuance in his comments. I think he still pointed to the fact that the unemployment rate and measures of labour market slack have not moved higher. At the same time, I think he has noted that the pace of the downgrades on the payroll side increases downside risks. And with those risks, even if your view is that the baseline is solid, it makes sense to take out some insurance in the near term. I would generally agree with that view. We view the quits rate and the unemployment rate and job openings to unemployed as being very stable over the past year. We think payroll gains could be 50,000 and keep those measures stable given what's happening on the immigration
front. Just 50K.
50K could be lower given what's happening on the immigration side. But I think it makes sense from monetary policy as you're balancing the risks. You would want to get some clarity that we're stabilizing around those levels rather than continuing to see payroll gains fall.
What's your guess for next Friday?
We haven't put out a kind of a preview yet. It's a little bit too early. But I would anticipate maybe two things. One, that you do get a little bit of a bounce back in the payrolls data.
Okay.
ADP was actually pretty solid last month. When you look at the jobless claims data, they've remained solid. The other data point that I would mention is a big part of the unemployment rate last month was this surge in new entrants. It was a record surge that happened. Oftentimes, as that happens, it gets reversed the next month, and you have downward pressure on the unemployment rate. So those two things suggest a reasonably solid jobs report next.
Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank. Matt, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Let's cross over to Yahira to get your Bloomberg brief and a news update. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. President Trump is stepping up his efforts to exert more control over the central bank. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the Trump administration is reviewing options for exerting more influence over the Fed's 12 regional banks that would potentially extend its reach beyond personnel appointments in Washington. Meanwhile, we are seeing shares of Abercrombie & Fitch falling nearly 3.5% in the pre-market, despite the retailer raising its full-year sales guidance following a stronger-than-expected quarter at its teen-focused Hollister brand. It's the second straight quarter the retailer boosted its revenue outlook. Investors are not impressed. And Taylor Swift's getting her own Super Bowl-sized ring from Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. If you haven't seen, the pop star announced their engagement on Instagram yesterday, and the news of their impending nuptials sparked a flood of online bets on a possible wedding date and when the couple might have a baby. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. Appreciate it. Is this going to spark a load of marriages across the country now?
I think I saw people online celebrating as if they got engaged. Huge media coup for the couple.
There we go. Up next on the programme, I just don't care. I know other people do. It's a feel-good story. I just can't. I'm happy for them, all right? Up next, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus, Troy Gayeski of Future Standard is going to join us on this market as we count you down to the opening bell and the main event later on this afternoon. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
I wish there was a more intellectual appeal about the Fed's role as opposed to come with bogus charges. This is more about his effort to exert control over the Fed because I think they're concerned that their trade agenda is causing great weakness in the labor market, and they want rates lower. And to be fair, this is what the president has always wanted, is lower rates, even when he had the option to appoint Jerome Powell in the first administration.
That was Mark Shaw, the former chief of staff to the former VP Mike Pence, on a programme a little bit earlier. In your market right now, as we count you down to the opening bell, about 42 minutes away, equity futures pretty much unchanged on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq 100, negative by close to 0.1%. We've had some outperformance on the small caps, bit of underperformance this morning. We're down by 0.2%. Turn to the bond market. Intriguing moves at the front and long end of the curve. On the month so far, 30-year bond yields at the highs, 2-year bond yields at the lows. The difference between the two, 130 basis points. That is the widest going back to late 21, early 22. That curve is getting steeper and steeper by the day. We'll come back to the bond market in just a moment. Let's get to the day ahead as we count you down to that opening bell at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern time. The U.S. Treasury is auctioning $70 billion of 5-year notes after the market close. Nvidia earnings on to Thursday, another round of jobless claims, and on Friday, core PCE plus UMich consumer sentiment data coming up a little bit later. As we look ahead to those Nvidia earnings after the closing bell, Troy Gayeski of Future Standard writing, Nvidia's results are hugely important to the market in order to validate the continued growth of AI spend. Joining us now to discuss is Troy. Troy, welcome to the program. Big earnings event later on this afternoon. What are you expecting?
Yeah, so there's no reason to expect any dramatic underperformance or disappointment. You know, markets have already brought down forward revenue growth expectations. But, you know, the big picture here is, you know, we're in the midst of one of the greatest business fixed investment booms of all time. And this year alone, about 55 basis points of additional GDP contribution will come from just the 4 hyperscalers and Apple. And next year, that should be about 40 basis points of additional spending on an over $30 trillion nominal GDP. So the importance doesn't only go to the actual capital markets in terms of justifying these multiples and current valuations, but also that we're going to continue to have this tremendous growth tailwind that helps reduce recession risk and drive higher GDP than clearly we would have otherwise, John.
Troy, we continuously hear, though, that the big question mark heading into the earnings today is going to be about China. How are you thinking about NVIDIA's access to that market?
Yeah, I think that's obviously the wild card in, you know, markets. You hate to say we'll look past that, but that's an uncontrollable variable. What you see going forward, though, from the 4 hyperscalers is clearly more spending. And obviously, NVIDIA has a borderline monopoly on that market. So, you know, the multiple, I would much rather the multiple be 25% lower than it is today. I mean, the whole hyperscaler complex what I refer to as the Fab Five. You have 4 companies spending like crazy. One company is the beneficiary. Those multiples have revalued fully, which is the biggest danger for markets today, in that if there is disappointment, there's more downside versus, say, 6 to 8 weeks ago, when whether you looked at Meta or Google, even NVIDIA at that point had a more rational multiple. So things are priced to perfection, but the AI spends, NVIDIA's earnings go far beyond just market conditions and really spill over into the broader economy.
Troy, if they're priced for perfection, is just coming in, bang in line enough, or do they really need to outperform this evening?
Yeah, I think it's continued to be, as long as there's marginal outperformance, it doesn't have to be blockbuster outperformance like we've seen the past few quarters.